Chapter 13. Political Policies and Practices, 1907 to 1909. The time seemed ripe for increased activity in behalf of an independent party of labor. One of the most effective arguments against the movement for a labor party at the A.F. of L convention had been the assurance by the Federation's leadership that the policy of reward your friends and punish your enemies, so vigorously pursued in the 1906 election, would pay off in the new congressional session. Certainly, then, the barren fruits of that session so far as labor was concerned should have stimulated an increased demand for the Labor Party. Lull in 1907. But the year 1907 saw instead a setback for the Labor Party movement. It was the year of revelation of graft and corruption in the municipal administration of San Francisco, where the Union Labor Party had been in power since 1901. The investigation showed that the Labor Party and the mayor, the union musician, Eugene E. Schmitz, were controlled by the boss Abe Roof, who, under the guise of legal fees, was able to extort large sums of money from the public utilities, gambling houses, and houses of prostitution in return for favors and protection. In the spring of 1907, at the height of the graft scandals, the Union Labor Party was driven out of office. Actually, in the course of the investigation and the trials that followed, it became clear that Roof was a tool of big business which used him as a means of gaining control of the public utilities. The graft prosecution showed that it was big business that corrupted politics, but of all those accused, only Roof went to jail. Indeed, as soon as it was evident that the investigation would touch the wealthy bribers as well as the bribe takers, big business changed its attitude and demanded that the graft prosecution be called off, as long as only Roof and Schmitz had been 335. Under indictment, writes Walton Bean, the business class in San Francisco had supported the prosecution and had praised it for trying to rid the city of corrupt union labor politicians who had been holding up honest businessmen. But as soon as prosecutor Henny's real beliefs and objectives became apparent, opinion among the wealthier classes and those often known as the best people in San Francisco underwent a violent change. It began to be pointed out that the whole thing was very bad for the city's business and was hurting business. 1. Although, as Lincoln Steffens made abundantly clear in his book, The Shame of the Cities, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Chicago, New York and other large cities were even more corrupt than San Francisco, the commercial press paid special attention to the exposure of the graft prosecution in the West Coast city. It was determined to prove that a labor party and a corrupt administration were an inevitable combination. Thus, the Philadelphia Public Ledger, published in a city described by Steffens as corrupt but content, commented, in San Francisco, labor is a synonym for the ruling political power, and that political power and labor element are thoroughly corrupt and frankly inimical to decency, and are arrayed in active hostility to the courts, to the law, to plain honesty and to all the common safeguards of any social order, to all the elementary props and foundation stones of a government of whatever character and form. 2. Although they could point to many gains won by labor in San Francisco during the regime of the Union Labor Party, the graft prosecution made it difficult for the advocates of independent political action by labor to win new converts. As the Nation noted gleefully, a defender of organized labor as a political force must be speechless in view of its San Francisco record. 8. One group of trade unionists, however, refused to remain speechless. Under the slogan, "The Trade Union in Politics," the unions of Rockford, Illinois, organized a Union Labor League, and on April 2, H. Oge elected the mayor, 3 aldermen, 5 supervisors, and the city assessor. Mayor Mark Jardine was the former president of the United Brotherhood of Leather Workers on Horse Goods, and most of the other victorious candidates were members of local number 80 of this A.F. of L. Union. In May 1907, in a letter to A.F. of L unions, the Union Labor League announced its victory at the polls, and appealed, "Come, brothers from other cities, fall in line." 4. While Rockford was a small city, 40,000 inhabitants, it sprang into prominence, first, as a result of the sweeping victory by independent political forces of organized labor, and later, by Mayor Jardine's activity in ferreting out dishonest aldermen and bringing them to public view. Pointing out that this activity would do something to overcome the impression created by the graft prosecution in San Francisco, the Rockford Morning Star declared in an editorial entitled, "A Labor Mayor who is a credit to the community, Mayor Jardine should be upheld for." But the A.F. of L was not listening. Indeed, throughout the winter, spring, and summer of 1907 there was hardly any discussion of political action in the American Federationist or at meetings of the Executive Council. The first reference to the subject that year occurred in connection with the impending fall elections, and it was confined to a single circular, to all organized labor, in which the Executive Council called upon all workers to compel candidates for legislative and judicial offices to express their attitude towards the A.F. of L-sponsored pair anti-injunction bill. Upon their attitude towards the measure, candidates for judicial or legislative office should be pledged, repudiated, or oppose 5. But beyond this feeble attempt, the Federation did nothing in the 1907 elections. The only other political activity during the year was an attempt by the Executive Council to mobilize Labor's opposition to Cannon's re-election as House Speaker at the opening of the Sixth Oath Congress in December 1907. On October 28, 1907, it released a circular to all organized labor, recounting Cannon's past role as the strategic center of opposition to labor, and concluded with the request that all central bodies and local unions pass resolutions calling upon the congressmen from their districts to vote against Cannon's re-election and send committees to personally wait upon the members of Congress from their respective districts and present the urgency and the need of these members to vote against Mr. Cannon for the speakership. 6. Here, too, the Executive Council did nothing beyond issuing the circular. Soon after the Sixth Oath Congress convened, Cannon was re-elected Speaker of the House. The decline in the Federation's political activity took place precisely at a time when the NAM was intensifying its work in this area. While the American Federationist was either silent about the need for increased political action or warning the affiliated unions that they should be careful not to weaken their organizations by going into politics, American Industries, official publication of the NAM, carried the following in large type on the front page of every issue. Go into politics. Employers must fight labor class legislation, and must fight it now. The battle is for good government for capital and labor alike, for personal liberty for every man in the community, of every station and occupation, and for honest, stalwart, clean-handed Americanism. Go into politics. The NAM went into politics with a vengeance. It strengthened its lobby in Washington to obstruct labor legislation, concentrating on making sure that the appointments to the House and Senate committees his demand that dishonest men be driven out of the council. He has worked hard, and early and late, to ferret out this rascality. He has run down these aldermanic rascals and will help put them behind the bars. Reprinted in leather. Workers' Journal, May, 1908, page 487. Which considered such legislation were such as approved by the NAM. In the first session of the Sixth Oath Congress, the NAM succeeded in getting the Committee on the Judiciary to bury the bill to exempt labor organizations from the application of the Sherman Antitrust Act. 7. The NAM poured money lavishly into the 1907 campaign, raising a fund of $1,500,000 for its activities along this line, and used it to support candidates who were outspoken in opposition to labor's political program. It rallied support behind the re-election of Cannon as House Speaker. It employed detectives and kept them scattered over the country collecting information concerning the members and officers of the A.F. of L., which, exaggerated and distorted, could be used to discredit organized labor. There were successful efforts at bribing local union officials to support NAM-sponsored candidates, and there were even outright attempts made to bribe the top officials of the A.F. of L8. Anti-labor offensive by the courts. The lull in labor's political activities was broken by two historic court decisions, the Buck's Stove and Range Company and the Danbury Hatters cases. T. James W. Van Cleve, president of the Buck's Stove and Range Company, a manufacturing company located in St. Louis, was also president of the NAM and a member of the American Anti-Boycott Association, both leading open shop organizations. The Stove Founders National Defense Association, of which he was a member, had a detailed plan of mutual assistance to drive unionism out of the industry, and Van Cleve, with the cooperation of the three anti-union organizations, began to establish an open shop in his own company. He placed spies in his shop, refused to confer with the representatives of the union, and secretly plotted to substitute non-union for union men. He hoped to provoke the union into an effort was made to bribe Gompers himself. The plan involved paid agents of the NAM and was engineered by James W. Van Cleve, its president. Gompers told the complete story to the delegates at the 1907 convention, and was corroborated by two AF of L vice presidents. Proceedings, AF of L. Convention, 1907, pp. 26067. At the time, Gompers' story was widely ignored in the press, but a few years later, a House lobby investigation disclosed the facts in the story as Gompers had told them. See, synopsis of report of the House of Representatives. Lobby Investigation, 1913, pamphlet. Another important decision that rocked the labor movement was handed down by the Supreme Court in the Adair case in 1908. The court declared unconstitutional Section 10 of the Erdman Act of 1898, which made it unlawful for an employer to discriminate against or discharge any employee because of the latter's membership in a union. In the case before the court, a worker had been discharged because he would not give up his union membership. Adair v. United States, 208. U.S. 161, 1908. The decision, in effect, gave constitutional sanction to Yellow Dog contracts and the blacklist. Committing an overt act which would give him an excuse for canceling existing contracts between the Founders Association and the Iron Molders and Metal Polishers Union. When a dispute arose in the nickel plating department over an increase in the hours of labor, Van Cleve refused to arbitrate. The men were dismissed, and when negotiations between the metal polishers local number 10 in St. Louis and the company failed to adjust the matter, the union went on strike to enforce the 9-hour day. The union declared a boycott against the company, and, following an inquiry, the Executive Council of the A.F. of L found that Van Cleve would not consider an adjustment of the dispute. The council, therefore, endorsed the boycott and published the name of the company on the "We Don't Patronize" list of the American Federationist. Van Cleve served notice on the Federation on August 19, 1907, that business had been seriously affected, and the company was threatened with ruin because of the boycott against its goods. This, in turn, led the A.F. of L to issue a circular calling upon all the affiliated unions to intensify their boycott activities. Van Cleve, assisted and financed by the American Anti-Boycott Association, requested an injunction from Justice Ashley M. Gould of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia against the A.F. of L, its officers, and the Metal Polishers Union to prohibit them from carrying on the conspiracy to boycott. On December 18, 1907, Justice Gould granted all the company wanted and more. He issued a temporary injunction against the A.F. of L, its officers, each of their agents, servants, attorneys, confederates, and any and all persons active in aid or conjunction with any of them, and enjoined them as officials, or as individuals from conspiring, agreeing, or combining in any manner to restrain or destroy the business of the company or its agents, from publishing the company's name in the "We Don't Patronize" or "Unfair" list, or from calling attention to the existence of a boycott. 9 inches. This injunction is the most sweeping ever issued, Gompers wrote in the Federationist. It is an invasion of the liberty of the press and the right of free speech. It was not an issue that concerned labor alone. It is the American Federationist that is now enjoined. Tomorrow it may be another publication or some other class of equally law-abiding citizens, and the present injunction may then be quoted as a sacred precedent for future encroachments upon the liberties of the people. He announced that the A.F. of L intended to fight the case until a final decision was rendered by the Supreme Court. 10. To implement this intention, the Executive Council retained the services of several lawyers, including Alton B. Parker, former Chief Justice of the New York State Court of Appeals, and appealed the injunction to the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. On Parker's advice, and with the consent of the Executive Council, Gompers removed the name of the Buck Stove and Range Company from the "We Don't Patronize" list of the Federationist, but continued to discuss editorially the principles involved in the controversy. It is clear that he was aware that he was risking a contempt of court citation. 11. To secure funds for the legal battles that lay ahead, the 1907 A.F. of L. Convention authorized the levying of an assessment of 1 cent per member of affiliated organizations, and empowered the Executive Council to levy additional assessments, if necessary. On January 24, 1908, the Council distributed a circular to all organized labor entitled, "An Urgent Appeal for Financial Aid in Defense of Free Press and Free Speech." It appealed to all unions and union members, and the friends of justice to contribute as promptly and as generously as they can, in order that a legal defense fund may be at the disposal of the American Federation of Labor to defend the rights of labor and the rights of our people before the courts. Funds were forthcoming. The UMW alone contributed $2, in addition to the assessment. 12. On March 23, 1908, the injunction was made permanent and Gompers filed an appeal in the Court of Appeals. In July, a petition was presented by the Buck Stove and Range Company in the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia that ordered each of the defendants Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison to show cause why he should not be adjudged to be in contempt of the order and decree of the court. It was alleged that Mitchell, as vice president of the Federation, violated the injunction in authorizing and permitting acts to be done by the organization's officers, and that he, as president of the UMW, entertained a resolution at the Mine Workers' Convention, last January, calling upon the miners of the country to refrain from purchasing the products of the Buck Stove and Range Company. The charges against Secretary Morrison were that he had sent out or caused to be sent out copies of the American Federationist containing editorials and other utterances concerning the company after the permanent injunction became effective. The charges against Gompers were based on the allegation that he had violated the injunction, in doing or authorizing, or directing the doing of these acts, the sending out of an appeal for funds for legal defense in the suit, and the idea of labor leaders risking a contempt citation in the fight against the injunction was advanced earlier by John B. Lennon, A.F. of L. Treasurer. On March 20, 1903, he wrote to Morrison, "Until there are some prominent men willing to go to jail and serve terms in defense of their rights as American citizens and trade unionists, there will be no public sentiment that will affect the issuance of injunctions, or the curtailment of the law restricting their issue. The very opposite you will find will be true. The injunctions will be increased in their scope all the time, and unless the trade unionists of this country have sufficient courage to defy them, They will soon wield a tremendously injurious effect upon our movement. AFL-CIO. Injunction proceedings on the platform in public speeches, and in editorially discussing the fundamental principles involved in these proceedings. Ni 3. The labor movement was still considering how best to meet the problems it faced as a result of the court's action in the Bucks Stove and Range Company case when, on February 3, 1908, the Supreme Court issued its decision in the Danbury Hatters case, described by Gompers as the most drastic and far-reaching decision which it has ever handed down, and which a contemporary journal characterized as worthy to stand with the infamous Dred Scott decision of 50 years ago. In a unanimous opinion, the court declared that the Sherman Antitrust Act applied to organizations of labor. The act, read the decision, makes no distinction between classes, and records of Congress show that in fact attempts have been made to exempt organizations of farmers and laborers by legislation. As no such legislation has been enacted, the Anti-Trust Act applies to the case at hand. It ruled further that interference with the physical transportation of an article was not necessary to cause a violation of the Sherman Act, and that the Low Company of Danbury, Connecticut, could sue the United Hatters of North America for 3 times the amount of damage it had suffered by reason of the union's boycott of the company's products. The defendants, the court declared, were members of a vast combination engaged in a combined scheme and effort to force the plaintiffs against their will to unionize their shops, with the intent thereby to control the employment of labor in the operation of said factories, and to carry out such schemes, effort, and purpose, by restraining and destroying the interstate trade and commerce of such manufactures, by means of boycotting them. 14. As Chief Justice Melville W. Fuller read the decision, organized labor knew that it was facing extinction. While the decision applied only to the Hatters Union, its force and effect applied equally to all labor organizations in the country. Here, for the first time, the Supreme Court stated clearly that trade unions came within the provisions of the Sherman Antitrust Act. All labor organizations were held to be trusts, combinations, and conspiracies in illegal restraint of trade, and it was left up to the jury alone to decide the amount of damages which the company sustained. Judgment of $240,000 was obtained against the members of the union in 1909, and 6 years later, the Supreme Court put its approval on it, ordering a collection of the full amount with additional penalties and interest. 235 U.S. 522, 1915. Finally, a compromise was arrived at under which settlement was made for $234,000, but it is estimated that the case cost the union membership over $1 million. In April 1910, the AFL Executive Council announced that it had been informed that the union and its membership have exhausted their financial resources and are unable to take an appeal to the higher court unless financial assistance is rendered. The council, as authorized by the AFL Convention, levied an assessment of 2 cents per member of the entire federation. Cleveland Citizen, April 30, 1910. Each of their members were not only liable to threefold damages claimed by anyone, but each member might be punished by a fine of $S.U. and imprisonment for 1 year. For as the court now interpreted the law, individual members became liable for the actions of union officers and other members. There were 197 defendants named in the case, and only 2 were prominent as union leaders. Every union, under the decision, might find its strikes, picket lines, and boycotts classified as conspiracies, and its very existence threatened because of the Demafe suits against them by employers eager to see the organization wrecked. Point 1. That the open shoppers intended to do precisely this was made clear in the comment on the decision by James M. Beck, General Counsel of the American Anti-Boycott Association. He urged all employers to intensify their offensive against the AFL, assuring them that they could rely even more than in the past on assistance from the federal government. And this assistance was crucial, as in the Great Pullman Strike only the U.S. government was effectual to stop it by its injunction against Debs. Similarly, only the federal government can effectually destroy this widespread conspiracy of the Federation against the freedom of commerce and the liberty of the individual. The employers had a new, powerful weapon in the court's decision. Beck concluded, and it would be well if they began immediately to make effective use of it. 16. Labor's reaction. As the AFL viewed the scene in the opening months of 1908, it was clear that a specter hung over the labor movement. Either this would be destroyed or the labor movement would perish. The combination of the new decisions of the courts, enforced by the injunction, threatened to cripple the whole policy of economic action which the AFL had so laboriously built up and upon which it staked so much. In addition to hampering labor's freedom of economic action, the ceaseless litigation was draining union treasuries and paralyzing labor's ability to withstand the open shop offensive. The decisions of the courts in the Bucks Stove and Range Company and the Danbury Hatters cases, Gompers pointed out, made it an essential duty for us to fight for the very life of our organizations. But what should be done? How should labor fight to preserve its existence? proved defective policy of seeking relief within the framework of the two-party system, the policy of electioneering for the defeat of Labor's enemies, and for the victory of its friends, on the basis of the candidates' pledges. But from every side pressure was mounting for a more effective way of fighting for the existence of the trade unions. From the Midwest, John B. Lennon, A.F. of L. Treasurer, wrote to Gompers late in February, informing him that the working people here are demanding that something be done that will prove more effective in achieving legislation we seek than what we have previously depended on. They are beginning to listen more eagerly than I have ever before seen to those who criticize our policies and advocate either the formation of a new, independent Labor Party or support of the Socialist Party, and we are going to have the most terrible problems to face on this issue, unless we can do something quickly along the lines we approve of. Gompers knew from correspondence pouring into A.F. of L headquarters that Lennon was not exaggerating. There are scores of letters in the A.F. of L archives from local unions and individual trade unionists stressing the same point that the workers told Lennon. A typical one came from a local union in Illinois. Do any of the old parties care for the labor class? No, with a capital N. Mr. Gompers, don't you think it is time you quit dabbling with the old political parties, and support the only means by which laboring men can elect our own representatives, as the capitalists do theirs now, a party of the laboring people? Let's stop working for those who will promise anything to get our votes and as soon as elected will drop us like hotcakes and enact laws by which we can be pushed further down than we are now. Have not the events since 1906 taught you anything? Quoting Lennon in a confidential letter to John Mitchell, Gompers wrote, "If I tried for a whole day to describe the situation, I could not do it better, and perhaps not nearly so well as he has stated in his letter, and which I have just quoted. And if this is the situation and no thinking man can dispute it, it is the imperative duty of every one of us to lay everything else aside to avoid just such a chaotic condition which must prove disastrous." It is obvious that Gompers felt that it was absolutely imperative for the A.F. of L to meet the workers' insistent demands for action without letting the movement for independent political action gain the ascendancy, to head off the rising discontent lest it crystallize into a Labor Party or close association with the Socialist Party. This meant that the A.F. of L leaders would have to adopt a more militant program of political pressure methods. As Daniel J. Keefe, president of the Longshoremen's Union, put it in a letter to Ralph M. Easley in mid-February 1908, the wage earners of America are worked up to a very high pitch, owing to recent decisions of the United States Supreme Court, and I am of the opinion that President Gompers and his associates will be called upon to take a more radical position than they contemplate. 18. On March 3, 1908, Gompers took the first step in this direction. He wrote a confidential letter to the members of the Executive Council informing them that he was in receipt of quite a number of communications and resolutions adopted by various organized bodies affiliated to the American Federation of Labor, in some form or other, expressing themselves that a definite course be pursued by our federation relative to the new conditions that have arisen resulting from the decisions of the United States Supreme Court. He went on to point out that the decisions had created an unsettled state of mind among a large number of our fellow workers throughout the country as well as those most active in the ranks of our movement. Already, a number of central bodies have under consideration resolutions declaratory in some form or another of a movement wholly independent and divergent, while others have taken action for the creation of an independent Labor Party, and in the event this is not done by a specified time, that they themselves will inaugurate such a movement. He was pleased that others have shown their intelligence and devotion to the cause of labor by expressing themselves as willing to fall in line with the course laid down by the Executive Council. To make certain that the course advocated by the Council and endorsed by workers of intelligence and devotion would be the one pursued in the immediate future, Gompers called the Executive Council to a meeting on March 16, 1908, in Washington. He also proposed that the heads of each national or international union, affiliated to the Federation, be invited to meet with the Executive Council 2 days later after the beginning of its meeting, for the purpose of taking such action as in the full judgment of all may be productive of the best results to protect and promote the lawful interests of labor. The reason for the 2-day delay in the second meeting was to prevent any but the course advocated by the Executive Council from being considered. If the Executive Council meets 2 days in advance of General Conference above outlined, we can in a measure outline what we propose to submit to the General Conference and thereby accomplish the best results with the least possible danger of any action being taken likely to result injuriously to our fellow workers. 19. No chance was to be taken to allow a movement to develop for an independent Labor Party. On March 7, under authority granted by the Executive Council, Gompers wrote to the presidents of all national and international affiliates, inviting them to send delegates to a joint meeting with the Council on March 18, 1908.20. The Executive Council met, as scheduled, 2 days before, and drew up a program to be presented to the larger meeting which was based on the political pressure methods pursued in the past. 2 days later, the larger meeting took place which was styled Protest Conference of the Executive Council of the American Federation of Labor and executive officers of international unions and farmers. Organizations to consider recent Supreme Court decisions and labor legislation. Representatives of N8-affiliated unions, several of farmers' organizations, and an official of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen were present. There was no discussion permitted on any proposal except that presented by the Executive Council. The conference issued 2 documents, drawn up by the Council: Labor's protest to Congress and an address to workers. The protest to Congress did not cover as much ground as the Bill of Grievances of 2 years earlier. Its main emphasis was upon a single issue: the recent application by the courts of the Sherman Antitrust Act against trade unions. The protest urged Congress to amend the Sherman Act so that it could not hereafter be enforced to apply to any arrangements, agreements, or combinations among workers or farmers. To limit the issuance of injunctions, to pass an employer's liability law and an 8-hour law for all government employees, and for those employed upon work for the government, whether by contractors or subcontractors. It closed with a threat to hold the members of Congress and the party in power accountable for the disposition of labor's demands. The document was signed by Gompers, the members of the Executive Council, and the N8 visiting representatives of national and international unions. The address to workers explained why the conference had been called, summarized the protest to Congress, and outlined the legitimate pressure that could be brought to bear upon Congress in the effort to secure passage of our amendment to the Sherman Law. It called upon the American workers to hold mass meetings in every city and town on the evening of the 3rd Sunday or Monday in April, 19th or 20th, and at the meeting, voice fully and unmistakably labor's protest against the Supreme Court decision which strips labor of the rights and liberties which we had supposed were guaranteed by the Constitution. In addition, every member of organized labor was urged to write a personal letter to the congressman of his district and the 2 senators of his state, insisting that they use their efforts and cast their vote for the passage of our amendment to the Sherman Law and other legislation mentioned in labor's protest, and warning them that labor and its friends will hold them responsible. The appeal closed. We have appealed to Congress for the necessary relief we deem essential to safeguard the interests and rights of the toilers. We now call upon the workers of our common country to stand faithfully by our friends, oppose and defeat our enemies, whether they be candidates for president, for Congress, or other offices, whether executive, legislative, or judicial. The only reference in either of the 2 documents to the existence of forces in the labor movement who so alarmed Gompers, Lenin, and other members of the Executive Council was a brief statement in the address to the workers. We deem it essential for the successful accomplishment of the plans set forth in the foregoing that local unions, city, central, and state federations follow closely the line of action outlined by this conference and such further plans as may be promulgated by the Executive Council or by future conferences, so that our strength and influence may not be frittered away by different lines of action. 21. Having closed any opportunity for the forces favoring independent action by labor to express themselves at the conference, the A.F. of L leaders next warned all affiliates against associating themselves in any way with this movement. The protest to Congress was presented to the presiding officer of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. Simultaneously, several million copies of both the protest and the address were printed and distributed. A special edition of the American Federationist was published, and hundreds of thousands of circulars were issued. Mass meetings were held throughout the country on April 19 and 20, and Gompers announced gleefully that congressmen have been deluged and swamped with a mass of resolutions and personal letters which have poured in from their constituents demanding that the present session of Congress heed the demands of labor and enact the measures which it specifies. 22. Nevertheless, Congress adjourned in May 1908 without passing any of the measures demanded by labor. Several bills to restrain the use of injunctions in labor disputes were introduced in the House. They were referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, packed with anti-labor congressmen, and died there. 23. Indicative of how indifferent the Republican Party was to the A.F. of L threat to hold the party in power responsible was the refusal of Speaker Cannon to reappoint Congressman Pear, champion of anti-injunction legislation, to the powerful Judiciary Committee. James S. Sherman, a Republican leader in Congress, boasted that the Republican Party is responsible for legislation or for the failure of legislation, that the party was willing to assume the responsibility, and challenge the A.F. of L to do something about it. And the majority leader on the floor of the House, Congressman Payne of New York, declared on the eve of the congressional adjournment, "We are doing this business. We are legislating. We are responsible for what we do, and we propose to assume the responsibility for it from beginning to end." Like Sherman, he told the A.F. of L to make the most of it. 24. Thoroughly disgusted, though not surprised, at the failure of the Republican-dominated Congress to heed labor's appeals and warnings, a group of A.F. of L unionists in Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and Minnesota, under the leadership of J. Harvey Lynch, general organizer of the Federation for the State of Oklahoma, began a move to form a new party of labor. A call was sent to A.F. of L. state federations of labor, asking their reaction to the idea of convening a convention directly after Congress adjourned for the purpose of discussing the formation of a labor party and drawing up a platform of demands of labor. Despite the limited resources of the campaign, the response had been greater than the organizers had ever expected. I am splendidly encouraged from 27 states, Lynch announced, from Rhode Island and Vermont to Montana, and from Minnesota to Alabama. Several executive boards have acted favorably upon the matter, and I am sure that a large number of states will be represented and much good will be accomplished. He urged all working people to rally behind the movement. If we, the laborers and farmers, are the salt of the earth, the bone and sinew of the land, then let us assume our responsibilities and rise equal to our duties. Gompers immediately took steps to stop the movement. He wrote to Lynch reminding him that the appeal to workers had warned precisely against such action. He assured Lynch that he did not doubt the sincerity or honesty of your purpose, but insisted that the step he had taken would show to those who were hostile to the cause of labor something that would bring glee and unction to their souls, demonstrating that there is neither unity or spirit or purpose among the organized workers of the country. He concluded that nothing could be so prejudicial to the interests and welfare of the working people of our country as an attempt to hold a convention for the purpose outlined in your circular, and he urged him to withdraw the call. Lynch assured Gompers, in reply, that once he had had an opportunity to understand the importance of the call for the conference, and the magnitude of the favorable responses, he was prepared to go to Washington to explain the issue fully in person. You will agree with me as to the wisdom of the move. He was backed in this proposal by J. Luther Langston, Secretary-Treasurer of the Oklahoma Federation of Labor, who wrote angrily to Gompers, I cannot see wherein you have cause to feel alarmed at the proposed convention of state federations. If I were in your stead, I would hesitate to criticize until I was familiar with details. 25. But Gompers was taking no chances. He sent a confidential letter to the Executive Council, apprising it of the danger that a labor party might emerge from the Conference of State Federations. Of his letter to J.N. one of his circulars, Lynch described himself as follows. 1. I'm a plasterer and am working at my trade, and like all active trade unionists who are trying to push the cause, am poor. Therefore, I am directing this work at spare moments and as my means will permit. Dated April 25, 1908. APL Corps. Lynch urging him to call off the conference, and expressing his opinion that the gathering could be exceedingly dangerous since it would cause the labor forces to be confused as to what policy to follow. He urged the council members to use their influence to prevent the proposed convention from being held. 26. Meanwhile, Lynch tried to counter Gompers' opposition with a appeal of his own to the state federations, informing them of the A.F. of L President's request that he call off the conference, and of his determination to ignore the request. As this is a move among the grassroots, or rank and file, I can readily see why the politicians of all parties, and the representatives of corporate wealth would object to it. By it just why our national president should object to it, I cannot understand. Brothers, this movement represents your interests, and you should favorably consider this matter, as has already a large number of states. Let me hear from you by return mail, but the pressure from the A.F. of L. leaders completely overshadowed the appeal from a poor plasterer who was trying to push the cause of organized labor. The plan to hold a convention to discuss the formation of an independent labor party was dropped. 27. Heaving a sigh of relief, the A.F. of L leaders turned their attention to preparing for the conventions of the two major parties which were to assemble in the summer to draw up platforms and nominate candidates for the forthcoming presidential elections. The political conventions of 1908. In the summer of I.C. greater than 8, the A.F. of L. Executive Council, headed by Gompers, appeared at the convention of the Republican Party in Chicago to present labor's program to the Platform Committee. The Republicans were asked to pledge to enact legislation exempting labor and agriculture from the operations of the provisions of the Sherman Antitrust Act, curbing the injunction power of the courts, and providing for trial by jury when contempt punishment was being considered, guaranteeing the 8-hour day to all persons on government work when employed by contractors or subcontractors, creating a separate Department of Labor and a Federal Bureau of Mines and Mining, establishing a governmental postal bank, instituting general employers' liability, and submitting a constitutional amendment for ratification to the states, for the absolute suffrage of women, co-equal with men. Gompers and A.F. of L Vice Presidents James Duncan and Daniel J. Keefe, both known as adherents to the Republican Party, were selected to present these proposals to the Republican Committee on Platform. They were refused a hearing before the whole committee, and allowed only 10 minutes to present their position before a subcommittee. The labor arguments were given no consideration, and a reactionary labor plank was adopted which read, the Republican Party will uphold at all times the authority and integrity of the courts, state and federal, and will ever insist that their powers to enforce their process and to protect life, liberty, and property shall be preserved inviolate. We believe, however, that the rules of procedure in the federal courts with respect to the issuance of the writ of injunction should be more accurately defined by statute, and that no injunction or temporary restraining should be issued without notice, except where irreparable injury should result from delay, in which case a speedy hearing thereafter should be granted. Apart from the labor plank, the Republican platform made one other reference to labor. It boasted that the 8-hour law for government employees and the child labor laws had been enacted during Republican administrations. It also made the meaningless statement, "The Republican Party recognizes the special needs of wage workers generally, for their well-being means the well-being of all." 28. Gompers denounced the injunction plank as a flimsy, tricky evasion of the issue. It is a pro-injunction, not an anti-injunction declaration. But the NAM was happy. Indeed, President Kirby of the Open Shop organization boasted that had it not been for NAM pressure, a plank more acceptable to the A.F. of L would have been written into the Republican platform. 29. The nomination of William Howard Taft as the Republican standard-bearer was a bitter pill for labor to swallow. Known as the injunction judge, T's record was so unsatisfactory that the American Federationist of October 1907 carried an editorial of 6 pages entitled, "Taft, the Injunction Standard-Bearer." It was issued as a pamphlet and circulated. In order to gain labor support for the Republican Party, Roosevelt hoped to secure an injunction plank that would satisfy some labor leaders and still not offend the more conservative elements within the party. Before the convention, Roosevelt led Gompers to believe that he would favor pledging the Republicans to progressive declarations for labor. But when the showdown came at the convention, Roosevelt and Taft chose party harmony and unity above the desires of labor and yielded to NAM and other pressures. NAM claimed that it was responsible for the fact that 30,000 to 40,000 telegrams poured into the Resolutions Committee in one day demanding a pro-injunction plank. Gompers, 70 Years of Life and Labor, Volume 2, pp. 260-6R. Theodore Roosevelt to Henry Cabot Lodge, June 15, 16, 1908. TRP. T. Through his actions on the bench, Taft had also earned the name of Father of Injunctions. As judge of the Federal Circuit Court, he had ruled against union labor in several contempt and injunction cases, and these rulings were used as the basis of anti-labor decisions by other judges subsequently. Taft, the Injunction Standard-Bearer, pamphlet. The only influence of organized labor at the 1908 Republican Convention was the defeat of Harrison Gray Otis as candidate for delegate at large. The selection of General Otis, a California Republican, wrote Taft, would have been considered a direct affront and insult to union labor. Meyer-Lissner to William Howard Taft. May 19, 1908. Meyer-Lissner Papers, Stanford University Library. By the Democrats in the campaign. But Wall Street gave its blessings to the Republican Party platform and its candidates, and, as Gompers reported, James Van Cleve, of the NAM, and the Republicans jeeringly told labor to go to Denver, 30 and to Denver the A.F. of L. Executive Council proceeded to present labor's demands to the Democratic Convention. Here they were warmly greeted. The Democrats, being out of power, were naturally looking for allies, and the failure of the conservatives in 1904 to prove that a less progressive stand would win votes, made them more receptive to labor's proposals. The Executive Council members proposed the inclusion in the Democratic platform of exactly the same propositions that had been presented to the Republicans. The Democratic platform incorporated provisions which were substantially what labor demanded. It gave lengthy attention to the jurisdiction of the courts with respect to the injunction process affecting labor. We deem that parties of all judicial proceedings should be treated with rigid impartiality, and that injunctions should not be treated with rigid impartiality, and that injunctions should not be issued in any cases in which injunctions would not be issued if no industrial dispute were involved. The platform called for the amendment of the Sherman Antitrust Act, stating, "The expanding organization of industry makes it essential that there should be no abridgment of the right of wage earners and producers to organize for the protection of wages and the improvement of labor conditions, to the end that such labor organizations and their members should not be regarded as illegal combinations in restraint of trade." An 8-hour day on all government work and the creation of a separate Department of Labor were also pledged in the platform. Of the measures requested by the A.F. of L, the Democratic platform, as finally approved, pledged the party to all but those on woman suffrage and governmental postal banks. And in seconding the nomination of William Jennings Bryan as the Democratic presidential candidate, John G. M. Guerin of Oregon declared, "Labor demands the nomination of Bryan, whose voice has been heard everywhere in advocacy of the rights of labor and against the wrongs perpetrated or threatened against labor." 31 Bryan was again nominated as the party's standard-bearer. The American Federationist of August 1908 contained an editorial by Gompers entitled, "Both parties have spoken, choose between them." Labor asked the Republican convention for bread and it gave a stone, he wrote. For the Democratic platform, he had only the highest praise. The anti-injunction plank was good all the way through. It had a right ring in it. It will cause a stir throughout the masses of the workers, He, therefore, called upon the workers to support the Democratic Party and its candidates. We have no hesitation in urging the workers and our friends throughout the country to support the party in this campaign, which has shown its sympathies with our wrongs and its desire to remedy them and to see that the rights of the people are restored. While the Executive Council did not officially endorse Bryan, the AFL did, for the first time in its history, ask its membership and all workers to give their votes for a specific party during a presidential election. AFL campaigns for Bryan. On August 27, 1908, the AFL Executive Council conferred with Norman E. Mack, chairman of the Democratic National Committee. Mack agreed to print and distribute the campaign literature of the AFL, and Gompers in turn assigned several of his organizers to Democratic headquarters to work for the party. 82 The plans for political liaison between the AFL and the Democratic Party having been clearly worked out, the Federation launched its campaign to elect Bryan and other Democratic candidates. The methods followed in 1908 followed the same general pattern established 2 years before in the congressional campaign. Circulars, leaflets, pamphlets, cartoons, and news stories, many incorporating letters and resolutions from trade unions endorsing the AFL's political campaign and pledging support of the Democratic Party, were distributed in the hundreds of thousands. The September and October issues of the American Federationist, containing more than 30 articles by AFL union leaders explaining why labor should vote Democratic, were reprinted and widely distributed. Literature describing the records and attitudes of candidates toward labor's legislative demands was circulated on a nationwide scale. In addition to distributing literature as a means of bringing its message to the workers, the AFL sent Gompers and other leaders to deliver addresses to audiences of workers at mass meetings sponsored by its affiliates. Throughout August, September, and October, Gompers toured Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and New York, addressing meetings of trade unionists in the leading cities of these important states. While he left no doubt in his speeches that he favored the Democratic candidates, Gompers repeatedly emphasized that the AFL was not politically partisan, that its position was that the interests of the wage earners would be furthered by the success of the Democratic Party, not because it is the Democratic Party, but because that party has adopted a platform compatible with labor's legislative needs, while the Republicans have only shown disdain for labor. 88. The care Gompers took to point out that the AFL was not endorsing the Democratic Party in general was a reflection of the opposition with the Federation to the political policy pursued in the 1908 campaign. This opposition stemmed from 3 sources. 1. The trade union leaders who were traditionally Republican. 2. The socialist element in the Federation who believed the AFL should endorse the Socialist Party ticket, and 3. The non-socialist elements who felt that neither of the 2 major parties could be trusted to assist labor in its hour of crucial need. The Republican Party, attacking Gompers for his promise to deliver the labor vote to Bryan, tried to organize a revolt against his leadership in the AFL. The Republicans spread the report that 4 members of the Executive Council were either non-committal or definitely opposed to support of Democratic candidates. In his Buffalo speech on October 30, Taft repeated the charge and mentioned the names of Daniel J. Keefe, John Mitchell, Max Morris, and James Duncan, all members of the Executive Council. 34. Gompers immediately wired the 4 men requesting a reply. Morris replied that the report was unqualifiedly false, as I have and do heartily approve of Gompers' program. Duncan replied that he had not changed his mind since the meeting of the Executive Council when labor's political policy was decided. Mitchell answered that Taft's statement conveyed the wrong impression. I am in full sympathy and accord with the non-political partisan policy of the American Federation of Labor as it has been outlined and promulgated by the Executive Council. Keefe, however, refused to budge from his position as a leading labor supporter of the Republican Party. I have been a Republican all my life, he wrote, and I have already indicated to the Executive Council that regardless of what promises the Democratic Convention or Mr. Bryan might make, I intended to vote the Republican ticket as I have for 32 years. The fact that 3 of the 4 replies repudiated the Republican charge did not halt the campaign in the party press. It continued to headline statements by Republican leaders that there were heads of AFL unions who would not relinquish their political independence to satisfy Gompers' wishes. Sis. Mitchell did not, in his reply, corroborate Taft's statement, but he did nothing to dispel the widely publicized report that, as a close friend and admirer of President Roosevelt, he supported the Republican candidate. Ing election as governor of Indiana, an important state for the Union. AFL affiliates where socialist influence was predominant voiced vigorous disagreement with the Federation's course in the campaign, and refused to support the Executive Council's recommendations or to contribute to the political fund drive. The Cigar Makers Union of Brooklyn wrote to Gompers, The Democratic Party is financed and managed by capitalists and their agents, and therefore cannot represent the workers. The National Brotherhood of Potters of Trenton, New Jersey, wrote, "We deprecate your efforts to make a catspaw of labor organizations through the medium of professional capitalist politicians." The Pittsburgh local of the International Union of Steam Engineers replied to Gomper's appeal for campaign funds. "With all due respect to the office you and the committee hold, we would consider ourselves traitors to the working class to contribute to the capitalist party you are supporting." The bakery and confectionery workers of Brooklyn informed Gompers, "We don't endorse any capitalistic party. They don't care about us. The only political party which we endorse and which is on our side is the Socialist Party." 37. The Socialist ticket, again headed by Eugene V. Debs, was endorsed by the Wisconsin Federation of Labor, the Toledo Central Labor Union, 3 international unions, the bakery and confectionery workers, the United Brewery Workers, the Western Federation of Miners, and locals of the mine workers, carpenters, switchmen, cigar makers, steam engineers, and potters. The statement of the International Union of United Brewery Workers, expressed in a letter to Morrison, summarizes the position of all of these unions. "We don't believe in so-called tail politicians voting one time for a Democrat who promises to stand for labor interests and the other time for a Republican, for we know that those promises do not count anything, and therefore always believed and are stronger in our belief today than ever, that it is absolutely necessary for the wage workers of the country to be independent in politics and that the only party that represents the wage earners' interests is the Socialist Party of this country and no other. We have been fooled long enough by Democrats and Republicans. Even if once in a while we elect a good man on the Democratic or Republican ticket who would like to keep his promise toward the wage workers, such men cannot fulfill their promises, as they have to adhere to the mandates and dictates of their respective party." 38. The need for Mitchell's services in Indiana was stressed by G. H. Henderin, a Democratic leader in that state, who wrote to Gompers, "We are exceedingly anxious to have Honorable John Mitchell make a speech at Linton, the center of the great coalfields in southern Indiana. Republicans are now saying that Mr. Mitchell will not help us and it is very important that he give us a date now if possible, at such time as will meet his convenience." July 28, 1908, APL Corps. Not all the A.F. of L locals and members who differed with the organization's support of the Democratic Party were Republicans or Socialists. A third group felt that only a new, independent party of labor was the answer to the workers' problems. They agreed that the Republicans were the worst enemies of organized labor, but they could see little hope for labor in a Democratic victory. For one thing, the Southern Democrats would have the greatest influence in Congress, and these men had already demonstrated that they were as bitter enemies of organized labor as the Republicans. In none of the party platforms of the Democratic Party in the Southern states was a single labor demand adopted, and several failed to mention labor in any way. Indeed, most of the state Democratic platforms gave little attention to labor despite Gomper's recommendation to the chairman of the Democratic National Committee that all state Democratic conventions incorporate in their state platforms declarations similar in character to the labor planks adopted at Denver. How then could labor expect to achieve any real gains from a party that showed so little interest in its problems throughout the states and which was controlled nationally from the South? 39. Gompers did not bother to answer the arguments raised by the socialists or those who favored an independent party of labor. He simply accused them of doing the Republicans' dirty work, and charged that their propaganda was being financed by the N.A.M. But with the Democrats worried by the lack of harmony in the A.F. of L's campaign, 4 degrees and, in an effort to solidify organized labor's ranks, Gompers issued a 4-page circular on October 12 under his own signature. The circular, however, was unofficial A.F. of L stationery and carried the names of all members of the Executive Council at the top of the first page. Addressed to men of labor, lovers of human liberty, the message reviewed why he had no choice but to support the Democratic ticket. Indeed, it was not even a choice, it was a duty. Duty to preserve with my voice, pen and ballot, that form of government, for the preservation of which, Lincoln said, men died at Gettysburg. Then Gompers got down to the real purpose of the circular. He denied that his position represented partisan support a political party. In performing a solid duty at this time in support of a political party, labor does not become partisan to a political party, but partisan to a principle. He denied also that he and other leaders of the A.F. of L who supported the Democratic ticket were motivated by the hope of receiving a political appointment. As for himself, he wished it clearly understood that there is no, in a study of labor provisions of state party platforms in the election of 1908. John R. Commons concludes that the Democrats gave less attention to labor in the state platforms than the Republicans. Party Platforms on Labor, Charities and the Commons, Volume 31, December 20, 1908, pp. 419, 20. political office in the gift of the American people, elective or appointive, that I would, under any circumstances, accept. He concluded with the now familiar appeal for the workers and friends of human liberty to respond affirmatively to labor's call, to stand faithfully by our friends and elect them, oppose and defeat our enemies, whether they be candidates for president, for Congress or other offices, whether executive, legislative or judicial. 41. Gomper's circular aroused nationwide attention when it provoked a bitter response from President Roosevelt. In a public letter to Senator Knox, Roosevelt defended the Republican platform and made a sweeping attack on Gompers for entering into collusion with Bryan to deceive labor. He accused Gompers and Bryan of proposing to limit the jurisdiction of the courts in a vicious attempt to undermine the American form of government, and hailed Taft's stand on injunctions as clear and unequivocal. Gompers issued a reply to this letter, accusing Roosevelt of having capitulated to the reactionaries in the Republican Party and abandoning the fight for a liberal platform at the Republican Convention. He charged the letter was nothing but an exhibition of impotent rage and disappointment and an awful descent from the dignity of the high office of the President of the United States. 42. Roosevelt's attack on Gompers backfired. It aroused support for the A.F. of L. president and rallied greater enthusiasm for the Democratic ticket. I have been throughout the entire state, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Minnesota State Federation of Labor wrote to Morrison, and I can honestly say that President Roosevelt's unjustified and vile denunciation of the Federation's president is producing a stronger support for the Democratic ticket. Very few prominent labor men in the state are now against us. I am sure that 90% of the trade unionists in Minnesota will vote for Mr. Bryan next Tuesday. I can also say with the same candor that the members of the railway brotherhoods are now also in line, and they are doing splendid work in behalf of the cause. Look out for Minnesota on Election Day. Morrison himself had the same type of information to report from the East. Late in October, following a speaking tour through New York and Rhode Island, he wrote to the Executive Council. Everywhere the effect of President Roosevelt's attack on Mr. Gompers is evidenced. In every city the Union men now appear to be unanimous in favor of the A.F. of L political program. In fact, during my entire trip I did not hear a discordant note and no one in the audience questioned the action taken by the A.F. of L. Many socialists say they propose to cast a nonpartisan vote for W.M. J. Bryan for president. 48. Despite dissensions in the ranks and the refusal of many local unions to contribute towards the expenses of the campaign, there appears to have been considerable confidence at A.F. of L headquarters in the closing weeks of the campaign. Reports from Maine in the September elections were encouraging. Rockland, Vinyl, Haven, Stonington, ILO, Hot, Street, George, and Saco, which went Republican in 1906, voted Democratic in 1908, and several of the victorious candidates were Union men. The entire state went Republican by less than 8 votes. The Democrats are jubilant, an A.F. of L campaigner wrote from Maine, inasmuch as this is presidential year and the Republicans were confident of a large majority. I am more than pleased with the results. Early in October, the A.F. of L evaluated the situation as being very hopeful. In a confidential memorandum to the Executive Council, Morrison wrote, "The outlook for Mr. Taft's election as President of the United States is very slim indeed." He listed 3 reasons for this conclusion. First, that the Roosevelt policy has brought about the general depression of business which has deprived many workers almost of a livelihood. Second, that Mr. Taft has promised, if elected, to pursue the same policy. Third, the interpretation of Mr. Taft among most workers, covering all, is that he is the father of injunctions. 44. Although the A.F. of L leaders may have been indulging in wishful thinking, as the election results soon demonstrated, there is no question but that the Republican Party and its allies were alarmed and intensified their drive to win the labor vote in the last weeks of the campaign. Through personal contacts, Roosevelt was able to mobilize a number of A.F. of L leaders, notably Daniel J. Keefe and John Pringle, editor of a Pittsburgh labor paper, and several leaders of the Railroad Brotherhood's Warren Stone, Grand Chief of the locomotive engineers in Patrick H. Morrissey of the trainmen, into actively aiding Taft's campaign. The Washington Star reported that Roosevelt was personally directing a part of the program to turn labor to the Republican ticket. Learning that the Superior Court of the District of Columbia was about to hand down the decision in the Buck Stove and Range Co. case and fearing that Gompers and Mitchell would be convicted and sent to jail for contempt, an outcome which would win votes for Bryan, Roosevelt advised Taft to get to Van Cleve of NAM and secure a continuation in the contempt proceedings. The result was that the decision was not handed down until after the election. 45. The NAM was especially active in the campaign. It issued pamphlets, leaflets, hired speakers, organized clubs and parades, and inserted paid advertisements in newspapers throughout the country calling for Bryan's defeat. Gompers was accused of attempting to deliver the labor vote to the Democratic Party by a campaign of misrepresentation, and this is one of the few references by the AF of L during the campaign to the economic crisis following the Panic of 1907. AF of L as a whole was charged with demanding vicious class legislation and of seeking the destruction of the dignity of the courts, thus undermining the foundation upon which the American government rested. Bryan was depicted as a socialist who, as president, would nationalize American industry, thus destroying the jobs of millions of workers. Special appeals were directed towards workers in industries protected by high tariffs adopted during Republican administrations. The iron and steel workers, the window glass workers, the flint workers, the structural iron workers and all their allied trades and helpers were flooded with NAM finance literature portraying a Bryan victory as bringing in its wake low tariffs, unemployment, and low wages for those fortunate enough to find work, and a Taft victory as bringing a continuation of high tariffs, work for all, and high wages. 46. After the election, the NAM boasted that the employers had enthusiastically responded to its appeals. Never before in any campaign, not even in 1896, did the business element of the country rally so promptly or work so harmoniously, enthusiastically, or effectively, as in 1908. The NAM raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to finance its campaign to elect Taft. The total collections of the AF of L during the entire campaign was $8,469.98147. Results of the election of 1908. The results of the AF of L's first big drive in a national election were disappointing. Taft was elected with a majority of well over 1 million popular votes, and with 321 electoral votes to Bryan's 162. Debs polled 424 feet 483 votes, a slight increase over his 1904 total. What was a particularly bitter pill for the AF of L to swallow was that a large popular vote for Taft was concentrated in the northeastern states, the very area where the Federation had its greatest membership. 48 To be sure, the Democrats made important gains in the congressional districts where the AF of L had campaigned actively. Nevertheless, the control of the conservative and anti-labor Republicans over both houses was unbroken. The new House of Representatives was made up of 213 Republicans and 172 Democrats. Uncle Joe, Cannon, despotic boss of the House, whom the AF of L had marked as enemy number 2, giving Taft first place, and against whom it campaigned actively, was returned to Congress. There were a few comforting results for the labor movement. James R. Watson, Republican candidate for governor of Indiana, whom NAM wanted especially to see elected and who had been vigorously opposed by labor, was defeated. 10 congressmen were elected who held active membership in the trade unions. The 6 elected in 1906 were all re-elected, and 4 new ones were added to the group of union card-holding congressmen. These victories could not obscure the basic failure of the AF of L to reward the friends and punish the enemies of labor. Gompers tried to console the membership and justify the efforts to secure a Democratic victory by pointing out that labor's voice had been heard as never before, that the issues with which it was concerned had been fully presented to the people, and that a more respectful hearing would have to be given to labor's demands in the future. Though temporarily defeated, labor is not conquered, Gompers announced to the press on the day after the election. 49. There were several contemporary explanations for the stunning defeat suffered by the AF of L. In Charities and the Commons of December 1908, Graham Taylor, the noted sociologist, argued that the Union leaders had overestimated the strength of the labor vote and the efficiency of their organization to rally and wield it effectively. The AF of L had succeeded in rallying most of the top Union leaders and many of the subordinate ones behind its political policy, but the rank and file had not gone along. Their rank and file have been and are still an unknown quantity politically. Taylor also argued that many skilled workers in the AF of L were frightened by Republican and NAM propaganda picturing Bryan as a socialist, whose election would place their jobs in jeopardy. As Robert F. Hoxie, the noted labor economist, pointed out in an article, Gompers and the Labor Vote, in the Journal of Political Economy of December 1908, the AF of L consisted mainly of skilled workers, and its appeal for political support was thus limited in the numbers it could influence. Moreover, it could influence precisely the type of workers who would be most frightened by Bryan's reputed radicalism. In short, the failure of the AF of L to organize the unskilled and semi-skilled workers in the mass production industries seriously weakened its political efforts. Hoxie noted further that not a few unions in the AF of L had gained special concessions from Republican employers in order to keep them from organizing the unskilled, and that these unions were not seriously affected by court decisions. Having William B. Wilson and those D. Nicholas, both Democrats from Pennsylvania, held membership in the UMW, William J. Kerry, Republican from Wisconsin, and T.J. McDermott, Democrat from Illinois, were members of the Commercial Telegraphers. Isaac K. Sherwood, Ohio, and W.M.D. Jameson, Iowa, both Democrats, were members of the Printers Union. John A. Martin, Democrat, Colorado. Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen. Arthur P. Murphy, Republican, Mississippi. Railroad Trainmen. Carl C. Anderson, Democrat, Ohio, Musicians Union. W.M. Hughes, Democrat, New Jersey, was not a member of organized labor, but had been made an honorary member of the steam shovel and dredge engineers in Cranemen's Union because of his stand in favor of labor legislation. Frank Moore. Risen to John Mitchell, April 27, 1910, AFL Corps. Developed an indifference to the principles of working-class solidarity on the economic front, they carried this attitude over to the political arena, and refused to assist weaker unions who were menaced by injunctions and hoped to strengthen their economic power by a political victory. Finally, Hoxie pointed out that the very political tradition the A.F. of L. leadership had nurtured for so many years had now returned to plague it. From the inception of the A.F. of L., Gompers preached such a crusade against political action that in the minds of many of the workers the separation of unionism and politics has become as thoroughly canonized as the separation of church and state. 110 In other words, during the whole history of the A.F. of L since 1881, Gompers had constantly warned, stay out of partisan politics. Politics, he had repeatedly insisted, must be subordinated to economic action, the only means through which labor could gain results. Moreover, politics was a breeder of discord and disruption, a game of cunning in which workers could not hope to compete. Now, in 1908, partisan politics had been treated as the medium of the labor movement's deliverance. To be sure, Gompers claimed that the A.F. of L was not engaging in partisan politics, in actively supporting the Democratic ticket, but was only partisan to a principle. But this fine distinction fooled nobody and only served to heighten the contradictions in the Federation's political policy. No wonder many A.F. of L members were confused. Neither of these two distinguished contemporary commentators emphasized another factor, the disgust of many rank-and-file A.F. of L. members with the reward your friends and punish your enemies policy, and their conviction, based on experience, that both major parties were controlled by the capitalists, and, despite pledges in party platforms, would never really help labor to secure the necessary legislation to enable it to emerge triumphant in the struggle against the very class that controlled these parties. Some of these workers showed their disgust with the A.F. of L policy by voting for Debs, but many did so by refusing to vote for any candidate. 111 1908 A.F. of L. Convention. The defeat of 1908 was very much in the minds of most delegates as they gathered in Denver on November 25 for the annual A.F. of L. In a letter to Gompers, accompanying resolutions condemning the action of Gompers and the Executive Council in endorsing Bryan and campaigning for the Democratic ticket, the officers of the International Longshoremen's Association wrote, as far as our organizations are concerned, Mr. Taft has shown that he has been fair and just toward us. August 27, 1908, AFL Corps. The fact that so many sister unions had been seriously affected by Taft's decisions on the injunction issue, which served as precedents for other anti-labor court decisions, did not seem to bother the Republican-dominated Longshoremen's Association. Convention. Badly shaken by the Federation's poor showing in persuading Congress to treat with labor's needs and the inability of its political policy to achieve electoral success, many delegates looked to the convention to advance a new political program. In discussions at union meetings prior to the convention, many workers had demanded independent political action through a labor party, not unlike the British Labour Party. Gompers came to the convention well prepared to deal with the demands of the militant forces, and by the opening of the sessions, the bureaucratic machine was ready. An observer at the convention, writing in the Outlook, noted, he, Gompers, had carefully prepared not only the general but the specific lines of action to be taken at the convention. Every player had his part and all parts fitted into a harmonious whole. 52. The Gompers steamroller was first applied to the members of the Executive Council who had disagreed with the support of Bryan. In his report to the convention, Gompers proposed that executive officers of the A.F. of L should resign when they found that they could not support the policies of the organization in its political endeavors. The Committee on the President's Report recommended that this proposal be adopted, and the machine carried it through. Daniel J. Keefe then announced that he would decline to run for re-election to the Executive Council on the ground of the policy, restricting members of the council as to what they shall or shall not do in political contests. I have voted the Republican ticket in national affairs for 30 years and will continue to vote the Republican ticket. Keefe was probably looking for an excuse to justify his refusal to run for re-election. He was appointed by President Roosevelt to the position of Commissioner of Immigration on December 1908, as a reward for his campaign work for Taft, but this did not obscure the fact that the administration was determined to crush any opposition to its political policies. The socialists and other forces favoring independent political action through a Labour Party came next under attack. Gompers accused the Socialist Party of being a part of the Perry, Post, Van Cleve, Taft Union Smashing Trust, and, at his instigation, a resolution was introduced calling for a committee to be appointed to investigate the books of the Socialist Party and determine where its funds came from. This was probably too much even for the machine delegates to swallow, and the resolution never came to a vote. Gompers bluntly told the advocates of a Labour Party that the Federation's nonpartisanship would continue. The thought of any identification of the A.F. of L with a third-party movement was ridiculous. The A.F. of L would continue to support one of the major parties. Very likely, this would be the Democratic Party, but Gompers warned that this should not be taken for granted. If the Democratic Party retreats from the position which it has taken in support of Labour's just demands, I shall be the first to repudiate it. 53 Where the A.F. of L would then go, if anywhere, was not indicated. The pro-Labour Party forces could not cope with the power of the Gompers steamroller. As one of the delegates wrote after the convention, the political policy will as usual remain the same, although many of the delegates expressed the hope for an independent Labour Party. But they did not stand a chance against the well-prepared machine that controlled the convention. 54. The news of the defeat of the pro-Labour Party forces at the convention did not appease the open-shop enemies of organized labor. John M. Kirby, Jr., who replaced James W. Van Cleve as NAM president, vowed to continue the onslaught against the trade unions in the shops and factories, the courts and legislatures as persistently as had his predecessors. He announced his intention to go after the American Federation of Labor as a body, dismissing the defeat of the pro-Labour Party forces as unimportant since Gompers and his associates on the Executive Council were just as guilty as the more militant elements in the Federation of planting the seeds of socialism and anarchy everywhere. A leading employer's journal urged Kirby on, assuring him that he could look forward to ample support from the Republican administration in the work which Mr. Kirby contemplates. He will have the assistance of the President, the courts and Congress. 55. The courts again. The 1908 A.F. of L. convention was barely concluded when the reasons for the employers' optimism became apparent. On December 23, 1908, in a speech replete with bitter invective and abuse, Judge Daniel T. Wright found Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison guilty of contempt in refusing to abide by the injunction issued in the Buck Stove and Range Co. He upheld all of the contentions of the company's attorneys, maintaining that the A.F. of L coerced union members and dealers into supporting the boycott in order to destroy the business of the company, and that the defendants had unlawfully combined to restrain trade and commerce among the states. They had continued the conspiracy even after the injunction was issued. The position of the respondents involves questions which smite the foundations of civil government, and upon which the supremacy of law over anarchy and riot verily depend. Even if the injunction was wrong, he contended, yet it must have been obeyed. The issue involved, he concluded, was between the supremacy of law over the rabble or its prostration under the feet of the disordered throng. Those who would unlaw the land are public enemies. Thing to say why judgment should not be passed. Gompers made a moving speech. Your Honor, I am not conscious at any time during my life of having violated any law of the country or of the district in which I live. The freedom of speech and the freedom of the press has not been granted to the people in order that they may say the things which please, and which are based upon accepted thought, but the right to say the things which displease, the right to say the things which may convey the new and yet unaccepted thoughts, the right to say things, even though they do a wrong, for one cannot be guilty of giving utterance to any expression which may do a wrong if he is by an injunction enjoined from so saying. It then will devolve upon a judge upon the bench to determine in advance a man's right to express his opinion in speech and in print. 66. After hearing this statement, Judge Wright proceeded to pass sentence, which was unprecedented both as to the nature of the acts which were held as contemptuous and as to the length of the sentence. Morrison was sentenced to 6 months in the United States Jail in the District of Columbia, Mitchell to 9 months, and Gompers to 12 months. They appealed to the Court of Appeals and were released on bail of $3, $4, and $S, respectively. In a plea for voluntary contributions to a fund to bear the expense of the appeal, the Executive Council declared, "From the expressions of our fellow workers and friends in all walks of life, we find that they are in absolute accord with us on the determined stand taken by Messrs. Gompers, Mitchell, and Morrison in the assertion of their and our inalienable rights of free speech, and the determination that these cases be pressed to a final conclusion." This was a correct evaluation. Regardless of their attitude toward the policies generally pursued by the three labor leaders, the workers rallied to their support. Eugene V. Debs appealed to all workers, socialist and non-socialist alike, to act immediately in defense of the F. of L leaders. I have nothing to say about Gompers, Mitchell and Morrison as labor leaders. Their official attitude, views and policies I have no sympathy with, not the slightest, but this is not the time nor the place for such discussion, nor for the exploitation of any other differences or disagreements. In this fight, forgetting all else, I am with them, not half. Victor L. Berger put it more sharply. He came to Gompers' defense, although there could be no question that Sam Gompers deserves a prison sentence for his policies and tactics. Now's the time for labor to awaken. Social Democratic Herald, January 2, 1909. T. Debs, however, was critical of Gompers' decision to halt publication of the unfair list in the American Federationist. He would have ignored the injunction, continued to publish the unfair list, and advised all labor papers not carrying the list to incorporate it in their columns. And they would have done it, and in so doing would have been backed up by 3 million Union men. Then let heartedly, but as thoroughly in earnest as if they were my socialist comrades, and I shall gladly give them all the support in my power. Whether this decision of Justice Wright is allowed to stand in Gompers, Mitchell and Morrison go to jail depends entirely upon the working class. Upon this issue they can all unite radicals and conservative, organized and unorganized in such widespread, emphatic and determined protest as will not only rebuke the court and prevent the sentence from being carried into execution, but absolutely secure them against any such despotic decision in the future. 117. Gompers received hundreds of letters and telegrams pledging support in the fight for the rights of labor and the freedom of speech of the American people. Many of them came from socially 5ts, including some of his bitterest opponents. Deeply moved, Gompers expressed the hope that the injunction fight might help unite the labor movement in the struggle for human liberty. Morris Brown, the socialist secretary of Local 144, Cigarmakers Union, called upon his union to make a large contribution to the legal defense fund. Gompers thanked him and stated that all union men, so long as they are decent union men, look alike to me, without regard to their theoretical or political preference. 118. Had Gompers practiced what he now preached, the history of the American labor movement would have been quite different, and the A.F. of L. would have served the interests of the workers far better than it did. The court action against the A.F. of L leaders pointed up sharply the importance of securing immediate relief from Congress. But it soon became apparent that there was little disposition either on the part of President Roosevelt or Congress to enact legislation labor needed to obtain relief from court decisions. In the President's message to Congress, the section dealing with labor contained only a sharp criticism of the role played by the A.F. of L in the past campaign, and a gleeful reference to labor's failure in the last election. The American Federationists charged the President with libeling organized labor, but the NAM praised the message and viewed the forthcoming congressional session with complete confidence. And with good reason. Charles E. The Supreme Court of the Trusts and the Corporations put the American labor movement in jail for contempt. It is just such spineless submission that invites such judicial contempt. The Gompers jail sentence, Solidarity, February 15, 1909, pp. 11-12. 2 weeks after the 1908 election, President Roosevelt held a labor legislation dinner at the White House, at which a number of labor leaders who attended received the impression that some of their suggestions for modification of injunctions and elimination of labor unions from the operation of the Sherman Antitrust Act might bear fruit in his message. Washington Herald, November 18, 1908. But nothing of the sort happened. Roosevelt had refused to invite Gompers to the dinner, and, as a consequence, Mitchell, Duncan, Keefe, and other top AF of L officials declined his invitation. Littlefield, a member of the House Judiciary Committee, informed the NAM that the committee appointed by Speaker Cannon would be a committee that will see that nothing but wise and judicious legislation is reported therefrom. 59. Political inertia. There were several attempts made by the A.F. of L to amend the Sherman Act during this session of Congress, but the NAM succeeded in having all of these bills referred to the Committee on the Judiciary, the personnel of which, as Littlefield had indicated, guaranteed that the measures would not even come before the full House for a vote. The same state of affairs prevailed in the state legislatures. At the 1908 NAM convention, Perry told the assembled delegates, "What we have just done and are doing in Washington we must do in Albany, Harrisburg, Boston, Columbus, Springfield, and the capitals of all the rest of the great industrial states. The machinery for this broadening of the scope of our work is already in operation." In 1909, this machinery effectively blocked pro-labor legislation in most of the industrial states. 60. At the 1909 A.F. of L convention in November, Gompers conceded that the year had brought nothing of any importance for organized labor either from Congress or the state legislatures. The need for adequate, remedial, definitive, and protective legislation is as great as when I had the honor to submit to you my report a year ago. Nevertheless, although he had just returned from a European tour, and had seen in person the way in which the British Labour Party was winning important legislative victories for the English trade unions, including the outlawing of injunctions, Gompers still offered no further concrete plan or method that would enable the A.F. of L's legislative program to be achieved other than the traditional policy of reward your friends and punish your enemies. He admitted that one of the past weaknesses in the Federation's political activities was its inability to arouse the support of the unorganized workers, and he called upon the A.F. of L membership to Gompers returned from Europe in mid-October 1909. He was greeted in Washington, D.C., by a stupendous parade of nearly 15,000 Union marchers, representing all sections of the country and including delegations from Hawaii and Puerto Rico. The parade was mainly called to support Gompers in his battle against the jail sentence imposed upon him by Judge Wright. Washington Herald, October 13, 1909. 2 years later, John P. Frey reported Gompers' reaction to his personal observations of the British Labour Party. He believed that the more the British trade union movement centered its efforts on political action, the greater its problems would become, and that if the trade union movement supported it and carried the Labour Party into victory so that the Labour Party became the government, that the final results could not help but react unfavorably on itself. Harvard University Seminar, May U. 1948, FP, Container 10. Operate as an educational force among these workers, and endeavor to familiarize them with the organization's political program. Just how these members could enlist the unorganized workers behind the A.F. of L's political policies while they were being neglected by the Federation on the industrial front, Gompers did not bother to discuss. Gompers concluded his discussion of political action at the 1909 convention with an appeal to Union labor to enter all primary elections with a view to nominating men on both the Republican and Democratic tickets who were friendly to labor. He called upon the unions to begin agitation and to organize so as to be prepared to take action in the next congressional campaign. 61. There was hardly any discussion of Gompers' report on political action at the 1909 convention. The gathering had taken place shortly after the District of Columbia Court of Appeals had upheld the sentences against Gompers, Morrison, and Mitchell, and Gompers, particularly, was the hero of the convention. His leadership completely solidified by the action of the courts, there was no challenging Gompers' policies at this time. Though convinced that they could have won the support of from 10 to 25% of the delegates for a resolution in favor of an independent Labor Party, the Socialist delegates decided not to introduce any motion criticizing the Federation's policies while its leadership was under indictment and facing prison. The only voice raised in behalf of a Labor Party at the convention was by the delegation from the Women's Trade Union League, which presented a resolution adopted by its convention on October L. This declared that, the time is now ripe for the working classes of the United States to forward their legitimate interests by political action, that this end could best be served by the formation of a political party independent of all other political parties, and, therefore, urged the A.F. of L. to take action toward the formation of a Labor Party, which party shall be pledged to forward the higher interest of the toiling millions as against the selfish interests of a privileged minority. But the A.F. of L told the women to concern themselves with problems other than political action and tabled the resolution. 62. With the Socialists no longer providing a militant spur to the A.F. of L leadership, the Federation's political activity fell into a state of lethargy. The American Federationist, before and immediately after the convention, was silent on political issues, and once again the official organ was filled with Gompers' proclamations announcing that when Gompers' name was put in nomination for re-election to the presidency, the convention broke loose into a 5-minute demonstration, and, after the unanimous vote of the convention was cast for the old man, a new demonstration lasting 15 minutes broke loose, featured by a parade of the delegates around the hall. A.F. of L intended first and foremost to adhere to its belief that economic activity would solve labor's basic problems. 63. On June 18, 1909, the Spokane Labor World wrote a fitting epitaph for the A.F. of L's political policies since the turn of the century. Last fall, the organized workers of the state made a campaign for the enactment of needed labor laws, and nearly every man who was elected to the legislature pledged himself to vote for such laws. The end of the legislature came and not a single labor measure was put upon the statute books. Labor, as usual, was kicked, spit upon and betrayed. In the Spokane City election this spring, every candidate pledged himself to the 8-hour day and the doing of municipal work by day's labor. Almost the first act of importance of the new city council was advertising for bids to build city bridges by contract instead of by day's labor. Labor is kicked, spit upon and betrayed again. Will labor ever get sense enough to quit voting for friends of labor, and put into office men from labor's ranks who will put into active force labor's demands, and do it from the standpoint of conviction and principle? Chapter 14 1 foot. The Socialists, 1900 to 1905. Boring from within. In many accounts of the American labor movement during the opening years of the 20th century, the role of the Socialists constitutes but a few stray footnotes to the history of the period. Too many labor historians have made little if any distinction between the different variety of socialists, although they followed very different trade union policies. In general, this difference revolved about the tactics to be followed for the penetration of the American labor movement by socialist views and doctrines. Popularly, they were known by the expressions, boring from within, and boring from without, boring from within, and boring from without. The theory of boring from within emphasized that the socialists should work inside the existing unions, especially the A.F. of L and its affiliates, helping the unions in their economic struggles, and in this way win support for the Socialist Party in its political struggles and gradually convert the trade unionists of America to socialism. I.S. Job Harriman, Socialist Party leader, told the socialists in a public debate with Dodge Tilda de Leon, leader of the Socialist LAJ, greater than her party, on November 25, 1 tilde. Go into your union. When a strike comes on, espouse the cause of the union, take up the fight of the union, make their interests your interests, and when you do, you will find that they will open their ears to every argument that promises a benefit and a means to further their ends. I say to you men that the possibility of boring from within is infinite in scope. Because you work with the laborers in their struggles and in their strifes, and when they arc in their fight and the party backs them in their struggles, you open their ears not only to political action, but to the political philosophy that lies behind the political action that is taught. 367. And all over the country there are today unions taking up the proposition of the collective ownership of the means of production. Simply because those who have been patient and who have worked within have gained the confidence of the people, and they have gained an advantage by gaining a hearing before those men. 1. De Leon, who had established the policy of boring from without, in December 1895, with the launching of the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance, answered Harriman's Attila Uments. BQ ring from within amounts to nothing but a pretense, he declared. It meant to throw up the sponge, sheathe the sword, and become a traitor to the working class, is complete a traitor as the leaders of the pure and simple unions. This was the case because essentially, boring from within meant that you had to keep quiet and get the applause of the labor fakir, so that he might do what he wanted to. Citing his own experience in the pure and simple trade unions, T. de Leon ridiculed the optimism of the boring from within adherents. Bore from within? We tried it. We went into the unions and bored from within. We tried to teach the class struggle. We struggled and we struggled with the labor lieutenants of the capitalists. It came to hand encounters. Finally, we landed on the outside. Boring from within resolved itself accordingly into this. Either you must bore to a purpose, and then you land quickly on the outside, or you don't land on the outside, but then you knuckle under, a silent supporter of the felonies committed by the labor lieutenants of capitalism. Such was the experience, and this will be the experience every time. Boring from within with the labor fakir in possession is a waste of time. It was a waste of time, primarily because the old trade unions were hopelessly gangrened, too corrupt to be reformed. There was a correct alternative, J. E. Leon emphasized, to the idiotic utopianism 9F, the boring from within theory. We call upon the socialists of the Unity States to get out of the pure and simple organizations and smash them TC pieces up and at the militants. Bore from without, L. 2. Only the _IA lists in the SLP responded to this appeal. Indy_D, at its convention that same year, the SLP adopted a prohibition against members of the party holding office in any pure and simple trade union. The proposal was in the form of an amendment to the Constitution on qualification for membership. It read, if any member of the Socialist Labor Party accepts office in a pure and simple trade or labor organization, he shall be considered antagonistically inclined towards the Socialist Labor Party and shall be expelled. If any officer of a pure or simple trade or, see Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 29-8, 389-90, 398-401, for the story of the launching of the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance. T. de Leon was referring to his experiences in the Knights of Labor and the AF of L. C. Ibid. pp. 281-87, 29-7. Labor organization applies for membership in the Socialist Labor Party, he shall be rejected. 3. The _R tilde gulat tilde n was n, tr tilde sinded tilde n tilde ill 190 tilde greater than. By 1900, when this resolution was adopted, the SLJ greater than Leah CFS 0 completely isolated itself from the American working class that its boring from without amounted to little more than a whisper, and it declined even further during the next few years. In 1898 the SLP boasted 6 U members, about twice the number it LAD in 1889. By 1905 it had only 1,400 members. Its dual union offspring, the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance, consisted, for the most part of socialist leaders, a sectarian and impotent letterhead organization. 4. In 1901, the Social Democratic Party merged with a faction of the Socialist Labor Party that had become fed up with the doctrinaire and autocratic leadership of de Leon and less than his dual unionism to form the Socialist Party of the United States. FFHE vast majority of its mem_BC. J_S upheld the boring from within doctrine from the outset. Yet, by 1905, Ma, Lee of T, I less than most millet mount elements in the Socialist Party, yer_E, Iliatui. O. E_Leor's remarks in his debate with Harriman, and advocating C_plead abandonment of boring from withhill. To understand the reasons for this transition, it is necessary to examine the ideology of the newly formed Socialist Party, especially its trade union policies. Ideology of the Socialist Party. At its founding convention, the Socialist Party pledged itself to give moral and financial support to the trade unions in all their economic struggles, and all E_RTY members were INs, CTED to join TH_unions of TH. Track. IES. These members were to conduct a patient_trugte within these unions, leading them in day-to-day battles to _IROQ loy. _TH C_oil tions of the membership, united the workers for independent political action, and gradually converting them to socialism. This was the theory OT, boring from WI_ill, but, in prac_I_C, the precise role, lie. Soci. Lee_ members were Joe_PJ, _IY and the existing unions was never made Klegger. Spec to the trade uni oils adopted at the Socialist Party's first convention in 1901. This was the policy of non-int R_F_REQ less than E in union internal affairs. The resolution asserting this policy, adopted in 1901 and reaffirmed Artlik 1903 convention, stated that the trade union movement and the socialist movement were inseparable parts of the general labor movement, that the interests of labor as a whole will be best conserved by allowing each of the movements to manage the affairs within its sphere of activity without active interference by the other, that the socialist out allowing itself to be made the ally of any one division of the trade union movement as against another. 6. Undoubtedly, this policy was an inevitable reaction to de Lecun's insistence upon the total _arviance of the trade union movement to the Socialist Labor Party. Over and over again, de Leon asserted that the party must dominate the trade union movement. The disagreeableness of the trade union can be held in check, inly by the parties taking the trade union movement in hand. It must either dominate or be dominated by the union. The judgment of the party is final and controlling. 7. But the correct alternative to de Leon's totally incorrect approach was not for the Socialist Party to remain neutral on the fundamental issues facing the trade unions and especially in the struggle against the conservative policies of the A.F.L. bureaucracy. When the Socialist Party was formed, many of the A.F.L. unions were just beginning to be dominelect by a corrupt L_addership. These bureaucratic machines were not yet so deeply entrenched, and trade union democracy was still sufficiently prevalent to permit the launching of a well-organized campaign to oust the bureaucracy. But instead of mobile, he A.F.L. unionists _G and the emerging bureaucracy, the Socialist Party, through FTS policy of non-interference, surrendered the control of the unions to the bureaucrats just as surely as did the dual _Ionist Socialist Labor Party, which wanted to have nothing to do with the A.F.L. Basically, the incorrect trade union policy of the Socialist Party flowed from the total ideology of the party. Idio. Jikli, the Socialist Party ohm the time of its first convention I.N.I. 901W. As split into several wings, one of whom used Marxist terminology but disagreed sharply as to how Marxism was to be applied to America. By R9Q4, there were already 3 loose factions in the party: right, center, and left. The right, led by Victor Berger of Milwaukee, its ideological and political leader, emphasized that socialism could be achieved city by city, through the advocacy of municipal ownership and good government, and as the socialists won control of more and more city governments, they could gradually transform the capitalist system into a socialist one. Berger often quoted from the writings of Eduard Bernstein, a German socialist who formulated the theoretical basis of evolutionary socialism, to the effect that socialists, reporting the 1904 Socialist National Convention, Algernon Lee spoke of the right, and left, and a center, made up of the majority and the very large majority of the convention. The Worker, May 15, 1904. T. Eduard Bernstein, 1850–1932, published many articles and books on his theories. Publication of his book Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie, The Premises of Socialism and the Tasks of Social Democracy, aroused tremendous discussion in socialist circles. Bernstein's theory was denounced as heresy at the Lübeck Congress of the German Social Democratic Party in 1901 by Karl Kautsky and Rosa Luxemburg. They effectively demonstrated that his views were anti-Marxist. Must constantly work for socialistic reforms under capitalism, and that these would gradually lead to socialism. The American Bernstein, as Berger was called, sneered at the revolutionary element in the SP, and boasted that the Milwaukee movement, which he headed, was absolutely in favor of socialistic reforms. 1 step, 2 steps or 6 steps at a time, as many as we can make, and we are deadly opposed to the impotent and good-for-nothing revolutionary phrases that are the stock in trade of certain hypocritical or ignorant socialist leaders. Only if the National Socialist Party and its separate locals adopted the same outlook would the movement make headway in the United States. He writes CQ_V_C tilde dead the existence. O classes in am tilde registered d'affirmer DJTS belief in the DOS struggle. But socialism, it asserted, was not a class MQY tilde. Mick. DCIJC sought to benefit all classes, not merely the working class. Consequently, it was only right and proper that all classes, including the capitalist class, should join the Socialist Party. Moreover, the right warned that if socialism re just a proletarian movement, it could have no hope of success in the United States. The working class was not ripe for socialism tilde, and it would take centuries before enough workers could be converted to the cause to bring about even the gradual transformation to socialism envisaged by the right. Meanwhile, unless there were intelligent men to guide the socialist movement, the most ignorant and desperate workers would try to obtain the goal by force and bloodshed. Hence the middle classes and even the rich owed it to themselves to join the Socialist Party and help prevent violence by working for the gradual inauguration of socialism. 8. The center, led by Moritz Hilquet, the New York socialist attorney, and the left, led by Eugene V. Debs, made the concept of the class struggle the key to their ideology. Plus, in capitalist America, as in all capitalist societies, there were 2 classes, capitalist and proletariat. The former consisted of the owners of the great trusts and monopolies, and of the, actually. Berger denied that he was a Bernsteinian. See his letter to Morris Hilquet, April 8, 1905, Morris Hilquet Papers, Wisconsin State Historical Society. Hereinafter cited as WSHS, but his views entitled him to the appellation of the American Bernstein. In October 1901, he wrote an editorial in his paper, the Socia Democratic Herald, entitled The Bernstein Doctrine for America, in which he came out strongly in favor of Bernstein's theory. Although Debs was the national leader of the left, his influence in the Socialist Party leadership was never as great as it might have been because of his persistent refusal to run for party office. H. Wayne Morgan, Eugene V. Debs, Socialist for President, Syracuse, 1962, pp. 34-36. In the party's first 2 or 3 years of activity, notes Ira Kipnis, the center and left were almost indistinguishable as far as public pronouncements of doctrine were concerned. Distinction between them during this period is perhaps attributable more to historical hindsight than to differences recognized by the members themselves. The American Socialist Movement, 1897-1912, New York, 1952, page 107. Small businessmen who wished to restore a competitive society by destroying or controlling the monopolies. The working class had no interests in common with either of these 2 groups, and its real interests would only be served when it ousted the capitalists from the control of the productive forces and of the machinery of government. In the course of their battles for higher wages and better working conditions, the workers would gradually become class-conscious and join the Socialist Party. They would learn, and the socialists should play an active role in educating them on this point, that the U.S. government, instead of being the government of the people, was being used by the capitalist class to aid in the exploitation of the proletariat. Socialism, said the center-left, would be achieved when the working class captured the existing machinery of government and used it to make the instruments of wealth production the common property of all. And this was not difficult to achieve. Once the workers, who far outnumbered the capitalists, learned to transfer the economic class struggle to the political field and struck at the ballot box, the battle for socialism would be won. 9. By 1904, the difference between the right and center narrowed as the Hilquet center wing accepted more and more of the right ideology and came to resemble the Berger Wisconsin school, even though it clothed its position in more Marxist terminology. The center, for example, completely accepted Berger's armed labor_M_NT doctrine, in which each party member devoted one arm to union work on the economic field and the other arm to political work through the Socialist Party, with neither arm interfering with the other. The left refused to accept this distinction between party and trade union work. However, all 3 factions continued to adhere to the principle that the trade unions and the Socialist Party were separate entities, each with a specific duty to perform, and each to refrain from interfering in any way with the other. The unions fought within the framework of capitalism for higher wages and better working conditions in the economic field. The Socialist Party fought for workers' rights on the political field, through the ballot. Each should concede the other priority in its own particular area without interference from the other, the trade unions in the economic field and the Socialist Party in the political field. 10. The three factions of J. He Socialist P. IRT_E not motivated by the same reasons in supporting __tilde P ICYOF non teterance. The right was confident that TT's program of replacing capitalism with socialism by a gradual process of growth could be made attractive to the leadership of the A.F. of L and its craft union affiliates, and was determined to avoid any action that would antagonize them. The right-wing socialists agreed that Gomper's opposition to their party had been justified in the past because of its dual union tactics, under de Leon's leadership, and its belief, under the same leadership, that the trade union struggles for economic improvements such as higher wages and shorter hours were not only a waste of time under capitalism, since the abolition of the system of private ownership in the means of production is the only thing that can bring redress and improvement. 11 but, even if achieved, these gains retarded the coming of socialism by making the workers contented with their lot. It was these policies and not the leadership of the A.F. of L, according to the right-wing socialists, that had impeded the growth of socialist influence in the American labor movement. Thus, Max Hayes wrote in July 1900, "The writer is firmly of the opinion that the Federation and many national unions would have declared in favor of socialism some years ago if certain fanatical leaders, so-called, had not kept up a running fire against trade unions, and made loud boast and bluffs of disrupting the pure and simple organization. Had there been some diplomacy used, had an honest and persistent and tolerant effort been made to educate the worker, the American labor movement would now undoubtedly be abreast of the European movement." 12. But now with the new policy of non-interference in internal union affairs, the socialists could win the goodwill of Gompers and other labor leaders towards the Socialist Party in its program, and by working for measures supported by these leaders, they could convince them that the political aims of the Socialist Party and the economic aims of the unions were not antagonistic. Meanwhile, all criticism of the A.F. of L leadership was to be avoided as interfering with the objective of converting these leaders to socialism. Not all right-wing socialists adhered to the doctrine of holding back criticism of Gompers and other A.F. of L. De Leon completely disparaged trade union activity as a means for improving labor's position under capitalism. He spoke of the futility of the strike weapon, which, a century of conflict, has proved to be utterly worthless, and described the boycott as a farce, insisting that, in the face of modern industry, the boycott is even more weak than the strike alone. Weekly People, September 29, 1900, February 3, 1901. De Leon even proposed to those who led the Great Coal Strike of 1902 that they call off the stoppage by frankly telling the workers, "Boys, we have been traveling along a false road. It leads to a blind alley. Turn back. There is no hope for you while this social system of capitalism lasts. You are bound to go down unless the working class owns the land on, and the tools with, which to work. Organize yourselves into the Socialist Labor Party." Weekly People, May 24, 1902. On August 8, 1900. Rudolph Benz, AF of L General Organizer in St. Louis, reported to Gompers that he had had a long talk with Leon Greenbaum, National Secretary of the Socialist Party, who outlined to him the non-interference policy, and then he asked me what would Gompers say if he would hear my Greenbaum's remarks. I assured him that Gompers would approve of this policy. Benz reported that Greenbaum was delighted and would immediately inform the Socialist Party that its policy would certainly meet with Gompers' approval. AFL. Co. Leaders. Berger in the period under discussion, as we shall see, tried to unseat Gompers at A.F. of L conventions unsuccessfully to be sure, and denounced his policies and his iron rule of the Federation. However, most right-wing leaders frowned upon too sharp criticism of A.F. of L policies, arguing that it smacked too much of de Leonism and would isolate the socialists from the organized workers as it had already done the followers of de Leon. 13. The center left did not interpret non-interference as meaning support of the traitors to the working class who were wrecking the unions, and the left wing, particularly, denounced the Federation leaders for their opposition to industrial unionism, for participation in the National Civic Federation, for the conservative and cautious strike policies, their nonpartisan politics, their business unionism, and their opposition to socialism. But they bent over backwards to refrain from telling the members of the unions what to do in fighting these traitors. As Debs, leader of the left, put it in 1902, the attitude of the Socialist Party toward the trades union movement, broadly endorsing it and commending it, but stopping there, and allowing it to manage its own affairs, is, without doubt, the correct one, as any intermeddling must result in harm with no possible hope of good. 14. The opposite policy to non-interference did not mean intermeddling. On the contrary, it meant exerting the influence of the Socialist Party to help the trade unions in their struggles and assisting their members in making the unions function as militant, democratic organizations. If the party was to remain aloof from these activities, to fail to give leadership to the struggle against the reactionary policies of the trade union bureaucracy, how were the members to function as intelligent, enlightened socialists in the day-to-day battles of the workers? How were they to show the relationship of these struggles for immediate gains to the movement for socialism if they were to avoid raising the issue? The issue came to the fore during the Great Anthracite Coal Strike of 1902. The Pennsylvania Socialists took on the task of helping the strikers, working actively among them and organized socialist locals to which the miners flocked. "We came with a new message to the strikers, and they heard us gladly," William Maley reported from the coal districts. Late in 1904, Burgert boasted that in the eyes of the AFL leadership he was a wicked fanatic, a troublemaker, and the embodiment of the red spook. Another light that failed, Social Democratic Herald, December 31, 1904. There was some truth in this, but mainly it reflected Burger's extreme egotism. A typical example of this egotism is Burger's remark at the 1906 AFL convention to which he was a delegate. "Our worthy chairman, Vice President Duncan, gets shivers down his back when he sees me coming. But I want to tell you the capitalistic class in Milwaukee are shivering all the time. I am a live resolution there. I have resolved to abolish the system there. I am a walking resolution. Proceedings, AFL. Convention, 1906, pp. 186-88. Experience. I have never seen men who listened so eagerly and with such unfeigned enthusiasm to the socialist presentation of the situation as did these strikers. I think the members of the Socialist Party are justified in believing that the presence of their representatives in the field was beneficial to the strike and the miners' union. We preached the necessity of solidarity and explained the industrial situation so that the miners could not help but become imbued with an increased faith in themselves. The Socialist Party National Executive Committee frowned upon the activity of the Pennsylvania Socialists, regarding it as violating the party's non-interference policy, and ordered them to desist all further work in this direction and disband the socialist locals in the strike-bound areas. It was perfectly acceptable for the socialists to raise funds for strike relief, but beyond this they were not to go. Participation by socialists in the strike itself was to be avoided on the ground that this was exclusively the area of the Union. 15. On the basic question of whether to call a general coal strike, the Socialist Party took no official position. The right-wing element in the leadership agreed with the AFL leaders that a general strike would be a breach of contract. The center-left elements held that only a general strike could produce a clear-cut victory, but refused to do anything to influence the miners in its favor on the ground that this would violate the policy of non-interference in union internal affairs. It is hardly surprising that the vast majority of the miners, who, as we have seen, favored a general strike, felt that socialist criticism of the strike settlement came in bad taste from a party all of whose factions had remained aloof from the struggle and whose leadership had rebuked the local socialists for helping conduct a militant strike. In the eyes of all three factions in the National Socialist Party leadership, right, center, and left, the proper share of activity by socialists in the trade unions was to work towards converting trade unionists to socialism by propaganda for the cause. Burger boasted that this had already been accomplished in Wisconsin, and that the policies pursued by the Social Democratic Party of that state in relation to the trade unions could, if followed nationally, produce similar results on a higher level. He was later to concede that it was a good deal harder, if not impossible. The right-wing leaders, however, did not hesitate to interfere in the union discussion of the general strike. Leon Greenbaum, National Secretary of the Socialist Party, used his influence among the socialist delegates to the UMW convention to help defeat the proposed general strike. Chicago Socialist, July 19, 1902. Socha, Democratic Herald, October N. 1902. By 1903, Burger claimed that the Milwaukee trade unions were the backbone of the Social Democratic Party and that they regularly endorsed its program. Is a revolutionary body, Social Democratic Herald, October 31, 1903. See also Frederick I. Olson, The Milwaukee Socialists, 1897-1941, unpublished Ph.D. thesis, Harvard University, 1952, pp. 8 grams G5. To convert the AFL to the endorsement of socialism than it had been to get the Wisconsin State Federation of Labor to do so. 16. All three factions in the National Socialist Party leadership agreed that the economic struggles of the workers were to be supported morally and financially, but the trade unionists had to be constantly reminded that the working class had little to gain from higher wages and better working conditions under an economic system which robbed them of the full fruits of their labor. There was, to be sure, a group of socialists, called the impossibilists, who believed that the struggle for immediate demands, including higher wages, shorter hours, and improved working conditions, was a waste of time, and that the only activity that counted was the circulation of propaganda for the immediate inauguration of socialism. But up to 1905, this theory, representing the remnants of Leonism in the Socialist Party, was criticized by all three factions. Plus, economic struggles were not a waste of time, But socialist members were to leave the work in the economic field to the union leadership and to devote themselves to educating their brothers and sisters to the need of voting socialist. This was to be done through general discussions at union meetings, introduction of resolutions favoring socialism, distribution of socialist pamphlets, the sale of socialist papers to union members, and the use of the letters to the editor columns of trade union journals. A typical sample of such propaganda, published in 1904, reads, "American workingmen. Have you stopped to think that while shorter, actually, the Wisconsin Federation of Labor toned down its original stand in favor of socialism by qualifying its definition? At first, the Federation came out flatly for the collective ownership by the people of the means of production and distribution. Later, it diluted this firm stand by adding the qualifying clause. By this we mean that when an industry becomes so centralized as to assume the form of a trust or monopoly and hence a menace to the best interests of the people, such industry shall be assumed by the government." Proceedings of the Wisconsin State Federation of Labor, 1906, page 4. After 1905 the term, impossibilists, was applied by the right to all socialists who opposed the achievement of socialism through, step at a time, tactics. The right, however, often emphasized that strikes were useless and resulted only in suffering for the workers involved. Strikers will get empty pockets, will get hungry, their families will suffer. G. A. Hone wrote, and he asked, will a socialist striker's family stand the suffering and privation more patiently than the family of the conservative? International Socialist Review, Volume 3, January 1903, page 410. By 1904 the center had come to agree with the right that strikes were futile. Is the strike played out? The Worker headed its leading editorial in its October 2, 1904 issue. It asserted that the day of winning great strikes is over, and concluded, the Socialist Party now forms the only rallying ground for the hard-pressed workers, a position from which they can advance to the attack in the assured confidence of victory and make the one great strike at the ballot box, accomplish permanently and with infinitely more thoroughness what 1,000 futile economic strikes have failed to gain. Hours and an increase in wages will undoubtedly be a great help in the cause of labor. As long as the pernicious capitalist system continues, there is little hope of lasting benefits. While trade unions may raise wages within their own craft, they cannot to any extent improve the conditions of the whole class, and what is more, can have no influence in determining the price of an article that workers must buy in the market. Can trade unions solve this problem? They can if their members will vote socialist. By using their political power, which is even greater than their economic power, they can take over the machinery of production, their own creation, which now enslaves them but which, owned and operated by the working class, can be made an eternal source of supreme happiness for all people. 17. Socialist Party propaganda did not entirely dismiss the trade union struggles for immediate economic gains, but it emphasized that these were really secondary to the role that labor should play on election day by voting socialist. The socialists and labor political action. One trouble with the trade unionist is he strikes one way and votes another, a socialist wrote in a union journal. Strikes for more of what he produces, then on election day votes for a government which supports a system that is forever and continually grinding the wage slave lower and lower. Such a trade unionist was really a scab, and, indeed, a worse scab than one who crossed a picket line. He is not in fact a union man at all who, though a member of the union on the economic side, is a non-unionist on the political side, and while striking for, votes against the working class. The fully developed labor unionist uses both his economic and political power in the interest of his class. The Socialist Party made it clear, however, that there was only one way in which the fully developed labor unionist could use his political power in the interest of his class, voting for the Socialist Party. A worker who voted for a Labor Party was as much a scab as one who voted for the Republican or Democratic Party. Since labor parties, even when organized and dominated by the trade unions, failed to raise the International Socialist Review dismissed the argument that the role of the trade unions in initiating the labor parties should be weighed in evaluating whether or not socialists should support them. We see an exaggeration of the importance of the organized labor movement, it commented. Volume 3, Jan. 1903, page 427. It also emphasized that it was not the business of the trade unions to go into politics. The unions were to devote themselves to the economic field, while the Socialist Party would express the demands of the working class in the political field. This was the philosophy of a two-armed labor movement, the unions having jurisdiction in the economic arena and the Socialist Party in the political arena. Issue of socialism, they were little more than appendages of the capitalist class. They actually served only one real purpose, to divert the attention of workers from the Socialist Party, the only true party of the working class. 18 as an editorial in the International Socialist Review put it in January 1903. The only thing which determines whether a party is a working-class party in the sense in which the socialists use the word is whether it stands upon a platform expressing the mission of the working class as the future ruling class, and whether the attitude and spirit of the new party indicates that it is inspired by a consciousness of the functions of the working class as the collective owners of the instruments of production and distribution, and the rulers of the social organism. Judging by these standards, not one of the so-called union labor parties has any right whatever to be called a working-class party. Their principles are much more in accord with small capitalist interests than with those of the working class. 19. The Socialist Party unalterably refused to support any attempts by the trade unions to form local or national political parties around the crucial issues facing the labor movement: injunctions, labor legislation, political corruption, etc. All locals of the party were ordered to nominate a full slate of candidates in every local and national election. If for any reason the local branch or state organization could not make such nominations, it was ordered to boycott the election. No member of the party was ever to support or vote for candidates of any other party. Socialists who violated this fundamental principle were suspended or expelled. Locals that participated in fusion with any reform, radical, OT Labor Party had their charters revoked if they ignored the National Committee's demand that they cease such activity immediately. 20. But the socialists went even further in their opposition to labor parties. Wherever possible, they prevented the formation of such parties. When Chicago unions attempted to form a labor party in December 1901, 200 socialists packed the meeting. As soon as it was called to order, the socialist majority secured passage of a resolution declaring that the laborers of Chicago do not need the help of a gang of grafters meeting in the wine room of a saloon to organize a labor party for them. They then adjourned the meeting. The Workers' Call, a socialist weekly published in Chicago, praised the socialists for their work, and reminded the trade unions that there was already a labor party in the field, the Socialist Party, definitely committed to the interests of the workers. The Socialist Journal warned the trade unions not to try to form a new labor party in the future. There will be a warm time in the old town for any gang of fakirs that tries to start a union labor party in Chicago. These socialists in the Chicago trade unions know that the man who attempts any such dirty work is 10 times as bad a scab as the poor devil who takes the place of a striker, and they will treat him accordingly. 21. In Colorado early in 1904, in the midst of the bitter strikes of the Western miners, a 3-day conference was held by 400 labor leaders to discuss the advisability of independent political action. The socialist delegates defeated the motion for a union labor party, and the movement disintegrated. In St. Louis, the socialist-controlled Central Trade and Labor Union rejected local union demands for a broad labor party. 22. In only one city in this period, Los Angeles, did the socialists endorse and actively campaign for a union labor ticket. In the fall of 1902, local Los Angeles decided to flout national policy by supporting the Union Labor Party instead of entering their own ticket in the city elections. In response to widespread criticism of its decision by the Socialist Party leadership, local Los Angeles argued that a socialist party, to be powerful and effective, must have its roots in the working class movement, must recognize its identity with the workers, and must encourage political activity by organized labor and cooperate with it in this activity. Comrades, the Los Angeles Socialist asked in a valiant appeal to the National Committee, do you still insist that we should stand aloof from the trade unions until such time as their vision is so broadened as to enable them to grasp, theoretically, the socialist movement as a whole? It was a futile plea. The National Committee condemned local Los Angeles for betraying the socialist cause, and, yielding to pressure, the local voted in January 1903 to sever all relations with the Union Labor Party. It declared that the party leadership was correct in regarding the encouragement of union labor parties as a menace to the Socialist Party. 23. Thus, the Socialist Party leadership frequently removed the party from the struggles of the organized workers in both the economic and political field. It acknowledged the trade unions' exclusive rights in the field of economic organization and activities without interference from the Socialist Party, and it would have nothing to do with the formation of labor parties by the trade unions. It argued that just as the Socialist Party respected the trade unions' exclusive rights in the economic field, so the unions should recognize the Socialist Party's exclusive rights in the political field and get their members to vote socialist. This was the two-armed labor movement, a labor movement with a political arm and with an economic arm. Each arm has its own work to do, and one arm ought not to interfere with the other. Both arms would form a grand army moving on two roads for the abolition of the capitalist system. 24. In San Francisco, the Socialist Party did not put up a ticket against the United Labor Party in the state election in the fall of 1902, a year before it had attacked the ULP as a scab and capitalist party and urged all workers to vote socialist. But it did not, as in Los Angeles, endorse the Labor Party. San Francisco Advance, December 20, 1902, Chicago Socialist, January 24, 1903. But what of the organized workers who were not yet ready to vote? Socialist? Their efforts to express themselves politically through independent action must not be supported. Thus, the influence of the party was removed from the day-to-day struggles of the workers in the trade unions in both the economic and political arenas. Socialists at A. F. of L. conventions. In the early years of the 20th century, the Socialist Party was less concerned with strikes and day-to-day work in the unions than it was in attempting to win support at annual conventions of the A. F. of L for resolutions sponsored by the party. The nature of these resolutions reflect the outlook of the party leadership towards the labor movement. In the main, they dealt with the overthrow of the wage system and the establishment of a society based on the collective ownership of the means of production. They rarely dealt with the question of organizing the unorganized, particularly the foreign-born, Negro, and women workers. The kind of trade union structure required to accomplish this, the need for labor solidarity, especially Native American and foreign-born and Negro white unity, and the need for an independent party of labor, sponsored by the trade unions. On the matter of craft versus industrial unionism, the Socialist Party indicated its preference for industrial unionism in party publications, but refrained at A. F. of L convention from outright condemnation of craft unionism or wholehearted endorsement of industrial unionism on the ground that to do so would create dissension in the labor movement. True, Socialist delegates gave lukewarm support to the battle for industrial unionism, and spoke on the advantages of industrial organization during the jurisdictional disputes at the 1902 and 1903 A. F. of L conventions. But they never made it a real issue or declared themselves vigorously in favor of industrial unionism. 25. On the question of independent political action of labor, Socialist delegates at A. F. of L conventions indicated repeatedly the necessity of the labor movement breaking away from reliance on the two capitalist parties, and just as repeatedly condemned the Federation's reward your friends and punish your enemies policy. But, in keeping with the Socialist Party outlook, they just as continually emphasized that the only type of independent political action that they considered worthwhile was support of the candidates of the Socialist Party. Thus, while the Socialist delegates effectively exposed the weaknesses of the reward and punish doctrine of the A. F. of L leadership, they reduced their influence in helping to achieve independent political action by the labor movement through their insistence that this must be achieved only through the Socialist Party. 26. With respect to the issue of labor solidarity in the trade unions, the Socialist delegates to the A. F. of L conventions played a totally passive role. This was a reflection of the Socialist Party's official position on this crucial matter. Although a good percentage of the party membership in 1901 were foreign-born, the party showed little interest in the struggle for their economic, civil, and political rights. It was not until 1907 that a statement on the rights of the foreign-born was passed by the National Committee, and nothing was ever done to implement the resolution. It is hardly surprising, then, that in the period 1900 to 1905, the Socialist delegates at A. F. of L conventions hardly ever bothered to raise the question of discrimination against foreign-born workers flowing from the Federation's policies. On the question of restricting immigration, these delegates were fully as chauvinistic as were the Federation leaders themselves. 27. Only one resolution was adopted by the pre-World War I Socialist Party dealing with Negro rights, and this, passed at the time of the party's formation in 1901, urged the Negro to join the socialist movement and vote his way to emancipation. On the question of discrimination against Negroes, the party was officially silent. No resolution was adopted prior to World War I condemning such discrimination. Indeed, several socialist leaders, especially among the right-wingers, were unabashed racists. In an article curiously entitled, "The Misfortune of the Negroes," in the Social Democratic Herald of May 31, 1902, Victor L. Berger wrote, "There can be no doubt that the Negroes and mulattoes constitute a lower race than the Caucasians, and indeed the Mongolians have the start on them in civilization by many thousand years, so that Negroes will find it difficult to overtake them." Berger declared further, that the free contact with the whites has led to further degeneration of the Negroes. About the same time, the Social Democratic Herald declared editorially that the whites disliked Negroes because the latter were inferior, depraved degenerates who went around raping women and children. 28. Although Debs strongly condemned anti-Negro prejudice, refused to speak before segregated audiences even in the South, repeatedly emphasized that any racial division was harmful to the labor movement and that the white workers could not elevate themselves so long as the Negroes were held in an inferior position, he did nothing to mobilize the Socialist Party to battle for Negro rights and even refused to support a special fight in the movement for the rights of Negroes. Thus, when at the Berger was subjected to sharp criticism for his anti-Negro expressions, and as congressman he did try to rectify his earlier stand. On April 17, 19U, he wrote to A. B. Wesley, "In voting for the amendment to the Election of Senators Bill, which would have given federal supervision to the primaries in the South, I, of course, had in mind the protection of the rights of the Negro." Victor L. Berger. Papers, Milwaukee County Historical Commission. 1903 Party Convention. Proposals were introduced to develop such a special struggle. Debs opposed the action, arguing, "We have nothing special to offer the Negro, and we cannot make separate appeals to all the races. The Socialist Party is the party of the whole working class, regardless of color, the whole working class of the world." Writing that same year in the International Socialist Review, Debs declared that only socialism would solve the problems facing the Negro people, such discrimination, lynching, etc. The Chicago Socialist agreed. After all that has been written and said is summed up and analyzed, the Negro must learn that the only emancipation is that will come by adoption of all races of the science of socialism. That is the Negro's only hope. It is the only hope of all races. 29 Under capitalism, then, the struggle against discrimination was a waste of time. The attitude of the Socialist Party toward the question of equal rights for women bore a striking resemblance to its approach to the question of Negro equality. As in the case of Negroes, the status of women was part of the general labor question, and could be fundamentally improved only by the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of socialism. But the Socialist Party did little to involve women in the work of building this new social order, for the white chauvinist attitude of many socialist leaders was matched by their male supremacist views. In 1904 the Worker admitted that too many men in the Socialist Party, good socialists in most respects, look with a disapprobation or with more irritating contempt on any participation by women in the affairs of our movement. 30. With such attitudes dominating the Socialist Party, it is hardly surprising that socialist delegates to the A.F. of L conventions failed to raise the demand to end Jim Crow unionism in the Federation and discriminatory practices against foreign-born and women workers, or to raise the demand for a specialized program to organize these workers. It was much simpler for the socialists to argue that the real solution for all problems facing all workers lay in achieving socialism and to concentrate all of their energies towards winning A.F. of L support for this goal. At the turn of the century, the socialists in the A.F. of L were optimistic that this goal would soon be achieved. Reviewing the 1900 convention in the International Socialist Review, Max Hayes predicted that it would only be a year or two before the control of the Gompers leadership was broken into smithereens, and the Federation went on record for socialism. As a matter of fact, he noted, nearly one-half of the vote in the convention was pledged in favor of a declaration for socialism, but, in 1903, the International Socialist Bureau, with which the American Party was affiliated, inquired of the attitude of the Socialist Party toward lynching. The National Quorum, the executive board of the party, replied that there was only one solution to the problem: socialism. Chicago Socialist, November 28, 1903. When the conservatives opened fire, many ran to cover for fear of arousing antagonism for their organization. As soon as the conservative power was broken, the declaration for socialism would be adopted by a huge majority. 31. 2 years later, at the 1902 convention, it seemed that this prediction might come true. Hayes introduced a resolution which read, that the 22nd annual convention of the A.F. of L advised the working people to organize their economic and political power to secure for labor the full equivalent of their toil and the overthrow of the wage system and the establishment of an industrial cooperative democracy. Adoption of this resolution, Hayes explained, did not constitute an endorsement of the Socialist Party. It would, however, signify that the A.F. of L recognized the principles of the class struggle and socialism. When it became obvious that the resolution was too radical for most of the delegates, Hayes accepted a compromise amendment, introduced by William B. Wilson, which deleted all reference to overthrow of the wage system and the institution of cooperative democracy, and stipulated only that the A.F. of L advised the working people to organize their economic and political power to secure for labor the full equivalent of its toil. Berger, attending as a delegate from the Milwaukee Federal Trades Council, supported Hayes in accepting this emasculated version of the original resolution. To those who believe that whatever is must remain so forever, I have nothing to say. But trade unionism itself is a living witness of the constant change of economical and political systems. Capitalism has succeeded feudalism and slavery, and capitalism by the force of the same evolution will have to make room for socialism, if our civilization is to survive. Socialism is not a theory, it is a phase of civilization. A fierce fight broke out on the floor of the convention over the adoption of the socialistic resolution. Gompers trained his full guns on the socialists, accusing them of wishing to disrupt the American labor movement for their own selfish ends, and linking the sponsors of the resolution with the dual union activities of the Socialist Labor Party. Gompers conveniently overlooked that the socialist delegates to the A.F. of L. convention bitterly condemned de Leon's dual union tactics, but the miners, carpenters, and brewers supported the resolution, and it was narrowly defeated by a vote of 4,897 to 4,171 with 387 delegates abstaining. 32. The majority of the socialist press hailed the vote as indicating the extent of socialist strength in the A.F. of L. Hayes thought the balloting showed a significant near majority for socialism even though the heart had been taken out of his original resolution. Berger, however, was more realistic. The vote is very deceiving. It was not a vote for socialism. The amendment, was interpreted by Delegate Rees of the Mine Workers as meaning a resolution for the Democratic Party. The resolution was tame enough. The discussions had an academic value. Only in the votes are in no way an indication of our strength in the American Federation of Labor. Berger estimated that the actual socialist votes in the convention had numbered not more than 2,000. The remainder were obtained by tactical means. Berger, in fact, was convinced by his experience at the 1902 convention that the A.F. of L was so conservative that any attempt to capture that organization was useless in its present state of development. Plus he was still convinced, however, that this would inevitably occur. We are so thoroughly convinced of the victorious power of socialist ideas and the force of our unanswerable arguments, that we know that our party will take possession of the laboring classes even if we do not preach that party, day after day in the trade unions. 33. Although there was considerable disagreement over what the vote on the amended resolution signified, events demonstrated that this was the high tide of socialist influence in the A.F. of L plus socialist delegates at Rees voted for the resolution even though he was not a socialist. Indeed, the fact that the United Mine Workers cast 1,855 votes for the resolution and the Carpenters 799 votes, was pointed to as proof that the socialist strength in the AF of L did not equal what the vote indicated. At the 1903 convention, the mine delegates voted against a similar resolution proposed by the socialists. Probably the experiences of the miners in the coal strike of 1902 swung the UMW delegates over to support the resolution at the 1902 convention. T. Berger was furious because the convention voted down his resolution advocating for all wage workers who had an average income of less than $1,000 and old age pension of at least $12 a month beginning at the age of 60, provided the worker was a citizen and had lived in the United States at least 21 years continuously. In view of the fact that the Republican Party had favored old age pensions in its 1900 platform, that Bismarck, the great enemy of international socialism, had originated the German old age pension law, and that practically every civilized country in the world was considering such a measure, Berger felt that the vote of the AF of L speaks volumes, and was characteristic of the spirit that holds sway in the AF of L. The American Federation of Labor and Socialism, SOCHA, Democratic Herald, December 6, 1902. Berger felt this way about the convention even though that body had adopted his resolution calling for the procurement of national laws to protect disabled workmen, and to provide a system of national insurance for their assistance during enforced idleness. Proceedings, AF of L. Convention, 1902, pp. 101, 225. It was not until 1932 that the AF of L came out in favor of state legislation. J. Noting that after 1902 socialist strength declined in the AF of L, Daniel Bell observes, this is an incongruous fact, for 1902 was the beginning of rising socialist political influence in the United States. The answer to this paradox is that the socialist vote never was drawn primarily from organized labor, a fact that was one of its fundamental weaknesses. The background and development of Marxian socialism in the United States, in Donald Drew Egbert and Stoperson's, eds. Socialism in American Life, Princeton, 1952, Volume I, page 254. This statement does not apply with equal force to Milwaukee in the period under discussion where the socialist vote was primarily drawn, though by no means entirely, from organized labor. Social Democratic Herald, March 5, 1904. Nor does it, as we shall see in a subsequent volume, apply with equal force to other areas after 1909. The 1903 convention again offered their resolutions on the need for labor to use its economic and political power along class lines to secure the full product of its toil. But this time the Gompers machine was fully prepared to deal with the situation, and Gompers launched his most vicious assault upon the socialists. Until this time, Gompers and other A.F. of L top leaders had taken pains to distinguish between socialist ideas and the persons who held them, had made explicit their approval of some socialist principles, and even stressed the similarity in outlook of the trade union and socialist movements. Gompers had always insisted during the 189 O's that he was not anti-socialist, that he shared the goals of the socialists, and that he could work with them as long as they did not attack the trade unions. Socialist principles were worthy of respect, and the trade unionist has all respect for the sincere socialist, but it has no use for those who form dual trade societies, an action which was equivalent to bearing the dagger of the assassin which they strive to plunge into the vitals of trade unions. However, socialists who did not form dual unions but remained within the A.F. of L would find a welcome in that organization. Indeed, the A.F. of L was only too ready to gain the support of the Socialist Party. We heartily recommend the cordial acceptance of all assistance that may be given the trade union movement by all reform forces, the Socialist Party included, Gompers wrote in 1899. The hope and aspiration of the trade unionist is closely akin to that expressed by the socialist. 34. But all this was essentially a pose. 4. Notes Bernard Mandel, as Gompers moved within the orbit of the National Civic Federation, he began to talk less and less about the fact that the hope and aspiration of the trade unionist is closely akin to that expressed by the socialist. References to wage slavery and the emancipation of labor, with which he would sprinkle his speeches during the 189 O's, dropped out of Gompers' vocabulary. He no longer gave even lip service to the notion that labor would someday come into its own as the controlling element in society, and there was not even any more talk about subordinating the final emancipation of labor to the attainment of immediate goals, but with the understanding that this emancipation was labor's ultimate goal. Improvement of labor's conditions under capitalism became synonymous with emancipation. 311. As Gompers dropped the mask behind which he had given lip service to socialist objectives, he came out openly as a bitter opponent of socialists and began to attack not only the socialists but socialism itself. He had hinted at this at the 1900 convention when he charged that, when men become imbued with socialism, they actually lose interest in their union. 36. But it was at the 1903 convention of the A. Pression of opposition to socialism in a speech which he later reprinted in the American Federationist under the revealing title, Trade Unionism versus Socialism. He spoke in the beginning in his old vein, suggesting that he was simply attacking the socialists because they did not live up to the high principles of their movement. It is because their professions are in entire discord with their actions in this convention that it is necessary to call their position in question. But at the close of the speeches he gave vent to the statement which made it clear that he no longer drew any distinction between socialist principles and practices. I want to tell you, socialists, that I have studied your philosophy. Read your works upon economics, and not the meanest of them. Studied your standard works, both in English and German, have not only read, but studied them. I have heard your orators and watched the work of your movement the world over. I have kept close watch upon your doctrines for 30 years, have been closely associated with many of you, and know how you think and what you propose. I know, too, what you have up your sleeves. And I want to say that I am entirely at variance with your philosophy. I declare it to you. I am not only at variance with your doctrines, but with your philosophy. Economically, you are unsound. Socially, you are wrong. Industrially, you are an impossibility. Before Gompers' forceful opposition and the control of his well-prepared machine, the socialists went down to overwhelming defeat. The socialist-sponsored resolution was rejected by the vote of 11,282 to 2,145.37. As a result of Gompers' onslaught against socialism, he was hailed by the press as a hero. The National Civic Federation printed a picture of him on the front page of its journal with the caption, "Socialism's ableist foe." This pleased Gompers, for he wrote to a friend that his renunciation of socialism largely disarmed our opponents and clarified the air of the prejudice of public opinion which was leveled against us last year, and it will undoubtedly take away much of the sting of antagonism directed against our movement by Mr. Perry and those who follow him. But Gompers, as we have already seen, badly misjudged Perry, for the open shop spokesman was soon to declare, the A.F. of L voted down the socialism that aims for peace through the means of the ballot, but it did not vote down the socialism that President Gompers stands for, mob force socialism. It is this mob force socialism that we have to combat as much as the other. 38. Gompers' renunciation of socialism came as a heavy blow to the socialists who had been taken in by his earlier endorsement of socialist objectives, and the vote at the 1903 convention heightened the impact. They decided that the whole strategy of advancing the socialist cause by getting resolutions in its favor adopted at A.F. of L conventions was a mistake. Education would bring this about, and if the unions only opened their doors to study and discussion, the workers would automatically reach conclusions favorable to socialism. At the National Convention of the Socialist Party held in Chicago, May 6, 1904, several delegates urged the party to speak out firmly in favor of industrial unionism and to denounce the treacherous, deceitful work of the conglomeration between several labor leaders so-called, and the captains of industry such as the National Civic Federation and other like institutions, and brand these federations as instruments of the capitalist class to perpetuate the system of today and to use organized labor as a tool for that purpose. But Hayes and Hillquit opposed the stand, arguing that it would retard the efforts to educate the members of the A.F. of L. in socialistic principles. The delegates finally adopted a vague resolution on trade union policy which emphasized that trade union activity was secondary to political action, that while the trade unions were of great value in the struggle against the exploitation of labor, this could only be achieved by a political revolution which would give ownership of the instruments of production to the entire people for the equal benefit of all. Every trade unionist who realizes this should join the Socialist Party and assist in arousing the working class to political action, so that it may secure the powers of government, and by abolishing wage slavery and establishing the cooperative commonwealth, achieve its own emancipation. 39. At the 1904 A.F. of L Convention, the socialist delegates presented no socialist resolutions as had been introduced in previous years. Instead, they pushed for a resolution introduced by Berger recommending that trade unionists should discuss economic and political subjects in their local meetings. On other issues, the socialist delegates did not even act as a united group. Although it had been agreed before the convention that if one socialist delegate were involved in a debate, the others present, about a dozen, would join. But when Berger publicly called upon his fellow socialists to help him defend his resolution favoring the principle of industrial unionism, no one responded. This created no little wonderment and glee in the ranks of the opponents. Berger wrote disgustedly later. 40. There was no socialist resolution introduced in the convention. Max Berger introduced 10 resolutions at the convention, the most important of which advocated old age pensions, industrial unionism, and the study of economics in the organizations affiliated with the AF of L. The first two were non-concurred in, while the third was approved after the following clause was struck out, with Berger's approval. Whereas, the unprecedented concentration of wealth in the United States and the rapid development of the trusts in almost every branch of industry make it obvious that capitalism will soon reach its culmination point, and will have to make room for another phase of civilization. In demanding the omission of this clause, Frank K. Foster, chairman of the Resolutions Committee, declared, "Your committee are not yet so engulfed by the vaporous atmosphere of dreamland, so entirely under the influence of elusive metaphysical dope that they are ready to proclaim a doctrine of that nature." Proceedings, AF of L. Convention, 1904, pp. 185-88. Hayes explained, it was unnecessary. Socialism is receiving plenty of notice at present, as much as is necessary to ensure solid and substantial growth. But Berger accused Hayes of capitulating completely to the Gomper's machine, of having played good politics, swapping votes so that he could be the fraternal delegate to Great Britain, of having made but one speech at the convention and that a stereotyped one, and of having done no fighting for socialism. Hayes defended his conduct, though convincing few socialists, but it was clear that as a militant, fighting force, the socialists counted for very little in the A.F. of L. In fact, the socialists had been thoroughly humiliated at the 1904 convention when Berger was forced to apologize for an editorial in his Social Democratic Herald entitled, "Are They Traitors?" which contained the story of Gomper's and John Mitchell's private dinner with President Eliot of Harvard, who had publicly approved of the scab, a remark which the A.F. of L Convention of 1902 had condemned. Little wonder. Berger described the 1904 convention as a wretched affair, from the standpoint of socialism. 41. The new policy of educating A.F. of L members to vote for socialism led to the gradual dropping or the soft peddling by the socialists within the federation of any agitation in the A.F. of L for union organization along industrial lines, independent political action, and a militant program of labor solidarity. The dominant socialist approach to the A.F. of L and its affiliates, as expressed by the right and center factions which were now closely linked, was that socialists in the unions must devote themselves almost exclusively to educating workers in the benefits to be gained from an intelligent use of the ballot, since the only salvation of the workers is to go into politics. Socialist politics. Regardless of what policies were adopted in the economic field, union members would learn through experience under capitalism that they would solve their basic problems by voting socialist. Education would not only hasten the process, but would teach the workers how to get rid of leaders who did not serve their interests. Educate the rank and file, wrote G. A. Hone. Let them elect socialist delegates, representing the carpenters, miners, cigar makers, machinists, printers, etc., and you will soon get rid of leaders who you consider detrimental to the progress of the movement. 42 other socialists active in the A.F. of L now stressed, however, that it was no longer important to wage a struggle against the leaders of the Federation, since the workers were bound to learn that the editorial was reprinted in a leaflet and distributed among the delegates. Mitchell declared angrily, "He, Berger, will have to prove that I am a traitor, or he will have to stand convicted before this convention as a liar." Gompers explained the dinner with Eliot with the statement, "I will go anywhere to preach the gospel of trade unionism." When Berger apologized for the editorial, claiming he had not written it and disapproving of its contents, Mitchell accepted it, and his remarks were ordered stricken from the record. Ibid. pp. 198-202, 215-16. They could only fundamentally help themselves by supporting the movement for socialism. It is not surprising that the socialist delegates, with the exception of Berger, now refused any serious effort to depose Gompers from the leadership of the Federation. Asterisk, in 1904, Max Hayes, having been elected an A.F. of L fraternal delegate to Great Britain, stated that it did not matter much to the trade unionists of the country who were chosen to transact the Federation's business. the Socialists put up no opposition candidates from 1904 to 1912. Thus the Socialists, operating on the principle of boring from within, the A.F. of L, became completely quiescent, and the whole tendency was to soft-pedal criticism of the A.F. of L leaders and their policies. To do otherwise, it was argued, was to make it difficult for the Socialists to gain access to trade union councils where they could reach the members with the message to vote Socialist. Vote-getting activity for the Socialist Party, after all, was what really counted. The labor movement consisted, to be sure, of two arms, an economic arm and a political arm, but it was the political arm, that is, the growth of the socialist vote, that, in the long run, would determine the future destiny of the American workers. What did it really matter, then, if the economic arm remained under the control of men who used their power to crush proposals aimed at ameliorating the condition of the laboring class? 48. Socialist growth and its nature. When Max Hayes wrote an explanation of the failure of the Socialists to introduce any resolution in favor of socialism at the 1904 A.F. of L, Berger liked to boast that beginning with the 1904 A.F. of L convention, and at each subsequent convention that he attended, except for the 1907 and 1910 meetings, he had cast his vote against Gompers, sometimes standing alone to do so. Berger to E. Edelmar, July RR, 1916, Victor L. Berger Papers, Milwaukee County Historical Society. After the 1904 convention, he denounced Gompers as a vain sycophant, who acted as if he were being paid by the capitalist class instead of the laboring class, and as though he were trying to make the AF of LA tail of the capitalist kite. Social Democratic Herald, January 7, 1905. In his private correspondence, Berger referred frequently to the reactionary, rotten and drunken Gompers clique, and when Job Harriman, the California socialist leader, cautioned him against such criticism of Gompers, Berger characterized the AF of L. President as one of the most vicious and venomous enemies of socialism and progressive trade unionism in America. The time to fight him is all the time, because the American labor movement will remain ultra-reactionary as long as he has any influence. Berger to Marie E. King, March 4, 1914. Berger's penciled notes on Harriman to Berger, July 2, 1912. Berger Papers, Ibid. Sometimes Berger expressed admiration for Gompers' organizing ability, but he coupled this with the accusation that he was a self-seeker who used his power to maintain himself in office. Since Berger was accused of precisely the same pretense with respect to the Milwaukee socialist movement, it might be said he knew what he was talking about. Olson, Op. Cit. pp. 153 s4, 17 grams-80. Convention that it was unnecessary, because socialism is Res 1 VMG plenty of notice at present as much as is necessary to ensure solid and substantial growth. He was asserting the main line taken by the center-right group dominant in the party. They pointed with pride to the spread of socialist propaganda, socialist electoral victories, and membership growth as justifying their policies. They noted that at its second convention, in May 1904, the party had 184 delegates, representing 1,200 locals in 35 states, and that the party's dues-paying membership had doubled since 1901, being 15,975 in 1903 and 20,768 in 1904. The party press was also growing rapidly, with several dailies in German and other non-English languages and over 100 English-language weeklies and monthlies. In 1898 the total circulation of the socialist press was about 25,000. In 1903 the weekly Appeal to Reason alone had a circulation of 50,000 and the monthly Wilshire's magazine sold 100,000 copies. Between 1898 and 1903, the number of socialist pamphlets and leaflets published increased from about a dozen to 500. The party's success in the 1904 national elections was striking. Eugene V. Debs and Ben Hanford, the socialist presidential and vice presidential candidates, polled 408,000 votes, or about a 350% increase over the vote in 1900, and almost twice their 1902 total. The party's trade union influence, the center-right insisted, was also on the rise. Did not the Springfield Republican of January 30, 1903, state that socialistic sentiment is plainly growing among labor union _STS throughout the country? Did not the Los Angeles Times of September 18, 1904, declare that the natural drift of labor unionism in the United States is toward socialism? Were not unions passing resolutions introduced by socialist delegates? Were not socialists Fred Heath and Victor Berger the leaders of the Central Labor Union of Milwaukee? James H. Maurer, leader of the Reading, Pennsylvania, Federated Trades Council and the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor, and Max Hayes, leader of the Cleveland Central Trades Council, was not Morris Hillquit attorney and advisor to several trade unions, and J. Malin Barnes a powerful figure in Gompers' own cigar makers union? Certainly the party had gained considerable following among the brewery and bakery workers, the clothing and millinery workers, the ladies' garment workers and a number of other affiliates of the A.F. of L. Several of these unions were, to be sure, small, particularly the United Cloth Hat and Cap Makers of North America, formed in 1901, and the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union, founded in 1900. But their membership was socialist-minded and were becoming more so due to the consistent education of the members in the principles of socialism. Had not the 1904 convention of the Ladies' Garment Workers resolved to permit the discussion of socialism at the convention of the IL, GWU, soon other unions affiliated to the A.F. of L would be following the example set by this socialist-minded union. In short, boring from within, despite what might appear as surface indications of slow progress, was a success. As Max Hayes summed it up in advancing this thesis, this is demonstrated by the steady increase of the Socialist Party vote throughout the country, by the more tolerant spirit with which socialists and their doctrine are received among the heretofore most unyielding unions and members, and by the emphatic refusal of the organized workers to allow their organizations to be used by political adventurers in the interest of capitalist politics. The trade union movement is naturally and logically developing into socialism. There is no necessity to become worried or discouraged. The organized workers are learning that there is no escape from capitalism except by inaugurating a cooperative commonwealth. Let every wide-awake socialist assist in the work of education. 44. Certainly the array of statistics testifying to socialist electoral victories, membership growth, and increasing influence among all sections of the population was impressive. But they did not convince those members of the Socialist Party who were growing more and more alarmed by the watering down of socialist principles to attract an ever-increasing following regardless of its class composition, the soft peddling of criticism of the class collaboration policies of the A.F. of L leadership, and the increasing tendency of the party leadership and control to fall into the hands of the middle class. These members were not overly impressed by the fact that the party's membership was rising, since they saw it attracting more membership from the middle class than from the working class, and increasing the danger that a movement that had to be rooted into the working class would soon be inundated by middle-class recruits. They were not impressed by the mere passage of resolutions introduced by socialist delegates at union conventions, since they were rarely backed up with concrete action, and, in most cases, the value of the resolutions ended after they had been recorded by the secretary. They were not impressed by the influence of the party in a number of unions, since it was obvious that most of these socialist-minded members had been converted to socialism in earlier years in Europe. But where were the workers who had been newly converted to the ideas of the Socialist Party, and where, particularly, were the workers in the mass production industries who were sorely in need of organization? What contribution to rallying these workers to the party did the center-right policies make? And how could they contribute when the socialists, influenced by the center-right approach to the labor movement, refrained from participating in the everyday struggles of the working class, and when socialist delegates who made their annual pilgrimage to the A.F. of L conventions abandoned altogether the battle against the Federation's narrow, craft, pure and simple trade unionism? How could the party win converts among the workers when some of its most important leaders publicly asserted that employers who joined the party were not to be criticized for joining employers' associations which had as their purpose the destruction of the trade unions? 411. As the years passed with no organized work by the A.F. of L among the mass of the unorganized workers, and with no effort by the socialists in the Federation to force this issue, those socialists who felt the urgency of such work among the unorganized became increasingly disillusioned with the boring from within doctrine. Instead, they turned more and more to the movement for a new, militant, class-conscious labor federation, based on industrial unionism, emerging from the West. Chapter 15. The Western Federation of Miners. There never was a labor organization that encouraged such opposition from companies as we encountered from the mining companies, opposed to organized labor. So wrote the editor of the Miners magazine, official organ of the Western Federation of Miners, in 1901.1. What was true in 1901 was true throughout this entire decade. There is hardly a year in this period when the very life of the W.F. of M was not endangered in some area or other. In these years the W.F. of M was involved in 10 strikes or lockouts of importance. Two things particularly stand out about these struggles. First, they represent some of the most violent examples of class conflict in the whole of American history, and second, they reveal a developed pattern of employer resistance to unionism. Both are interrelated. Employers, offensive against W.F. of M. The Western metal miner was employed in what was probably the most dangerous of America's major industries. The miner faced the risk of accident at almost every point in his daily work, in his handling of explosives, in traveling up and down the mine shafts, from cave-ins or fires while at work in the drifts and the stopes. The preamble to the first Constitution of the W.F. of M, adopted in 1893, emphasized that the men engaged in this hazardous and unhealthy occupation of mining should receive a fair compensation for their labor, and such protection from the law as will remove needless risk to life and health. But the miners soon discovered that the system of corporate avarice and lust for gold gave no thought to the conditions of the men who produced the wealth. Managers representing absentee owners, the finance capitalists of the East, the Standard Oil Combine, the House of Morgan, the Gould and Guggenheim interests were interested only in increasing profits from, for the history and struggles of the Western Federation of Miners before 1900, see Foner, Op. Cit. Volume 2, pp. 223-24, 244, 37 grams 80, 422. W3. The mines. They fought every attempt of the miners to change the terrible conditions of work. Through their domination of the economic life of the Western mining states, these interests exercised a dominant influence over the entire political and legal life of these states. They purchased legislators and other public officials to pass laws to serve the interests of the absentee capitalists and to defeat legislation in the interests of the workers. Point 2. Citizens' alliances, Pinkerton detectives, labor spies, state and federal troops, the blacklist and discharge of union members, ironclad, oaths and yellow dog, contracts, force and violence, were all part of the pattern developed by the big corporations to destroy the W.F. of M. By 1904 it was reported that 20 to 25 local citizens' alliances, the leadership drawn from the Mine Owners Association, and the membership from bankers and small businessmen, had been formed in Colorado alone. Detectives were employed to act as spies within the unions. Sometimes they secured responsible positions and attempted to destroy the union. A Pinkerton detective was actually in charge of relief administration for the local union during the 1903 strike in Colorado, and attempted to cut down the relief as much as possible, so as to cause dissatisfaction and get the men against the union. Another Pinkerton detective attempted to cause a train wreck during the strike in order to discredit the union. The train was warned in time and passed in safety, but had the plot succeeded, it would have resulted in a frightful loss of life, for the cars were crowded with passengers among whom were a number of union members. During the trial, H. McKinney, the Pinkerton detective, testified that he had been paid $500 by a representative of the Mine Owners Association to wreck the train and place the blame on the union. His testimony reveals that the mine owners were ready to employ the worst type of criminals in their attempt to destroy the union. Q. Mr. McKinney, as I understand you, you agreed to wreck a railroad train for $2, is that correct? A. I believe so, yes. Q. And you were going to share that with your partners in crime, is that correct? A. I suppose so. Q. So that for $250 you were willing to plunge the souls of men into eternity in that way by wrecking the train. You were willing to kill men for $250, is that correct? A. Looks that way. Q. You undertook the job of killing them for $250? A. Yes, sir. Q. Now are you in that same frame of mind now that you would kill men for $250? A. I might under the same circumstances. The jury, composed of ranchmen and timbermen and without a single miner or union man on it, brought in a verdict of not guilty within a half hour after the trial closed. Point 3. Discharge of workers for union activity was a frequent occurrence in the western mining regions. In Coeur d'Alene after 1899 every employee was required to secure a rustling card from a central employment office and to pass a critical examination as to membership in the union. The same system was adopted in Cripple Creek in 1904, with its avowed purpose to throw out all those who are in harmony with the unlawful methods adopted by the Western Federation of Miners on so many occasions. The 1909 lockout in the Black Hills of South Dakota was caused by the demand of the Homestead Mining Company that every employee sign a statement asserting, I am not a member of any labor union and in consideration of my being employed by the Homestead Mining Company, agree that I will not become such while in its service. 4. Military despotism. On February 14, 1903, 76 members of the Colorado City Mill and Smeltermen's Local No. 125 of the W.F. of M left their jobs at the Standard and Colorado reduction mills. Within 9 months strikes had spread over the entire state, beginning first with members of the Allied unions in the W.F. of M, and later spreading to the coal miners organized by the United Mine Workers of America. The demands of the W.F. of M were for the 8-hour day, recognition of the union, wage raises, and reinstatement of the workers who had been fired for joining the union. Of these issues, the major one was the struggle for an 8-hour day. Since 1894 the W.F. of M had fought for a statute limiting the working day in all underground mines and in reduction and refining mills to 8 hours. In 1899 the Colorado legislature passed such an act, but the employers refused to comply with the law and began a campaign to have it declared unconstitutional. This the state Supreme Court obligingly decreed in 1901. The following year, however, the miners believed they had finally achieved victory. By an overwhelming vote, The Colorado voters adopted a referendum authorizing the legislature to pass an amendment to the Constitution that would legalize the 8-hour measure, and elected a Republican governor, James H. Peabody, who pledged his support to the legislation. But the powerful mining interests of Colorado moved to sabotage the will of the voters, and the legislature, responding to the pressure of the mining lobby, failed to pass the 8-hour law. As Ray Stannard Baker noted, rarely, indeed, has there been in this country a more brazen, conscienceless defeat of the will of the people, plainly expressed, not only at the ballot box, but by the pledges of both parties. President Charles F. Moyer of the W.F. of M expressed the feelings of the miners when he declared, "What is the use of your ballots anyway? You might as well tear them up and throw them into the gutter." 0. The W.F. of M knew now that the miners could not achieve their demands through legislation and resolved to strike. After conferring with the mine owners, Governor Peabody sent in troops to prevent picketing, but public opinion forced the governor to bring the contending parties into conference. The independent mills granted the union's demands, including the 8-hour day. But the Standard Mill refused to accede, and the union placed a boycott on the mill and struck the mines, which refused to stop shipping ore to the mill. Over the protest of the sheriff and EITY council, the governor sent in R.U. soldiers, and a number of mines resumed operations with non-union men. As there were no state funds available for the pay, transportation and maintenance of the troops, the officials of the Mine Owners Association informed Governor Peabody that they would advance to the state the money required. It was clear that the troops were nothing more than hired tools of the mine owners, and that they had been brought in not to prevent violence, but to break the strike. This was too much even for the Army and Navy, Ernal, a prominent organ of military opinion. It observed, "The arrangement virtually placed the troops for the time being in the relation of hired men to the mine operators and morally suspended their function of state military guardian of the public peace. It was more likely to invite disorder than to prevent it." 6. The city council wired a protest to Governor Peabody, and well over 3,000 citizens sent a petition to the legislature requesting the removal of the soldiery. These protests were to no avail. Governor Peabody replied, "The soldiers will stay in Cripple Creek until the strike is broken." 7. With the arrival of the troops there began one of the most flagrantly brutal instances of military rule and vigilantism in American history. The Citizens Protective League deported 18 miners who had been seized in their homes, although no charges were placed against them. Arrest of strike leaders began on grounds of military necessity. The Union instituted habeas corpus proceedings, and when the case came before the court in September 1903, General Chase threw a cordon of 90 cavalrymen around the trial room, and soldiers with fixed bayonets escorted the petitioning Unionists into the building. Judge Lafferty, not to be intimidated by this shocking procedure, adjourned his court and ordered General Chase to produce the petitioners. Chase and his superior, Adjutant General Sherman Bell, however, continued to intimidate and even openly to defy the court. The courthouse was surrounded by an army. Brigadier General Chase had headed an investigating committee sent by Governor Peabody to determine the nature of the strike and the need for troops. General Chase took testimony from the mine operators but ignored the strikers. Of troopers, sharpshooters were posted on surrounding roofs, and a Gatling gun was mounted in front of the courthouse. Nonetheless, Judge Lafferty granted writs of habeas corpus, ordering the miners released. He pointed out that there was no serious violence in the strike zone, and that, if there had been, the military officials were still subject to the civil authority. This decision brought General Chase to his feet with the announcement that he would refuse to honor the court's order on the grounds that he was subject only to orders from the governor. The men were thrown into makeshift stockades or bullpens, where they remained for months. In an effort to break the resistance of the strikers, the militia arrested the men without specific charges and held them in the bullpens for extended periods. Even the staff of a local newspaper, the Victor Record, was imprisoned in the bullpen for an editorial criticizing the tactics of the militia commanders. In some cases town officials were arrested and warned to stop sympathizing with the miners. An ex-Rough Rider under Theodore Roosevelt, General Bell summed up his conception of duty in the strike in his statement, "I came to do up this damned anarchistic federation, the council for the militia." Judge Advocate Major Thomas McClellan maintained that under martial law the militia was justified in ignoring or circumventing civil processes. When it was suggested to him that this was an unconstitutional interpretation of military powers, he replied, "To hell with the Constitution. We aren't going by the Constitution. We are following the orders of Governor Peabody." Speaking from the bench, Judge Stevens declared, "A grave question is presented as to whether it is the striking miners or the governor of Colorado and the National Guard that are engaged in insurrection and rebellion against the laws of the state. If there is to be a reign of military despotism in this state and civil authority is to have no jurisdiction, the latter might as well go out of business. 8. If there is to be a military despotism in this state, the Western Federation of Miners stated that there was no if involved. In one of its statements to the people of the United States, it declared, "Is liberty dead? The people vs. Military despotism in Colorado. Never in the history of the United States of America have the rights of citizens been so ruthlessly torn and trampled, as during the last few weeks in Cripple Creek District, Colorado. Innocent men have been arrested without charge, confined for weeks in a bullpen, and denied the writ of habeas corpus. The civil process of law is ignored. Women and children terrorized and threatened with imprisonment. The freedom of press and speech is throttled. These terrible outrages are but chapters in the dark and subtle conspiracy to defeat the will of the people of this state, where a majority of 40,000 electors declared for an 8-hour law for persons employed in mines, mills, smelters, reduction works and blast furnaces. To prove that a conspiracy exists, it is only necessary to say that the military is rented to the mine operators, 1,500 armed men hired out like convicts, to shoot down the strikers if need be, anything to break strikes. 9. But even worse was yet to come. In June 1904, nearly a year and a half after the beginning of the strike, the railroad depot at Cripple Creek was blown up, killing 13 and wounding 16 men. The W.F. of M not only disclaimed any connection, but its convention was in session at this time and the Union offered a reward of $S.U. for the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the crime. The officers of the W.F. of M were indicted for murder as a result of the explosion, but the case was later dismissed for lack of evidence. But the Mine Owners Association, having failed in a year and a half to break the spirit and solidarity of the strikers, used the incident to launch its most vicious offensive to destroy unionism. A mob organized by the Citizens Alliance and the Mine Owners Association forced the sheriff to resign, and the militia attacked the miners' halls, destroyed the furnishings in them, and rounded up union men. Then in one of the most brutal actions ever perpetrated against trade unionists, the militia, with the support of the operators and the Citizens Alliance, engaged in a series of deportations of union men and sympathizers. Large numbers of strikers were herded into bullpens, or driven out of the district. General Bell ruled over the strike zone as though he were an occupying commander in the territory of an enemy. At his command on June 10, 1904, 79 men were forced into boxcars, transported to the Kansas line, and left on the prairies with orders never to return to Colorado, a volley being fired over their heads to emphasize the military nature of the operation. Another deportation sent 33 men to New Mexico. These men, including a prominent lawyer, were cruelly mistreated by their militia guards. A third major deportation occurred on June 28, with 39 men being shipped out of the district. These men, torn away from their families and threatened with violence if they returned, were in some cases not even directly involved in the strike. Some business and professional men who sympathized with the union were treated in the same fashion. Not only were properties of the W.F. of M destroyed by angry mobs, with the assistance of the militia, but the militia commander forbade local merchants from dealing with the union. Even private relief was denied families of deported men. 10. Civilian and police officials sympathetic to the miners were forced to. The WF of M called on President Theodore Roosevelt to investigate the deportation of union miners and give them the protection guaranteed by the law. Labor unions from coast to coast took up the cry for presidential intervention. John W. Murphy, attorney for the union, wrote to the president in August 1904, asking for federal troops to be sent to Colorado to prevent further outrages against resign and were replaced by Alliance men. As if to throw off all pretense of impartiality, the 7-man military tribunal held court in the office of the Mine Owners Association. Small wonder the union asked, "Is Colorado in America?" Asterisk because of one of the posters issued by the union which asked this question in the title. W.F. of M. President Charles E. Moyer was imprisoned and charged with desecrating the flag. The poster carried the American flag on it and the following statements across each of the stripes. Martial law declared in Colorado. Habeas corpus suspended in Colorado. Free press throttled in Colorado. Bullpens for union men in Colorado. Free speech denied in Colorado. Soldiers defy the courts in Colorado. Wholesale arrests without warrants in Colorado. Union men exiled from homes and families in Colorado. Constitutional right to bear arms questioned in Colorado. Corporations corrupt and control administration in Colorado. Right of fair, impartial and speedy trial abolished in Colorado. Citizens Alliance resorts to mob law and violence in Colorado. Militia hired by corporations to break the strike in Colorado. Below the flag was a picture of a union miner shackled to a telephone pole. 11. When the militia left the strike zone on July 26, 1904, it turned the city over to the mob, headed by the Citizens Alliance. Union stores were wrecked and robbed. The Victor record was again invaded, the presses destroyed, and the staff put in the bullpen. Strike sympathizers were the miners by the militia and the Citizens Alliance. But to all requests for intervention, Roosevelt replied that he did not have the power to intercede to protect the rights of Colorado citizens. Miners Magazine, December 10, 1903, page 8, Roosevelt to William H. Moody, August 24, 1904, TRP. President Roosevelt followed the advice of Commissioner of Labor Carroll D. Wright, which was to let the public know that he was conducting an investigation, while actually allowing the matter to drift. Wright to Roosevelt, June 21, 1904, TRP. Some newspapers headlined reports from Cripple Creek. Happenings in Color Russell. New York American, June 12-13, 1904. T. Moyer was seized at Ouray, Colorado, on March 26, 1904, and turned over to the militia on the charge of desecrating the flag. When the military authorities refused to produce Moyer in court on a writ of habeas corpus by District Judge Theron Stevens, the case was carried to the Colorado Supreme Court. The court avoided giving any answer to the basic issue of whether the governor, as commander-in-chief of the militia, could declare martial law and suspend the writ of habeas corpus. In a TW 0-1 decision, the court simply decided that the arrest and detention of Moyer in this specific instance was justified. A report on labor. Disturbances in the state of Colorado from 1880 to 1904, inclusive, 58th Congress, 3D Session, Senate Document Number 122, page 229-46. Terrorized, robbed, or deported by white-capped alliance men. These included not only miners, but lawyers, among them the former Attorney General of the state, the former county attorney, and a judge. Also, a widespread blacklisting system against Union men was developed. 12. Although the strike in the Cripple Creek district was not officially terminated by the Union until 1907, it had run its course by the end of 1904, ending in a defeat for the miners. The 8 locals in the district were all destroyed, and it became virtually impossible for a Union miner to get work in the area. The Mine Owners Association reigned supreme. 18. Major strikes at Telluride and Idaho Springs, Colorado, growing in large part out of the struggle to secure the 8-hour day, were smashed by the same tactics used at Cripple Creek. Again, the mine owners, Citizens Alliance men, and the militia engaged in a reign of terror against the strikers, including mass deportations, blacklisting, arrest and detention, censorship, and intimidation. By the end of 1904, through activities of the militia, businessmen, and mine operators, the strikes had been broken. The fight in Colorado, as Big Bill Haywood, W. F. of M. Secretary-Treasurer, put it, had been for the principles of this republic. 14. But the giant corporations, assisted by the state authorities and local vigilantes, had made a mockery of these principles. Growth of the W. F. of M. In area after area, the finance capital-dominated corporations continued to fight the W. F. of M with reckless, unscrupulous and maddening insolence. 111. The growth of the Union, in the face of the tremendous opposition it faced throughout these years, is truly remarkable. From 1893 to 1910, the Union grew from 15 locals scattered over 5. The strike of District 15, United Mine Workers, in Colorado was broken by the same methods. Governor Peabody ordered the militia into the strike zone on March 22, 1904, and the militia was no sooner in the field than it inaugurated the same tactics that were used at Cripple Creek. On March 26, 1904, Mother, Jones and another UMW organizer, as well as the editor and publisher of a Trinidad newspaper, were deported from Trinidad and ordered never to return. A week later, 8 strikers, most of them local Union officers, were ejected from Colorado. When the militia commander, Major Hill, was asked if there were any specific charges against the men, he replied, "No, but I believe their absence is better for the people than their presence." Faced with a powerful alliance of corporations and state authorities, and deprived of further financial support from the national office of the UMW, the Colorado coal strikers abandoned the battle on October 12, 1904. Edmund Philip Willis, Colorado Industrial Disturbances, 190-3 1904, unpublished M.A. thesis, University of Wisconsin, 1955, pp. 78-114. An important part of the employers' offensive was one of the most colossal frame UPS in American labor history, the Moyer, Haywood, Pettibone case. Since Moyer and Haywood were also officers of the WW, and the case is intertwined with that organization to some extent as well as with the W. F. of M, it will be discussed in the next volume, which deals with the W. States, to 177 locals, located in 13 states, Alaska, British Columbia, and Ontario. In terms of actual membership, the earliest figures we have are for October 1896, when James Maurer, Secretary-Treasurer, reported 15,000 members in good standing. This may have been an exaggeration. Still, by 1907, the membership had reached a high point of 44,000. At times, the Butte local alone had a membership of 8,16. The chief strength of the W. F. of M was concentrated in the western states. British Columbia, Colorado, and Montana were the main areas of organized strength in 1900, and by 1910, Arizona, California, and Nevada were added to this list. The number of locals in those 6 states grew from 75 in 1900 to 120 in 1910. And, in 1910, 62% of the total membership was located in them. 17. The metal mines and smelters of the Midwest remained, however, a vast unorganized sector, constantly threatening the standards of the organized miners. By 1910 the W.F. of M had only organized some 14% of the metal miners of the United States, with 28% of the membership in Montana alone. The lead mines of Missouri, the iron mines of Minnesota, the copper region of Michigan, were low-wage areas in Missouri. For example, the average daily wage for miners in 1910 ran from $1.77 in the Eastern District to $2.32 in the Western District, while in Colorado and Montana, it ranged from $3.37 to $4 a day. These depressed areas were a source from which employers could secure strikebreakers. In 1900 there was only one local in the entire Mid-West area, and in 1910 there were 6 in Missouri and 13 in Michigan. But combined membership of these 13 locals in 1910 was only 2,300.18. As an industrial union, the W.F. of M sought to bring within its jurisdiction all those employed in the copper, silver, and gold mines, cutting across craft lines which separated the skilled from the unskilled. Its constitution was amended in 1899 to state specifically that the union, Leo Wallman lists 8 members for the W.F. of M in 1897, IA and Flow of Trade Unionism, pp. 172-73. In 1900 these locals were distributed as follows. British Columbia, 18, Colorado, 27, Montana, 21. In 1910 they were Arizona, 15, British Columbia, 18, California, 16, Colorado, 19, Montana, 22, Nevada, 30. Miners Magazine, December 1900, pp. 6061, October 6, 1910, page 15. The decline in Colorado, of course, was the result of the loss of the 1903-04 strikes. The union also sought to bring wage levels of the unskilled up to that of the skilled. In 1910 Tom Mann, the British labor leader, reported having met Haywood in England and that the latter had told him that although the WFM have had many fights for wages they have never had one directly on behalf of the skilled men who received the highest money, but always in behalf of the lowest paid to raise them to the standard of the highest. He declares this has worked exceedingly well for all concerned, and as a result all those working about the mine get a minimum wage of $3 a day, the laborer just as much as the skilled man. This is splendid testimony to their good sense and to their faith in the principles of brotherhood. The Industrial Syndicalist, Volume I, Number 4, October 1910. Copy in Library of the London School of Economics. Included, all persons working in and around mines, mills and smelters. 19. The membership was thus open to miners, miners' helpers, timbermen, laborers, engineers, and those employed in the smelters, and it was open to them regardless of race, creed, color, or nationality. At the 1903 convention, former President Edward Boyce urged the delegates to pay special attention to organizing immigrant workers because foreigners are leaders in labor movements. The convention voted to publish its bylaws and ritual in Austrian, Finnish, and Italian to help those nationalities understand W.F. of M objectives. Later, replying to a criticism raised because the union had organized Italians who were said to be, by nature, scabs, the W.F. of M retorted vigorously. It is true that a majority of the men employed at that time on the revenue tunnel, in Ouray, Colorado, were Italians, but nevertheless, they were fellow working men and we were bound not to discriminate against a fellow working man on account of creed, color or nationality. And we believe that the fact that they were out on strike is ample proof that they are not scabs, for scabs never strike, and immediately after coming to Ouray on the following day they joined the Western Federation of Miners. A large number of them are already members in good standing, 20. Mexicans and Navajo Indians were members of some locals, particularly those in Durango and Telluride, and the W.F. of M urged its members to make special efforts to induce the Mexican miners to join the union. The 1906 convention adopted a resolution on a strike for higher wages of Mexican miners in the mines of La Cananea, Mexico, which was accompanied by a great deal of violence and terror against the strikers. Whereas, the Western Federation of Miners recognized the class struggle throughout the world, and know no race or creed in the battle for industrial freedom. Therefore, be it resolved, that while we deplore the loss of life and property, the Western Federation of Miners in convention assembled, send greetings to the Mexicans, trusting that their efforts for a higher standard of living will be crowned with success. 21. At the 1910 convention, the Constitution was amended to provide that no charter shall be issued the effect of which is to segregate the crafts engaged in the mining industry. In general, all those working in and around the mines were organized in one local, and members of the executive board were elected by districts, rather than as representatives of specific crafts or occupations. 22. The first charter issued to coal miners was granted in 1905. In 1 go 6 less than Rye, as we shall see, the W. F. of M became the mining department of the L. WW with jurisdiction over all miners. In 1908, however, the convention voted that it was not to the best interest of the W. F. of M and the working class in general to issue any more charters to workers in the coal mining industry, but it recommended that locals of coal miners AKD organized be maintained. 23. Constitution and objectives. The Constitution of the W. F. of M, with all the amendments which were attached to it during the years of our study, was thoroughly democratic, and the changes made were directed towards an increasing participation of the members in policy making. After 1902, the initiative and referendum governed all amendments to the Constitution, and, after 1903, all major policy decisions were submitted to referendum vote of the membership. The conventions allowed for the fullest discussion of significant policy questions, and usually almost every delegate spoke on important motions. In 1906, the process of amending the Constitution was made simpler by changing the number of locals necessary for ratification from 2/3 to a simple majority. Organizers were at first appointed, but were later elected at the annual convention and served as members of the executive boards for the various districts. 24. Control of strikes and finances was fairly centralized. Strikes were called by a vote of 3/4, later 2/3, of the resident members of the local unions, but, in order to receive the financial support of the Federation, they had to be approved by its executive committee. Strikes were generally approved where it was felt that the organization could support the strikers, where there was a chance of success, or where the strike was forced by an employer lockout. The executive board and the annual convention had the power to levy assessments above the normal charter and per capita taxes. 25. Conscious of the existence of a class struggle in society, the W. F. of M. was convinced that the resolution of that struggle required something more than the strike and boycott. But it did not repudiate the struggle for improvement of immediate working conditions through the strike and boycott. As Boyce pointed out in 1902, the principal objects of this organization, like all other labor organizations, is for a higher wage schedule and a shorter workday. The W. F. of M, as we have seen, engaged in many strikes for these objects in this period, and fully supported, except for a short period, the demand for union label products, regardless of national affiliation. 26. But these methods, in the end, were regarded as inadequate, for the gains secured through them could only be temporary. We are well aware, declared the union's executive committee, that the increase in, after a report on the misuse of the AF of L labels, the R906 convention decided to recognize only the IWW label, proceedings, W. F. of M. Convention pp. 248-53. Later it changed its position once again. Wages is no remedy to the industrial controversy, as such increases are often appropriated by those who control the necessities of life, or as the Miners magazine put it, nothing save the getting of all that labor produces will ever solve the vexatious struggle between the producers of wealth and organized greed. 27. And this end could only be achieved, in the W. F. of M view, through the establishment of a socialist society. At the time of its formation and during the years of its early growth, the W. F. of M did not reject the framework of the society in which it operated. It believed that through industrial unionism and independent working-class political action the major evils of capitalism and the power of monopoly could be curbed. In September 1899, an A. F. of L. organizer in the West emphasized that the most important influence in the W. F. of M was not so much a socialist sentiment but really a purpose to enter the political field to obtain legislation to protect the wage earner. Through independent political action, the W. F. of M was able to force the legislatures in several states to pass 8-hour laws covering workers in mines and smelters. But the mining and smelter trusts, having failed to prevent the passage of these laws, either refused to comply with them or succeeded in having them declared unconstitutional by the state supreme courts. Where the constitutionality of the laws was upheld, the trusts simply evaded them. The Colorado law was fought by the Smelter Trust, and it was not until 1913 that an enforceable law was put on the statute books. In Montana, an 8-hour law covering workers in the mines and smelters was passed and put into effect on May 1, 1901. Evasion of this law was widespread, and it was not until 1906 that an actual 8-hour day was instituted in Butte, Anaconda, and Great Falls, at which time it was reported that 6 men had had their time reduced 1/2 hour to 1 hour each day. By 1910, every major mining state in the West had an 8-hour law on the statute books, but the Union was constantly involved in battles to enforce these laws. 28. The discouraging experience with these laws, the vicious attacks of the trusts, assisted by city, state, and federal governments, the brutal use of the state militia and federal troops, the subservience of the courts all contributed towards convincing the W.F. of M of the need for a new society, a new economic system which would, in the end, result in the emancipation of the laborer from the thraldom of monopoly. At its 1901 convention, the Union adopted resolutions demanding a complete revolution of present social and economic conditions, and declared that since the working class has nothing in common with the capitalist class, either politically or industrially, we take such steps political as to completely separate us as a political body from all parties controlled by the capitalist class. The resolutions accepted socialism, but they did not endorse any party of socialism. But in July 1901, a month after the above resolutions were adopted, the Socialist Party of the United States was born at a unity convention in Indianapolis. The W.F. of M hailed the event as marking a new era for the American working class. A year later, at its I-02 convention, the Union endorsed the Socialist Party in these terms. We, the 10th Annual Convention of the Western Federation of Miners, do declare for a policy of independent political action, and do advise and recommend the adoption of the platform of the Socialist Party by the locals of the Federation in conjunction with a vigorous policy of education along the lines of political economy. 29. Even though there was always a minority group that opposed such action, this policy was reaffirmed at subsequent conventions until 1906, and the Union went on record each time as favoring independent political action on behalf of the Socialist Party. At the 1906 convention, in order to put an end to wrangling over the endorsement of socialism in the Socialist Party, the Union eliminated the word socialism from its objectives, and the endorsement of the Socialist Party was stricken from the Constitution and by laws. However, the Union still insisted that we demand the full product of our labor, the 1907 convention declared. We assert that the working class, and it alone, can and must achieve its own emancipation. We hold finally that an industrial union and the concerted political action of all wage workers is the only method of attaining this end. Continuing to reject capitalism, the W.F. of M called for the election of class-conscious representatives of the working class, who will endeavor to remedy the evils and ultimately overthrow the capitalist system which rests upon the misery and exploitation of the workers. 80. In addition to serving as a vanguard in the struggle for improvement of conditions of workers under capitalism, the W.F. of M sought to become an organizing center and a vast educational apparatus working for socialism. From 1900, the year in which it was established, and even after the specific endorsement of socialism and the Socialist Party was removed from the Union Constitution and by laws, much of the space in the Miners magazine, the Union's official organ, was devoted to articles about socialism. As early as 1902, a labor journal declared, "The Miners magazine is one of the strongest socialist publications in the world." As part of their educational activities, local unions established libraries, which were open to the public as well as to members and in which socialist literature was featured. The W.F. of M sponsored Eugene V. Debs and Father T. H. Haggerty on speaking tours for the Socialist Party. Union leaders ran as socialist candidates in many places in the West, Haywood running for governor of Colorado on the socialist ticket in 1905, Carroll D. Wright said of the W.F. of M locals, "Many of them maintain libraries and reading rooms in connection with their meeting halls." U.S. Senate Documents No. 122, 58th Congress, 3D Session, page 43. While in prison in Idaho in 1506. In general, the W.F. of M lent strength to the Socialist Party in the West, and in 1905 its members were advised, as individuals, to commence immediately the organization of the socialist movement in their respective towns and states, and to cooperate in every way for the furtherance of the principles of socialism and the Socialist Party. 31. As was to be expected, the aggressive role played by the W.F. of M in furthering the cause of socialism was pointed to by employers as proof of their charge that the Union was an advocate of force, violence, and terrorism against capitalism and capitalists. The Union's policy on political action gives the answer to these charges. Peaceful political action was regarded by the W.F. of M as the means by which capitalism would be overthrown. It is undoubtedly true that members of the W.F. of M participated in acts of violence during strikes, particularly against strikebreakers, but that violence was a deliberate and official policy of the Union, as the employer's charge is an allegation which cannot be substantiated. President Charles F. Moyer made the position of the Union clear when he said in 1904, "There are but two ways to meet the policy outlined by the corporations and the citizens' alliances: one, the rifle, the other the ballot. Which will organized labor choose? Which will the leaders of the great army of organized wage workers advise to be placed in the hands of their followers? There can be but one answer: the ballot. Were I the anarchist claimed by those who would destroy our organization, if my only desire were the destruction of property and the taking of human life as has been charged, then surely I would advise the rifle. The Miners magazine repeatedly condemned acts of terrorism. When Arthur Collins, a mine manager, was shot and killed by an unknown assailant, it denounced the degenerate who slaked his insane thirst for revenge in the annihilation of human life. In 1903, commenting upon a letter to the editor counseling the miners to arm themselves, the magazine, although recognizing the employer's provocations which prompted such advice, stated that the advance guard in the ranks of organized labor are appealing to the reason and intelligence of the world to use the bloodless weapon. In 1904, it pointed out, the charge of inciting to crime cannot be sustained by one private or public utterance of these men. The leaders of the Western Federation of Miners are not making the fight along these lines. 32. The W.F. of M. Constitution, adopted in 1903, asserted the right of the miners, in all lawful ways, to cooperate with one another. For the minority group in the Union that opposed independent political action and endorsement of socialism argued that they would give the employers a weapon to attack the Union as an advocate of force and violence. Proceedings, W.F. of M. Convention, 1903, pp. 2 Aug 10, 261, 1. Purpose of procuring a just share of the product of our toil, and pointed out that its objects were proper and lawful. The 1904 convention urged all members to use their peaceful conciliation and social persuasion to induce others to join hands with them at the ballot box in securing the overthrow of the present iniquitous system of government. 33. In short, the Union's policy advised political action for the overthrow of capitalism, not force, violence, or terrorism. At the same time, however, the W.F. of M asserted the right of the workers to defend themselves against the use of force by employers. If the employers chose to use force to invade the rights of the miners, then force in retaliation or self-defense would be justified. Thus the 1901 convention adopted this carefully phrased declaration: we advise the toiler to be ever on the alert in defense of his rights, educate himself to protect those rights by a peaceful use of the ballot so long as the feasibility of such means will justify the end in view. When not, let us be prepared to meet the enemy with weapons of his choice. Boyce took this position in defending the advice he gave that every miner should arm himself to protect himself and his union against the employer's hired gunmen, and Haywood developed the same theme in 1906. The Western Federation of Miners has engendered the intense hatred of the capitalists and corporations, not because the organization at any time advocated violence, but because you have at all times demanded recognition and obedience of law by the master class, who seem to think that law and regulation are only intended for those who labor. When the inevitable conflict comes, it will be precipitated by the class that ignores and tramples underfoot the mandates of civilized society. 34. This then was the W.F. of M., a union industrial in structure and possessed of a deep sense of class solidarity, a union which called for class-conscious political action, rejected the framework of capitalism and looked forward to a socialist society under which poverty and exploitation would be abolished. To be sure, there was a minority group in the union that did not go along with these advanced views, and as we shall see in a subsequent volume, their influence was to increase in the latter part of this period. But, in the main, this militant, class-conscious union and its membership were correctly described by a contemporary paper as follows: they are men of such rugged independence and unwavering loyalty to union principles that their organization stands almost without a peer in the field of organized labor. 3. W.F. of M. and the A.F. of L. It is indeed unfortunate for the American labor movement that this militant union, composed of men who were so deeply imbued with unwavering loyalty to union principles, did not exert its power together with other progressive forces in the A.F. of L to combat and defeat the conservative, class collaboration policies of the Federation's leadership. But throughout the period when these policies were being developed and becoming fixed into the framework of the A.F. of L, the W.F. of M stood apart from the struggle inside the A.F. of L against these policies. At its 1896 convention, the W.F. of M affiliated with the A.F. of L. This step, discussed in the Union for over a year, was finally decided upon because, as President Edward Boyce wrote, we believe that the only true system of accomplishing this, the elevation of the laboring masses of our country, is the federation of all organizations under one head working for the same cause and voting as one man. 36. Barely was affiliation achieved, however, when a bitter dispute arose between the W.F. of M and the A.F. of L. The ostensible issue was lack of support by the A.F. of L. Executive Council for the Leadville strike being conducted by the W.F. of M to defeat a wage reduction. Actually, the lack of financial help from the A.F. of L leadership was a secondary reason for the dispute between the two organizations. At the root of the conflict was a sharp difference over ideology and tactics. Edward Boyce returned from the 18-cents A.F. of L convention a disappointed and disillusioned man. In a statement to the 1897 W.F. of M. convention, he declared that during the 6 days of proceedings at the A.F. of L gathering, there was nothing accomplished in the interests of labor. He had been sickened by the centralization of control in a few hands and the dearth of rank and file influence, as well as the low intellectual plane of the program. He was convinced, he later informed Gompers, that it was time to do something different than to meet in annual conventions and fool away time in adopting resolutions endorsing labels and boycotts. He was further convinced that the increasing concentration and combination of capital, culminating in the rise of giant monopolies, had rendered the craft unionism of the A.F. of L obsolete. 37 inches. I am convinced that the day of its usefulness is past, he wrote to Gompers, emphasizing that it divided the workers rather than uniting them. 88t. The strike was broken in the fall of 1896 when over 600 militiamen were sent into the area. Some of the strikers still held out, and the troops remained at full strength until February 1897, and were not entirely withdrawn until March 10, 1897. Throughout its history, the W.F. of M repeatedly criticized craft unionism. Its point of view was perhaps most succinctly stated by the Executive Committee in its report to the 1907 convention. Wealth and control of industry accumulate constantly in fewer and fewer hands, and experience proves that the old craft or trade unions are unable to cope with the growing power of the employers. The trade unions foster a condition in which one set of workers are pitted against another set to the injury of both, and misleads the workers to believe that their interests are identical with the employers. Although the W.F. of M at its convention in May 1897 did not formally withdraw its affiliation with the A.F. of L, it paid no per capita tax so that the affiliation was purely on paper. By 1900 all connections between the two organizations had ceased. In May 1904, a committee of 4 officials appointed by Gompers visited the W.F. of M convention in Denver to invite the union to reaffiliate with the A.F. of L. They reported that they had been well received, that their remarks, urging affiliation, were highly appreciated, and that there was a strong feeling on the part of the delegates to affiliate with the American Federation. It appears that the committee exaggerated the extent of sentiment at the convention for affiliation, for by this time, the Western miners were overwhelmingly wedded to the principle of industrial unionism, were fairly well convinced that there was little chance of achieving a more effective organization of the working class through the A.F. of L and its dominant form of craft unionism, and were further convinced that Samuel Gompers, John Mitchell, and others, in the leadership of the A.F. of L, were misleading the labor movement. 39 But even if the report of the A.F. of L committee was accurate, the reprehensible conduct of the Federation's leadership in the Colorado struggles in which the W.F. of M was then engaged, doomed all hope of achieving affiliation. Despite the mounting terrorism against the W.F. of M and the protests of many A.F. of L affiliates over the attacks on the civil liberties of the striking miners, the Federation's leadership maintained a strict silence on the subject all through 1903 and the early months of 1904. The Erie People, official organ of the Central Labor Union of Erie, Pennsylvania, expressed the feeling of many A.F. of L members when it noted bitterly that the April 1904 issue of the American Federationist devoted 17 pages to Gompers' report on his journey through Puerto Rico, and not a single line about Colorado. The stirring events in Colorado, the infamies of Telluride and the unspeakable outrage committed on Union labor should certainly furnish a theme worthy of the pages of the first Union publication in the land. But there isn't a word about these things in it. Not a blamed word. 40. The truth is that the A.F. of L leaders had been in close touch with the situation in Colorado, and were receiving reports from its organizers URD, all or injured, and it should be the concern of all proceedings. W.F. of M. Convention, 1907, page 143. Vernon H. Jensen asserts that the W.F. of M at its convention in May, 1897, formally withdrew its affiliation with the A.F. of L, heritage of conflict, labor relations in the non-ferrous metals industry up to 1930, Ithaca, New York, page 62. This is not correct. There was no formal act of disaffiliation. On March 30, 1898, the W.F. of M was described by the A.F. of L as members of the A.F. of L. Not in good standing with the A.F. of L, Jas. O'Connell to Gompers, March 30, 1898, APL Corps. In the area, these reports emphasized that the attack on the miners was not an attempt to crush out organized labor. It is more a question of tramping out socialism than anything else. The cause of the trouble is the adoption of socialistic ideas by the Western Fed of miners. Since the A.F. of L leadership was not loath to see the tramping out of socialism. It decided to say nothing about the military despotism in Colorado. But this placed the leadership in somewhat of a dilemma. If we say nothing about it, I fear we will be severely criticized, and if we say what we would like to and reveal what we have learned from these reports, it will be equally hurtful. John B. Lennon wrote to Morrison on March 8, 1904. The decision was to say nothing. 41. But by June 1904, it became impossible for the A.F. of L leadership to keep silent any longer. The Chicago Federation of Labor requested Gompers to call a conference of all delegates of all central labor bodies in the United States to consider the situation in Colorado. A few other central bodies and international union leaders endorsed the plan, but Gompers refused to call such a meeting. However, under pressure to do something for the miners, he issued an appeal for financial assistance in which, while denouncing the fact that all civilized law and constitutional rights in Colorado were being trampled underfoot, he hinted that he thought the W.F. of M had probably committed some of the crimes it had been accused of, and made it clear that there are certain policies pursued by the Western Federation of Miners that run counter to those advocated by the American Federation of Labor. Gompers appealed to all organized labor and its friends to send financial assistance to aid the arrested miners to secure redress through the federal courts. 42. The W.F. of M welcomed the appeal for financial assistance, though it was annoyed by Gompers' implication that the strikers were probably guilty of the crimes of which they were accused. But neither it nor the Chicago Federation of Labor was satisfied that Gompers' appeal was sufficient to meet the situation. On July 2, the latter body resolved that since President Gompers has taken no action in this direction up to this time, notwithstanding the appalling condition of our brothers in Colorado, it would call the Conference of Central Bodies itself to meet. This was not the first time the AF of L leadership refused to call a convention to aid the hard-pressed miners in the West. In the Coeur d'Alene strike in 1899, W.F. of M. President Boyce had wired Gompers urging him to call a National Union Labor Convention in Chicago to protest against the usurpation of power by military authorities in Idaho. Gompers rejected this appeal and he received immediate backing from the AF of L. Executive Council. Gompers was denounced by the W.F. of M as being a tool of the trust and charged with having refused to call the conference because he did not want to antagonize the Standard Oil Combine. Ed Boyce to Gompers, June 28, 1899. Gompers to Edward Boyce, June 30, 1899. D.C. Coates to Gompers, July 24, 1899. A.F.L. Company. In Victor, Colorado, on August 25, for the purpose of considering the effect of the official lawlessness of the officials of the state of Colorado on the movement of America and devising ways and means of meeting this new capitalistic method of dealing with labor organizations. The call was handed to Gompers while he was in Chicago, and he was asked to endorse it. In addition, he was informed that President Moyer of the W.F. of M was of the opinion that such a convention would be of great benefit to organized labor and to the country in general, in showing up the deplorable state of affairs that exist at the present time in the state of Colorado, and that he had pleaded that everything possible should be done to secure Pres. Gompers' endorsement to the call. 43. Gompers refused. I have declined to give my sanction to calling such a Congress or to encourage it, he informed the A.F. of L. Executive Council. He explained that he could not sanction a meeting which might commit the labor movement to some declaration by men who cannot represent the rank and file of the bona fide labor movement of the country. 44. Of course, it was precisely for the purpose of securing the expression of the rank and file that the conference was called, for the city centrals were closer to the ranks than were the leaders of the international unions or even the conventions of the A.F. of L. Early in August, Gompers made a speech to the Baltimore Federation of Labor. He felt impelled to take notice of the charge that he lacked sympathy for the striking miners in Colorado. He denied this and asserted that their cause was just, but went on to say that they had made many mistakes. Although no evidence had been presented connecting the union with any violence, and the arrested strikers had not yet been brought to trial, Gompers denounced the W.F. of M for not adhering to the principles of law and order and for not obeying the authorities. No strike succeeds, he stated, that disobeys the law, and no union man attains the end who resists those who are sent to enforce the law. 411. Gompers in league with Western mine owners to defeat Colorado. Strike ran a headline in a Western labor paper, and, in an angry editorial, it accused the A.F. of L leaders of being willing to sacrifice the hopes of the working class at the beck and call of capitalism. As long as men like Gompers stood at the head of the A.F. of L, declared the Miners magazine, it was useless to talk further of affiliation with it by the W.F. of M. We have the warmest fraternal feeling for the rank and file of the men whose names are enrolled upon the register of the American Federation of Labor, but we have no bouquets to present to the Vice President of the Civic Federation, 46. The refusal of the W.F. of M to reaffiliate with the A.F. of L does not mean that it pursued a policy of going it alone. Not long after it was not until January 1905 that the officers of the W.F. of M were brought to trial, and the case was dismissed for lack of evidence. Severed its relations with the A.F. of L, the W.F. of M began using whatever energy and funds it could spare from its own continuous struggles to build a federation based on industrial unionism to organize all workers, regardless of race, creed, color, sex, national origin, or skill. Starting in the West, this federation, it was hoped, would eventually encompass the entire nation. Since chapters 15 and 16 were written, the following works have appeared which are also worth consulting in addition to the sources referred to in the reference notes. Melvin Dubofsky, The Leadville Strike of 1896 to 1897, An Appraisal, Mid-America, XLVII, April, 1966, 9, 118, The Origins of Western Working Class Radicalism, 1890 to 1905, Labor History, 7, Spring, 1966, 131 S4. James H. Hawley and the Origins of the Haywood Case, 1892 to 1899, Pacific Northwest Quarterly, LVII, January, 1967, 2, R32. Much of this material appears also in Melvin Dubofsky, We Shall Be All, A History of the Industrial Workers of the World, Chicago, 1969, L. 80. Chapter 16, The American Labor Union. In 1906, President Charles F. Moyer declared proudly that for nearly 10 years the W.F. of M has been in the vanguard of a movement which is arousing the great majority of the army of labor to a realization of their power. One the movement referred to was one that sought to organize the American workers, and especially those in the trustified, mass production industries, by means of industrial unionism. Moyer placed the beginning of the W.F. of M's real activity in this movement in 1897 when it took the initiative in forming a federation of the workers in the West. A federation of Western workers. The idea of such a federation was not a new one. Even in the late 80s and early 90s, various Western unions, charging that the A.F. of L had done nothing for the workers in the West, raised the question of a separate Western federation. Gompers himself acknowledged the existence of this feeling as early as 1891 when he wrote, "For years the trade unions of the far West and the Pacific Coast have been complaining that they are entirely neglected in the consideration of the trade unionists of the East and North. To the A.F. of L, however, did little to overcome this feeling." In November 1897, the State Trade and Labor Council of Montana, an independent organization not affiliated with the A.F. of L because it felt that the Western workers were neglected by the latter, met in convention and adopted a resolution calling for a general Western Federation of Labor. A month later, the W.F. of M took similar action. At its executive board meeting on December 28, 1897, it was decided to circularize all locals on the question. Do you favor extending an invitation to various labor organizations of the West to meet with us for a 2 or 3 day discussion for the purpose of bringing all labor or 413 organizations in the West into closer touch? When the majority answered affirmatively, an invitation was sent announcing a conference at Salt Lake City on May 1898.8. Delegates assembled at Salt Lake City from Rossland, British Columbia, Galveston, Texas, San Francisco, and from South Dakota as well as Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, and Washington. Boyce told the gathering that in sponsoring the Western Federation, the W.F. of M had no intention of disrupting the American labor movement. Its purpose was to join with other laboring men and women who, irrespective of occupation, nationality, creed or color, are determined that no corporation, trust, syndicate, or injunction shall longer deprive them of their inherent rights. One of the major objectives of the new federation would be to eliminate inattention to the unskilled workmen, who, under existing industrial conditions, were becoming more and more the major force in the working class. The Western Labor Union. Following Boyce's statement, a committee of 5 proposed the establishment of the Western Labor Union. The WLU was not to be a dual union, and the members could continue their affiliation with existing national trades organizations and their respective state central bodies. In its future organizing work, the WLU would concentrate on unattached bodies of workmen, particularly the unskilled, and, wherever possible, concentrate on the industrial form of unionism. Labor had to adjust itself to the changes in the methods of production, and its form of organization had to reflect these changes. The method of production of 50 years ago would be ridiculous today. The employer has changed from the single individual to the corporation, and from the corporation to the trust, while the plan of unionism, adopted by most unions, is still practically that of our grandfathers. Through the medium of the Western Labor Union, such rights as the tradesman now enjoyed will be extended to the common laborer. In this way, skilled and unskilled would be united in a struggle against their common foe, the trusts. By a vote of IOI to 7, the Salt Lake City Conference adopted the report and formally established the Western Labor Union. The W.F. of M. became the first chartered body in the Montana State Trades, and the A.F. of L. Executive Council sent Gompers to attend the Salt Lake City Conference, to place the A.F. of L. before the assembled delegates in its true light, and try to head off the formation of the Western Labor Federation. But it was to no avail. On the contrary, the Westerners were furious that the A.F. of L. thought of sending emissaries into the area only when there was a threat to its power. H. E. Garman to Gompers, February 23, 1898, Gompers to A.F. of L. Executive Council, May 16, 1898, APL Corps, and GLB, Pueblo Courier, June 3, 1898. Labor Council II, Daniel McDonald, leader of the Molders Union of Butte, Montana, and vice president of the Montana State Trades and Labor Council, was elected president of the new organization. The Pueblo Courier was made official organ. 11 in accepting the honor, the Courier declared, "We hail with joy the formation of the Western Labor Union, which has progress for its main object. This forward movement, so auspiciously begun in the West, will permeate the labor movement in the East, and when that is accomplished we may look for the laboring man to come into his own." 6. In October 1899, there were 65 trades and labor unions in Montana, Colorado, and Idaho, and one in Rossland, British Columbia, affiliated with the WLU. The W.F. of M was the largest and strongest of these unions, and others consisted of cooks, waiters, butchers, clerks, musicians, lumbermen, bricklayers, and stonemasons. 7. War between A.F. of L. and WLU. Michael Raphael, A.F. of L, organizer in the West, urged Gompers to recognize the WLU, pointing out that the movement reflected the sentiments of many Western workers, including most A.F. of L. members in the region, since most of the WLU branches were also affiliated to A.F. of L unions. It would be wise for the Federation not to take any step that would force them to decide between the A.F. of L and the WLU. 8. Raphael was correct in pointing to the dual affiliation of Western Unionists. The WLU did not insist that its members choose between it and the A.F. of L. Moreover, even A.F. of L organizers conceded that the WLU and its members loyally supported all boycotts of A.F. of L unions, both of Eastern and Western affiliates, and the boycotted products were driven from every mining camp in town where the WLU had influence. But the A.F. of L leadership refused to tolerate the existence of the WLU. The only prospect they held out to the Western movement was to abandon the field. When the WLU refused to commit suicide, the A.F. of L leadership decided that it must be destroyed. A.F. of L organizers in the West were instructed to devote themselves entirely to splitting away branches from the WLU. On January 18, 1900, W.G. Armstrong, A.F. of L organizer, reported to Morrison from Seattle that he was zealously carrying out the instructions from national headquarters with the following results. "We got the bakers out of the Western Labor Union and they are now only in the national of the A.F. of L. The icemen, upholsterers and laundry workers are on the edge of sending back their charter. After I clean them up here I will try and kill them off in Spokane." In this connection I might say that one or two other organizations in Seattle will return their charter to the Western Federation within the next week or 10 days. The only other stronghold in the state is at Everett. I have been up there twice and believe we'll have them in line in a very short time. Armstrong was anxious that his activities be kept secret, for he added, "Now Frank, what I have written is for the Executive Council and yourself of the A.F. of L, and don't let it get out. I am giving the Western Federation what they need in my own way and don't want them to get on." Armstrong's own way consisted of organizing men who scabbed during strikes conducted by WLU affiliates and bringing them into the A.F. of L. Protests against this anti-union conduct directed to the A.F. of L leadership from Seattle were ignored. 9. Despite the rule or ruin policy of the paid agents of the A.F. of L, the WLU continued to grow. Between May 1901 and February 1902, it issued 71 charters, 17 to unions in Denver, and the other 54 to unions throughout the Intermountain states. So remarkable was this achievement in Denver, where little organizing work of any consequence had been done in over a decade, that in March 1902 the Denver Trades and Labor Assembly voted by a substantial majority to return its charter of affiliation to the A.F. of L.10 on March 29, 1902, and A.F. of L. Leader in the West wrote confidentially to Frank Morrison in response to a request asking him to report frankly on the strength of the Western Labor Union. In Ray's strength of WLU, McDonald claims membership of 40,000. If you or others at the head of the A.F. of L would visit this country, you would be very much surprised at its strength. The slogan, "It's a Western Union for Western men," holds the ear of the enthusiastic and hardy Westerners, and the quick and ready response which the WLU makes to appeals for aid gains their sympathy and cooperation. Several Spokane locals have been thus aided when they sorely needed it in a hurry. An instance last fall: the bakers who were affiliated with their A.F. of L. International and also with the WLU, 5 or 6 other Spokane locals in same condition, had trouble and telegraphed both unions for aid. In 3 days, they received check for $50 FROI, NWLU. And in 6 weeks received check for $so from their international. There are numerous cases of this kind in WLU centers and is one of the chief reasons for supporting the WLU. 11. The report convinced the A.F. of L. Executive Council that steps had to be taken immediately to halt the further growth of the Western movement. 12. The W.F. of M and the WLU were holding conventions simultaneously in Denver in June 1902. A third convention was held at the same time in conjunction with the other two, that of the United Association of Hotel and Restaurant Employees, affiliated to the WLU. Morrison and Vice President Thomas Kidd were designated to represent the A.F. of L. Executive Council and convey the Federation's demand that the two organizations affiliate with the A.F. of L in the interest of labor unity. At first Morrison and Kidd were well received, and a resolution was adopted by the W.F. of M thanking them for coming and extending good wishes for the success of the general movement. The delegates to the WLU convention were impressed by the peaceful overtures of the A.F. of L emissaries and were prepared to bring about reconciliation between the A.F. of L and the WLU, but the atmosphere changed when Morrison and Kidd told the WLU that unless it immediately affiliated with the A.F. of L, the Federation would take steps to destroy it by setting up rival unions in all of the western states, and that within 6 months, the WLU would be a thing of the past. 13. This threat of annihilation by men invited to present the need for labor unity infuriated the delegates. The finishing touch came when the delegates learned that Morrison and Kidd were busy helping J.D. Pierce, A.F. of L organizer in Denver, already notorious for his collusion with employers against WLU unions, to smash a building trade strike in the city led by the WLU. A.F. of L sponsored scabbing in the building trade strike, turned the stomach of all who before had an appetite for peace. 14. The infuriated delegates called on Eugene V. Debs, a convention guest, to answer the A.F. of L threats. Debs began by asserting that he, too, was in favor of labor unity, and was willing to make any sacrifice to secure that unity save one, and that as principle and honor. With the original formation of the WLU, he had had nothing to do. But if the causes that led to its formation were justifiable at that time, the years that have since intervened have simply served to vindicate the wisdom of such action. It was not the WLU but the A.F. of L which prevented the realization of labor unity. When the A.F. of L refused to organize unskilled workers, particularly Negro, women and foreign-born workers, when it refused to organize the mass production industries, when it clung to the outmoded forms of craft unionism, when its leaders spent their time consorting with the enemies of labor in the National Civic Federation instead of devoting themselves to organizing the unorganized, the A.F. of L assumed the responsibility for promoting disunity in the ranks of labor. To achieve unity by yielding to the reactionary outlook of the A.F. of L would be to sacrifice the needs of the great mass of the unorganized workers in the mass production industries. When the A.F. of L would sever its ties with the National Civic Federation, ending an association which was undermining the very basis of the labor movement, agree to organize the unorganized into industrial unions, thereby equipping the trade unions with a rapid-fire gun in the modern warfare instead of the old blunderbuss, and recognize the need for the trade unions to take a stand upon a political platform, then would be the time for unity. Meanwhile, Debs called upon the delegates to meet the threatened A.F. of L raids by making the Western Labor Union a national movement, change its name to the American Labor Union, declare in favor of socialism, and institute a national organizing campaign, concentrating in the East, where, he assured the delegates, they would secure enthusiastic recruits. 15. Morrison was given the opportunity to answer, and he charged that Debs was simply trying to win recruits for the Socialist Party and was not really interested in building the trade union movement. I pointed out, he wrote to the A.F. of L. Executive Council, that the ideas that he advocated could be accomplished under the American Federation of Labor. 16. The delegates were not convinced by Morrison's assurance. The participation of the A.F. of L leaders in the formation and development of the National Civic Federation, where they joined hands with leader Tilde of Big Business, was enough to cast doubt on Morrison's statement. The Western workingmen, declared the Miners magazine scornfully, are not yet prepared to follow Mr. Gompers into Mark Hanna's wigwam to be scalped with the knife of capitalistic arbitration and become the toy of Republican politicians. The Western Federation of Miners and the Western Labor Union are ready to join forces with any labor organization that offers a remedy, but they don't propose to be led like sheep into a slaughter pen to await the butcher's knife without a struggle. 17. Formation of the American Labor Union. Every one of Debs' proposals was enthusiastically adopted. The name of the Western Labor Union was changed to the American Labor Union, thus enabling it to unfurl its flag in every state of the Union. Officers were elected, and a statement of principles adopted which asserted that the increasing exploitation of labor and the increasing might of monopoly capitalism necessitated a class-conscious movement upon the part of the toilers. Experience had demonstrated over and over again that the older form of organization, represented by the A.F. of L, was unable to cope with the recent aggressions of plutocracy obtained by class legislation and especially maintained through the medium of friendly courts. The L.U. came out for industrial unionism, independent working-class political action, and adopted the platform of the socialist. The officers were Daniel McDonald, Butte, Montana, President, D.F. O'Shea, Cripple Creek, Colorado, Vice President, Clarence Smith, Butte, Montana, Secretary-Treasurer. Members of the Executive Board were from Colorado, Montana, Washington, and Wyoming. Party of America, in its entirety, is the political platform and program of the American Labor Union. The statement concluded with the appeal. Believing that complete organization is necessary for the overthrow of the present inhuman method of production and distribution, and that the above plan offers the most practical, economical, and reasonable way to success, we invite the people of America to join with us in the cause of humanity. 18. In his confidential report to the A.F. of L. Executive Council, Morrison emphasized that the formation of the L.U. was primarily a socialist plot, for the purpose of agitating and creating discontent among workers in the hope of using the Western Labor Union for organizing the workers now unorganized and stampeding them into the Socialist Party. The plot, he charged, had been engineered from the national headquarters of the Socialist Party, and the leadership of the party had decided to marshal all their forces in the West, using the new labor organization as the way to entrench themselves in the Intermountain States. 19. Although it was quite an admission on Morrison's part to give the socialists credit for seeking to organize the workers now unorganized, he was way off the mark in attributing the formation of the L.U. to the national leadership of the Socialist Party. Actually, the majority of the party leadership viewed the formation of the L.U. with anything but enthusiasm. To be sure, a number of socialist papers lukewarmly welcomed the endorsement of socialism by the ALU, and one or two hailed the action of the WLU convention in changing its name, declaring in favor of socialism, and beginning organizing campaigns throughout the nation. According to the Comrade, a socialist monthly published in New York, no more important event, and certainly none of greater encouragement to the socialist, has occurred in recent years. This action is for us, full of inspiration and encouragement. Everywhere it should inspire us to further endeavor and sacrifice. 20. The majority of the socialist press and party leaders, however, condemned the decision of the Denver Convention as fostering dual unionism, for it was obvious that the L.U. cannot expand east of the Mississippi without getting into a most disastrous fight against the A.F. of L. Socialists were warned not to help build the L.U., were instructed by the local quorum, which was empowered to make policy and issue statements for the national organization, to recognize the formation of the L.U. as a serious tactical error, and to help bring that union into the A.F. of L. Those socialists who were working to build the L.U. were misrepresenting the attitude of our party and compromising it in their attempts to build up a rival organization to the American Federation of Labor. 21. This was too much for Debs, and he replied to the local quorum and all socialists who endorsed its position in an article published in the International Socialist Review, November 1902. He began by stating that the events at Denver, so entirely compatible with the socialist conception of class-conscious and progressive trades unionism, should have met with the prompt and hearty approbation of every unionist and every socialist in the land. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Instead, the socialist press, with few exceptions, and the party leadership, had displayed only an attitude of unfairness and injustice to the Western movement. After making it clear that, in his opinion, these timid Socialists, including the members of the Quorum, were fawning at the feet of the pure and simple movement of the East, and were in perfect accord with the capitalist press, and also the labor lieutenants, the henchmen and heelers. Debs charged that they spoke only for themselves and not for the rank and file of the party who, he was convinced, hailed the events at Denver as a happy augury for the future. He denied the charge that the WLU and its successor, the AL.U., were dual unions, arguing that an objective history of the labor movement would prove that it was the leaders of the A.F.L. and not the Western workers who had split the trade unions and prevented labor unity. While the Western workers had always supported their brothers in the East, the A.F.L. had persistently sought to destroy their organizations. He acknowledged that labor unity was important, but it could not be made an excuse to cover every crime against the true interests of the workers. The AL.U. had publicly declared for socialism. Why then should the socialists attack it in favor of its conservative rival? There could be only one answer to this question. These socialists had apparently decided that it was wiser policy to curry favor with numbers than to stand by principles. Debs declared that he was a friend, not the enemy of the A.F.L., and he urged the socialists who worked inside the Federation to remain there and continue their efforts. He assured them that they would receive help from the very existence of the Western movement, for the AL.U. would serve to inspire all workers who favored industrial unionism, socialism and political action, and, in order to hold its own, the A.F.L. would be compelled to adopt these principles and initiate new organizing efforts. In time, as a result of the work of the progressive forces inside the A.F.L. and the pressure from progressive forces, represented by the AL.U., from without, the labor movement would be united. But it would never be united on the terms insisted upon by the A.F.L. leaders, which meant to go back and backward to the American Federation of Labor and its pure and simple unionism. There is one way and only one way to unite the American trades union movement. The American Federation of Labor must go forward to the American Labor Union. The American Labor Union will never go back to the American Federation of Labor. Numbers count for nothing. Principle and progress for everything. 22. Debs' article aroused widespread discussion in socialist ranks. Hostility to the stand of the local quorum, headed by the national secretary, Leon Greenbaum, mounted. The question was asked over and over again: by what right did the quorum pronounce the A.F.L. the established trade union movement? 23. Although Debs rarely participated in the sessions of the party's national committee, he carried the battle against the condemnation of the ALU into the committee. As was to be expected, he met bitter opposition. Berger charged that the supporters of the ALU were doing the party immeasurable harm in the trade unions, and nullifying much of the work of socialists who were seeking to win support for the cause inside the A.F.L. Debs countered with the argument that the only truly progressive union was the ALU, and that its growth would help the struggle to change the A.F.L. from an organization tied to the National Civic Federation to one operating along the lines of the class struggle. Hillquit attempted to effect a compromise, but with Debs adamant, he ended up siding with Berger, indicating that the right and center were moving closer together. In the end, Debs had his way. The local quorum went down to defeat, and the National Committee removed it and Greenbaum from office. In May 1903, the membership of the party, by a vote of 4,195 to 1,180, confirmed the action of the National Committee in removing the local quorum and the National Secretary. 24. Although there were other issues besides the dispute over trade union principles that led to the downfall of the local quorum, the outcome gave the socialists who were helping to build the ALU a free hand to continue their work, and meant that, for the time being, the new movement would not be hampered by open opposition from the social. It also aroused discussion among socialists abroad. Henry Mayers Hindman, British socialist and founder of the Social Democratic Federation, praised Debs' article, which he called sound, sober, important and statesmanlike. "It gives me a higher opinion of the man than anything I have seen of his. It seems to me," he wrote to A.M. Simons, "you in America, though moving faster than we are, have precisely the same difficulties with the old trade unions, with their bosses, that we have. Likewise similar trouble with ambitious and mutually jealous individualists, on the make. I saw Gompers in Paris in 1889 and mistrusted him then," he added. "He made no pretense then to be a class-conscious socialist any more than, I gather, he does now." Letter, 1902, in A.M. Simons' papers, WSHS. Greenbaum was replaced by William Maley, a young coal miner. Greenbaum immediately left the Socialist Party, and devoted himself to assisting the AFL. In its attack on the ALU, the Worker, January 24, 1904. A major issue was the battle over whether socialists should endorse or support, in any fashion, labor parties sponsored by the trade unions. East Party. This was no small victory for the AL. U had its hands full meeting the opposition of the A.F. of L.A.F. of L. attacks on ALU. In his report on the Denver Convention, Morrison urged the A.F. of L. and the national and international unions immediately to take some preventive measures to prevent success of any kind for the Western movement. He called for continuous agitation in the intermountain states to organize the crafts and callings. With such an agitation, the efforts of the socialist agitators could be minimized, and after the next election had taken place, the American Federation of Labor would be in a position to absorb all unions that had any staying qualities now affiliated with the Western Labor Union. Upon receipt of Morrison's communication, the Executive Council authorized Gompers to immediately launch a campaign to combat the ALU. Gompers sent organizers to Colorado, Washington, and the Southwest, and asked the waiters, barbers, and butchers unions, which had the most defections to the Western movement, to send organizers into the territory. He opened a branch headquarters in Denver for the A.F. of L organizing campaign. In July 1902, Gompers embarked on a 6-week organizing tour to the West. Mass meetings and parades were arranged in all the major cities from Chicago to the coast, and particularly in the strongholds of the ALU 25. Here then appeared to be concrete evidence to buttress Deb's argument that the existence of the Western labor movement would compel the A.F. of L to organize in areas which it had hitherto completely neglected. Unfortunately, events soon demonstrated that the A.F. of L leadership was bent more on destroying the ALU than on competing with it in organizing the unorganized. Gompers' message everywhere in his 6-week tour of the West was the same: the necessity for unity in the labor movement and the danger and folly of dual unionism. But the way in which the A.F. of L organizers operated in the West contradicted this theme. In most cases, when the ALU had organized a shop or mill and found it necessary to declare a strike, the A.F. of L organizer in the vicinity stepped in, organized those who refused to obey the strike call, signed an agreement with the employers on conditions a good deal worse than those demanded by the ALU, and affiliated the local union with the international which had jurisdiction in the field and the A.F. of L. Naturally, the ALU condemned these as dual organizations and scab unions, and accused the A.F. of L leadership of scurrilous, treacherous, damnable methods, even more disreputable than could be conceived and executed by the direct enemies of labor in the ranks of capitalism. Even important A.F. of L spokesmen were disturbed by these anti-union practices. "We are getting a bad reputation through all this," Farusith complained to Gompers from the Pacific Coast, "and such actions by our organizers are causing workers in the West to call us scabs, and, in my opinion, are responsible for increasing the drift to the American Labor Union." James O'Connell, international president of the Machinists' Union, informed Gompers that the members of his organization in the West were flooding him with complaints against the role of A.F. of L organizers in granting charters to men who scabbed during ALU strikes, and that this has placed me in a most awkward position to our membership, since as a member of the Executive Council he was being held responsible. He urged Gompers to issue instructions to organizers to cease such activity, for it was obviously an issue that was of great importance to the labor movement in the West, and even members of our international are hammering the Federation with restraint over this issue. "I have always been a strong advocate of the A.F. of L," he concluded, "but confess that of late my confidence is being very badly shaken." Even so conservative a labor leader as Lenin criticized J.D. Pierce, A.F. of L organizer in Denver, for organizing scab unions, and predicted to Morrison that unless this type of activity was cut short, the remaining unions affiliated with the A.F. of L in Denver would join the ALU. "I keep constantly posted as to the situation in Denver and know that the unions that ever stood by the A.F. of L are one at a time dropping away from the A.F. of L's assembly. They may maintain an independent position for a while, but sooner or later they will be into the new organization." 26. Since complaints against Pierce were widespread, Gompers went through the routine of asking him for an explanation. Pierce defended himself with the argument that the complaints came from socialists, and insisted that to change our policy would place us back again where we were a year ago. He conceded that he had organized workers who had refused to leave work during strikes called by the ALU, but argued that any and every method was justified in fighting socialists and secessionists. "We have got to lick them by fair means or foul. No use to pat them on the back, for while you are doing that, they will stick a knife in your ribs." Finally, he demanded that Gompers endorse his work, for "I wonder how long I have got to fight not only those who would disrupt our movement, but also those who should give me their full support." Gompers assured Pierce that he had his support, and that he need not worry about criticism, whatever the source. But Lenin's prediction came true. Not only did most of the unions affiliated with the Denver Trades Council, A.F. of L, drop out, but the council itself joined the Al. U.27. Despite the attacks of the A.F. of L, the ALU continued to support all strikes and boycotts of Federation affiliates. The November 27, 1902, issue of the American Labor Union, Ernal, official organ of the AL.U., proudly reported that the Cripple Creek Trades and Labor Assembly, ALU, had voted to force all non-union cigars out of the district by honoring the Cigar Makers Union, A.F. of L, labels. Thus the members of the American Labor Union continued to fight for the labels of the American Federation of Labor while the paid organizers of that organization worked for the disruption and destruction of the unions belonging to the American Labor Union. The Ernal also reported that the AL.U. in Denver was cooperating with the National Teamsters Union, A.F. of L, in helping to organize the unorganized Teamsters of that city. 28. Growth of the ALU. According to the report of Secretary-Treasurer Clarence Smith, the first year of the AL.U.'s existence was significant for the addition of about 50,000 new members, bringing the actual per capita paying membership close to the IOU mark. 2019 it also saw the issuance of charters for 151 local unions, 5 district unions and 1 international union. The last mentioned was the United Brotherhood of Railway Employees which, with its reputed 35,000 members, ranked second in membership to the W.F. of M, the AL.U.'s most powerful affiliate. The third international union in the AL.U. was the United Association of Hotel and Restaurant Employees. The UBRE was organized at Rosebery, Oregon, on January 27, 1901 by former members of the American Railway Union who felt that the time had arrived to put into practice the fundamental principle of that militant organization, industrial unionism in the railroad industry. Most of them were veterans of the historic Pullman strike, and they were confident that events since that epochal, though ill-fated, struggle had demonstrated anew to the railroad workers that the craft separatism of the railroad brotherhoods, by dividing the workers in their battles against the powerful, finance capital-dominated railroad monopoly, guaranteed their defeat if they should ever choose to strike and constantly weakened their bargaining position. They, the railroad workers, declared the founders of the UBRE, have learned by bitter experience that the men who load and handle the freight, who make, build and repair the tracks, who build and repair the engines and cars, who make, the ALU regarded this as its 5th year of existence, dating its birth from the formation of the Western Labor Union in 1898. Because of the scarcity of records it is almost impossible to determine the accuracy of membership figures cited by ALU officials, but it can be assumed that they were exaggerated. The trains in every department, and who attend to the 1001 details in connection with the running of a railroad, all depend on the other. There was no room any longer in an industry as completely trustified as was the railroad industry for the old, snobbish attitude that the engineers are too good to associate with the brakemen, and that the firemen must have nothing to do with the section men. Engineers and brakemen, firemen and section men, and all other railroad workers had to join hands in an industrial union, the only railway organization competent to cope with the Railway Trust. The UBRE organized the various classes of workers in the railroad industry from track laborer to engineer into separate locals, but they were all united in a division covering an entire railroad system. Though each local managed its own affairs, agreements were drawn up on an industry-wide basis, covering all the workers on the system. In the event of a strike, the entire division struck. Under this system, the UBRE explained, a fair engineer will never be found ling a scab crew, nor a union switchman operating with a scab engineer. The UBRE spread from Oregon into California and other points in the far west down into Texas and across the northern border into Canada. It voted to join the ALU in January 1903, and George Estes, UBRE president, became a member of the AL.U. Executive Board. In that same month, the UBRE won its first big strike on the Canadian Northern Railway, gaining union recognition for all the workers employed on the line, increased wages and an 8-hour day. 80. The AL.U. made important gains during its first year in the lumber industry. It was an ideal field for the industrial form of organization. It was not suited for craft organization, since there was a preponderance of unskilled, or at best semi-skilled, workers in the industry, many of whom were migratory, and even had it been possible to allot each man a particular craft, the result would have been an impossible litter of separate unions with 1 or possibly 2 or 3 members in each craft in the camp. The conditions were notorious. Hours of work were from 11 to 12 a day and wages were miserably low. The lumberjack was hardly considered civilized by the employers and was generally called a timber beast. Until the Western Labor Union entered the industry, these workers had been ignored by the trade union movement. The A.F. of L showed no interest in organizing them, and its affiliate, the Shingle Weavers Union, confined itself to organizational activity among the skilled shingle weavers, ignoring the sawmill and logging workers, most of whom were semi-skilled or unskilled. 31. The ALU carried on the work of its predecessor and set up locals in the lumber camps in California, Oregon, Montana, Washington, and British Columbia. Two important strike victories during the first year of the AL's existence received widespread attention in the West: the complete victory of the Crescent City, California, lumbermen's union in increasing wages after a fierce struggle, and that of the union in Sequoia, California, in reducing hours from 2 to 10 a day without any reduction in pay. 32. Apart from the federal labor unions which united workers of different crafts who were not numerous enough to form a local together with semi-skilled, unskilled workers and laborers, the majority of the local unions in the ALU were craft unions in the West which were under the URI's diction of national and international unions affiliated with the AFL. None of these locals had obeyed the order to withdraw from the ALU. In several instances the locals had openly defied the national officers, and in other cases the national unions simply decided to do nothing and allow the locals to retain their affiliation with the ALU. These unions of teamsters, musicians, butchers, retail clerks, brewers, meat cutters, building trades workers, etc., were mainly craft in nature, but believed in the ALU's program of labor solidarity, and, in many cases, in its vision of a socialist society. All believed, moreover, that their interests had been neglected by the AFL and could be better cared for by an organization centered in the West. The chief strength of the ALU lay, of course, in Colorado, Montana, Idaho, Washington, California, and British Columbia. Of the 151 new local unions chartered during the year, 32 were in Montana, 23 in Colorado, 20 in British Columbia, 15 in Washington, and 10 in California. But it began penetrating into the East during its first year of existence, and 4 ALU locals were established in New York City, 1 in New Jersey, 3 in Ohio, and 8 in Massachusetts. Of these the most important was the Lynn local of shoe workers. The ALU began organizing these workers in February 1903 after receiving an appeal from former members of the AFL's Boot and Shoe Workers Union who had quit the organization because the national officers confined themselves to selling labels to the manufacturers while forcing contracts down the throats of workers which contained nothing of benefit to them. The ALU local in Lynn, composed of former members of the Boot and Shoe Workers Union, started a drive to organize an industry which was predominantly unorganized. 33 inches. I have just returned from Lynn, Massachusetts, and I tell you things are in a bad shape there, and if the AFL don't do something pretty soon they're going to lose that territory and lose it for good. An AFL organizer wrote to Gompers and Morrison in March 1903. I find that the Western Federation has already broken into Lynn, and at a street parade last night I saw workers carrying banners which ran, ALU is good enough for us and better than an outfit which sells labels to our bosses. Something must be done, and that right away. An active and aggressive campaign in Lynn and vicinity on an entirely new basis is needed, or else our movement will get a great setback. But, as we have seen, the leadership of the Boot and Shoe Workers Union was not the only one in the AFL guilty of selling labels to the employers who could then continue to function under non-union conditions. The AFL continued to operate in Lynn on the old basis, and the ALU continued to win recruits in the shoe factories. 34 1903 ALU Convention. In his opening address to the R903 ALU's convention, President MacDonald spoke of the union's rapid growth and unexpected success, which has come up to our most extravagant expectations. The same theme was struck by Secretary-Treasurer Smith, but he took pains to emphasize that the ALU would have experienced an even greater growth had it not been forced to combat the opposition not only of the capitalists themselves, but also of the emissaries and alleged organizers of the American Federation of Labor. Still, he went on to assure the members of the AFL that, with a true regard for the principles of unionism, the ALU would continue to loyally support the strikes, boycotts and labels of that organization. 35. A true regard for the principles of unionism was constantly raised at the ALU convention. It arose over the question of sending a protest letter to the Secretary of State requesting the State Department to voice the indignation of the American people to the Russian government over the horrible butchery of the Jews in Kishinev, Russia, and to demand an immediate cessation of such atrocities. A minority report of the Resolutions Committee, while voicing sympathy for the Jewish victims, declared that, "We do not deem it wise for the toilers of this continent to appeal to any of its governments to send strong protest and to take steps which would bring about the cessation of bloodshed of innocent people in Russia, while the governments of this continent not only allow, but sanction and protect, the commercial barons of this continent in their ever-increasing slaughter of human life." Delegate after delegate condemned this stand as being a violation of the principles of unionism, and the convention voted overwhelmingly to send the protest to the State Department. 36. The issue arose also over the admission of Chinese and Japanese workers as members of the ALU. Several months before the convention, the ALV had criticized the AFL for excluding Asian workers. It used the term Mongolians from the Federation and for spearheading the movement to exclude them from entering the country. The ALU, it declared, realized that the exclusion of Mongolians from the labor movement will not help the workers but only injure them by splitting their ranks. It opposed any legislation restricting their entrance into the country on the ground that such laws never had benefited the working class. Evidently some ALU locals objected to this stand, and at the 1903 convention these forces opposed the granting of membership to Mongolians, claiming that the labor movement already faced difficult problems and that the entrance of these workers into the unions would only aggravate them. But the majority of the delegates united in condemning ALU unions which objected to the admission of Chinese and Japanese workers, and endorsed a resolution which asserted that we extend a hearty welcome to the Chinese and Japanese, and all other wage earners to become members of our organization, and be it further resolved that the executive board be empowered to take such steps as will see to the complete organization of these people, as one delegate put it. A very short time ago we refused to take the Italians, the Scandinavians and the Russians into our unions, and we protested because they took our places when we went on strike, but now that circumstances have forced us to take them into the unions, we find them among the best union men and women on the continent, and I believe that the same thing will apply to the Mongolian when we extend to him the right hand of fellowship and take him into the union as a fellow wage earner, who is being exploited the same as we are. 87. The overwhelming vote in favor of the resolution welcoming Chinese and Japanese workers was reinforced in the Constitution of the ALU. Drawn up at the convention, Section 2 of which stated, "No working man or woman shall be excluded from membership in local unions because of creed or color." The Constitution reaffirmed the name of the organization as the American Labor Union. Its jurisdiction was to extend over the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and was to consist of national and international unions, state, territorial, provincial, district, city, local, industrial and federal, and junior unions. National and international unions were to be formed on the Industrial Union Plan, and to admit to membership all eligible persons engaged in the industry, irrespective of the number of crafts required in the operation of each industry. Local industrial unions were to comprise all workers of an industry irrespective of technical craft or trade line. Local federal unions were to admit to membership all eligible persons in a locality who were not united with a national or international union or local industrial union in that locality, irrespective of the industry or industries in which they were employed. Junior unions were to be composed of boys not under 8 or more than 16 years of age, and their main purpose was to imbue the boys with the spirit of independence and educate them in the principles of unionism. The Constitution included provisions for democratic trade unionism by requiring a referendum of the membership on all important union issues, other than those relating to the calling of strikes. Since strikes to be effective might have to be called on short notice, it was decided not to include this issue within the area over which the membership would have direct control by referendum. It further sought to prevent the entrenchment of a trade union bureaucracy by limiting the power of the union leadership to suspend or expel locals or members, and gave those suspended or expelled the full right of appeal to an impartial body which was to exist separate and apart from the union leadership. 88. The Constitution reaffirmed the ALU's belief in socialism, endorsed the Socialist Party and incorporated its platform as objectives of the union, and adopted as its motto, "To labor belongs all wealth." Other mottos of the ALU were, "One for all, and all for one," and, "An injury to one is the concern of all." But it was the provision for industrial unionism that was regarded by the ALU leadership as the key to the entire document. As George Estes, president of the UBRE, put it, "The entire plan of the new Constitution is founded on the principle of uniting the workers together by industries instead of by trades, that is to say, all workers in one industry are to hold membership in one union, irrespective of the number of trades involved. This combines the power of the workers, whereas the trades union method, pure and simple, divides that power and leaves the worker prone and helpless against the united strength of the trusts and monopolies." 39. It is clear that the ALU Constitution was a product of both the experience of the Western workers in the class struggle and their awareness of what they considered to be fatal weaknesses in the AF of L. It was a constitution, in the words of Debs, which established the most advanced and pronounced type of 20th century unionism in America. 40. ALU and AF of L unions. Although it criticized craft unionism for tending to create an aristocracy of labor and division between the various trades and callings, the ALU, unlike De Leon and the ST&LA, did not call for their calm. The Constitution itself was adopted in December 1903 by a referendum vote of the entire membership, which was preceded by several months of intensive discussion of each provision in the American Labor Union Journal. During the convention, a resolution was introduced by Butte Clerks Union condemning the endorsement of the Socialist Party as being in violation of the ALU's guarantee to every member of the right to profess any religion or political faith, and urged that the endorsement be rescinded in the new Constitution. This was voted down, but later, the ALU Journal took pains to point out that the endorsement of the Socialist Party and its platform was entirely educational in character and no man forfeits his membership by a refusal to comply. Official Proceedings, American Labor Union, 1903, page 47, Al. U. Journal, Jan. 7, 1904. Complete annihilation. While the Al. U. insisted that heretofore unorganized workers, particularly those in mass production industries, should be organized directly into industrial unions, it did not advocate that unions which were already in existence should give up their careers and allow their members to join industrial unions. Rather, it recommended that the separate craft unions in a particular industry should gradually amalgamate and function through a joint board as a unified organization during strikes and other struggles, but with each union retaining its identity and control over its affairs. It conceded that this procedure was not as effective as complete industrial unionism, but it was certainly far better than the situation under which the different craft unions in an industry signed separate agreements with employers, and, in the case of strikes, scabbed on each other. Moreover, it would help to solve that curse of the A.F. of L. the jurisdiction dispute. This, the ALU pointed out, was an evil particularly in the A.F. of L. building trades unions, and it recommended that there be organized, through the process of amalgamation, a United Brotherhood of Building Trades Workers, which would admit, to general and full membership any and all tradesmen of the various building trades. 41. It was not necessary for this amalgamation of various unions within a specific industry to take place under the auspices of the Al.U. The Al.U. emphasized that it would be quite happy if the craft unions carried through the amalgamation inside the Federation. The Al.U. would do nothing to interfere with this process, and would be pleased to give it whatever assistance might be required of it. 42. The Al.U. stressed that it was not out to take away unions belonging to the A.F. of L, and even some A.F. of L officials bitterly opposed to the ALU conceded that it did not approve of its organizers chartering locals of A.F. of L members unless they left the Federation. Owen Miller, secretary of the American Federation of Musicians, wrote to Morrison that an ALU organizer in St. Louis was organizing a local of members of the A.F. of L union. I wrote to Clarence Smith about it, he continued, and he assured me that this was against the policy of the ALU. And that it would be stopped. This has been done and I am going to publish the fact in the next number of our official journal, 43. However, locals which voluntarily left the A.F. of L because they disagreed with the policies of the international unions or felt that their interests were neglected were accepted into the Al.U. In a frank letter to Morrison, J. C. Skemp, Secretary-Treasurer of the A.F. of L's Brotherhood of Painters, Decorators and Paperhangers of America, wrote, if the members of our Portland Union are members of the American Labor Union, it is, no doubt, due to the fact that they could not get recognition or support from the central body in that city and joined the American Labor Union as a last resort, thinking that perhaps it might bring about some change in condition of affairs in their city. Mount Nofke, who has, along with the others, joined the American Labor Union, is undoubtedly one of the most energetic workers in the labor movement OQ, the Western Coast. He is, I believe, far too intelligent to foster a dual organization which would in any way injure the interests of the organization affiliated with the A.F. of L, and although he may be a member of the American Labor Union, it is not, I believe, with the intention of destroying or tearing down the work which has already been accomplished, but rather for the purpose of redressing the grievances of the Portland local. 44. Needless to say, the A.F. of L leadership did not publicize such confidential reports which contradicted their consistent contention that the Al.U. existed for only one purpose: to destroy or tear down the A.F. of L. In one case, the Al.U. took in a whole section of an A.F. of L International Union, the Metal Polishers, Buffers, Platers, Brass Molders and Brass and Silver Workers Union, after the majority of the union membership had voted in a referendum to withdraw from the A.F. of L and join the ALU. The referendum vote had been preceded by the most intense discussion in the union on the issue of affiliating with the Al.U. The foes of affiliation, led by President E. J. Lynch, whose arguments were prepared for him by Gompers and Morrison, charged that the Al.U. was nothing but a political annex of the Socialist Party, that its policy was one of disruption, that it had gained nothing for its members, and that nothing could be gained by affiliating with it except the promise of an utopian universe if we live long enough. The advocates of affiliation insisted that the Al.U. was not a political organization, even though it emphasized the importance of political action by labor, conceded that it advocated socialism, but does not say you must become a socialist, and that you may or may not be a socialist to enjoy the benefits of the Al.U.'s program. They cited instances of Al.U.'s gains for its membership. Al.U. hotel and restaurant employees in Montana received wages higher than those paid for the same work anywhere else in the world. Al.U. clerks had an absolutely closed shop, early closing, and a perfect industrial organization in Butte, with the highest wages paid any clerks in America. L.U. laundry workers in Butte had a closed shop, reduced hours, and higher wages than are paid any other laundry workers in the country. L.U. Teamsters received higher wages for an 8-hour day than are paid any other Teamsters, union or non-union. L.U. lumbermen in Montana, Idaho, and California had the only union conditions and wages for lumbermen in the United States or Canada, the minimum in Montana for the commonest labor in the lumber industry being $2.50 a day. The L.U., through its affiliate, the UBRE, was having success in organizing and improving the conditions of railroad workers in an industrial union, covering every employee from the section hands to the stenographers in the superintendent's office, securing increases for all. Finally, the advocates of affiliation contrasted the divisive craft unionism of the A.F. of L and the unifying industrial unionism of the L.U. Within the A.F. of L, we are going backward instead of forward, when by concentration we could raise industrially the greatest pillar of strength in modern times. The L.U. is founded upon correct principles. Its plan of organization will make the American labor movement as strong as Gibraltar. 41I. Many thanks for the assistance given me by Bro. Morrison and yourself. President Lynch wrote to Gompers on October 12, 1904. From the statement you have sent me I have gotten up a reply to the resolution calling for affiliation to the American Labor Union that will bury it for all time to come. On December 24, Lynch sorrowfully informed Gompers that the referendum in favor of affiliation had received a majority vote of the membership. A desperate condition confronts us and desperate methods have to be resorted to, he added. He was even thinking of altering the returns. We might throw out some of the locals' votes or lose them, and by that method carry the proposition in favor of remaining with the Federation by a small vote. This I feel we cannot do, but I want your opinion. Would you advise this proposition? The decision was not to tamper with the returns, but to rush through a constitutional amendment permitting 5 locals to retain the charter of the A.F. of L. Although most of the members of these 5 locals withdrew and joined the L.U., the union's leadership refused to accept the will of the membership. I feel that I will see the organization go to, before I will let the American Labor Union bunch control it. Lynch wrote to Gompers. 46. A.F. of L unions who believed in industrial unionism and sought to practice it inside the Federation only to meet with opposition from the Gompers leadership, and those discriminated against in decisions involving jurisdictional disputes were invited to join the L.U. The moral of all these jurisdictional fights and one-sided decisions, the L.U. Fernal appealed to the United Brewery Workers and the International Union of Carriage Workers, is, all international unions who believe in the industrial form of organization should get into the American Labor Union, the organization built on the Industrial Plan. 47. The L.U. announced that it would respect the jurisdictional claims of A.F. of L unions provided they sincerely sought to organize all the workers in the industry over which they claimed jurisdiction. But it would not be bound by these claims if nothing was done to organize these workers. It refused to recognize the jurisdictional claim of the A.F. of L's Union of Telephone Workers on the ground that it had done nothing to organize the women in the industry, and it set up several L.U. locals in the Bell telephone system to which all workers in the industry were eligible. It refused to recognize the jurisdictional claim of any A.F. of L International Union which excluded Negroes from membership, and organized ALU unions in these areas which were open to all workers regardless of color. Some men are class conscious, declared the L.U. Ernal in condemning the exclusion of Negroes from a number of A.F. of L unions. Others are craft conscious, while others are color conscious. There is room in the labor movement only for the class conscious. 48. The machine has come and come to stay. The ALU emphasized in criticizing the Cigar Makers National Union for refusing to organize the machine workers in the industry. It pleaded with George W. Perkins, president of this A.F. of L affiliate, to organize these workers and stated that it would be willing to lend a hand. But the leadership of the cigar makers turned a deaf ear to this plea. As we have seen, it was not interested in organizing the machine workers. The ALU thereupon assigned an organizer to bring these workers into the ALU, and succeeded in setting up several locals. These workers should have been under the control of the Cigar Makers Union with all the tobacco workers in one organization, the ALU announced in explaining its action, but the cigar makers refused to organize and recognize these workers. These people have a right to organization. Since the cigar makers refused them, the ALU was justified in organizing and helping them. 49. A similar situation was involved in the affiliation of the Manhattan Association of Knife Cutters of New York City with the ALU in December 1903. The Shirt, Waist and Laundry Workers International Union had been given jurisdiction over these workers by the A.F. of L. but refused to allow them into the Union, and repeated communications from the knife cutters brought no reply. When the Manhattan Association finally voted to join the ALU, the shirt, waist and laundry workers accused it of treason to the labor movement for refusing to recognize our jurisdiction rights. But the ILGWU, affiliated with the A.F. of L., placed the blame squarely on the laundry workers' leadership. The action of the Manhattan Association of Knife Cutters in becoming affiliated with the American Labor Union has been made possible by the refusal of the laundry workers to grant said Manhattans a charter. 50. Even where the ALU organized locals of unorganized workers in an industry over which the A.F. of L union claimed jurisdiction but refused or failed completely to organize, these unions assisted the A.F. of L. organizations in their struggles. The most widely publicized example occurred during the packing house strike in the summer and early fall of 1904. The ALU organized the millwrights and machinery erectors. Union number 286 in the packing houses of Chicago after these workers had been denied admission to the A.F. of L's amalgamated meat cutters and butcher workmen. When the amalgamated strike began, the ALU union marched out of the packing houses in a body. Although the Packing Trades Council, which directed the strike, refused to admit delegates from Local 286, the ALU members continued to stay out, and there was not a single scab among them as long as the strike lasted. During the 6 weeks its members were out in support of the A.F. of L. strike, the ALU paid them strike benefits from its meager treasury. This action of ALU, Local 286 stood in sharp contrast to that of the A.F. of L. Engineers and Firemen's Union in the packing houses. These men, having negotiated separate agreements with the employers, remained at work and operated the machinery which made it possible for the plants to continue operating with scabs, thereby contributing considerably to the smashing victory of the packing house trust over the amalgamated meat cutters and butcher workmen. 61. To the ALU, the lesson of the disastrous defeat for organized labor was obvious, and while it had refrained from criticizing the A.F. of L. union during the strike, it made its position clear once the battle was over in an appeal to the defeated striker. Brother, just a word with you. Organized labor has been defeated in your particular strike. Why? The membership of the American Labor Union, through bitter experience, have learned the lesson and know the answer to the question they're now asking. They know you have failed because, you have never been properly organized. You are not now properly organized. Your unions are divided against themselves. Each craft is independent of other crafts. Each international is independent of other internationals. The whole mass is loosely connected in an American federation of labor which is absolutely powerless to make a united successful fight against anything, and whose leaders hobnob with your enemies in a civic federation. Study for yourselves the American Labor Union plan of organization and you will find industrialism instead of craft division, men organized sensibly in local unions, locals united firmly in industrial organizations, industrial organizations bound together like bands of steel in the American Labor Union General Organization of all industries. Investigate it, unite with it, give it your help, make it supreme. It is your duty. 52. The appeal brought a response from the disheartened packing house workers. One of the most active members of the amalgamated meat cutters and butcher workmen wrote to Agnes Nestor, I believe that the ALU is the only form of organization that can stand any show of winning a fight with the masters in the future. I believe that affiliation with the ALU is our only hope of salvation, that it would not only give us something to lean on, not only help us to organize, but what is more, it would put new life into us. It would revive the old fighting spirit, the old enthusiasm, the old fire, the old love of one for all and all for one. 113. ALU and Socialist Party. In the early period of its career, the ALU supported the Socialist Party with the utmost enthusiasm. The American Labor Union Journal devoted considerable space each week to Socialist Party news and to articles explaining why the workers should vote Socialist. It is a waste of energy, the journal declared in March 1903, to organize labor unions without a definite plan for the emancipation of labor from the bonds of wage slavery. This would be achieved primarily through the triumph of the Socialist Party. 64. The left wing in the Socialist Party welcomed these expressions of support from the ALU and called upon the party to give the Union every possible assistance. 65. But the Socialist Party leadership, under the domination of the right and center wings, regarded the ALU's support of the party as a source of acute embarrassment, hindering efforts to win approval of the socialist program within the A.F. of L. They had only one piece of advice to offer the ALU: dissound and join the A.F. of L. This was the tenor of the resolution introduced by the Resolutions Committee at the May 1904 convention of the Socialist Party, and adopted by a vote of 107 to 52. While the resolution did not mention the ALU by name, It clearly condemned it in the sentence. Neither political nor other differences of opinion justify the division of the force of labor in the industrial movement. I read in the resolution, as it now stands, an endorsement of the American Federation of Labor, wrote Ernest Unterman, who supported the program of the Al.U. In opposing adoption of the resolution, a left-wing delegate predicted that the progressive labor forces who stood for industrial unionism and independent political action would properly interpret it as a specious endorsement of one kind of unionism, and he warned that before these forces would capitulate to those who were playing into the hands of the capitalists, they would tell the convention to go to hell. 66. It was an accurate warning. Not only did the Al.U. refuse to pay any attention to the resolution, but it grew increasingly resentful of what it regarded as a conspiracy by the Socialist Party officialdom to keep the membership ignorant of what the Western labor movement really stood for. The ALU sent a copy of its pamphlet outlining its principles of industrial unionism to every socialist paper in the United States and Canada in the fall of 1904, but very few of them even mentioned it. Although the matter is one of supreme moment to the working class, the ALU journal complained bitterly. The majority of the papers ignored it. The journal was equally furious when it learned that Street Louis Labor, published by the Socialist Party, refused to take an advertisement to be paid for by the Al.U. on the ground that the organization was a dual union bent on disrupting the labor movement. The same paper, it pointed out, had no hesitancy in giving aid, comfort, support to a person, Slimy Sam Gompers, who has shown himself as antagonistic to working-class interests as any capitalist in the land. 57. Early in its career, the ALU had repeatedly tried to convince the leadership of the Socialist Party that it had no quarrel with those socialists who believed that the role of the militants should be to remain inside the A.F.L. and fight the Gompers' leadership. But as it became increasingly bitter towards socialists who criticized it and defended the A.F.L. leaders, the Al.U. attacked the entire concept of boring from within. The architect remains within a crumbling structure for the purpose of pointing out its weaknesses, in the hope that the other dwellers may correct them, instead of devoting his fine talents to the new and modern steel building which is rapidly erecting across the way, declared the Al.U. Ernal in November 1904, may be professionally praiseworthy, but he is not doing the positive work which the world needs. A month later, it charged that it was hopeless to attempt to convert the A.F.L. into a militant, class-conscious industrial union. Right-wing and center socialists, it sneered, were transforming the Federation at a rate comparable to the growth of a coral reef. The American Federation of Labor is to the working man industrially what the Demo-Republican Party is to him politically. The former is the union of his craft, while the latter is the party of his craft. In February 1905, the official journal of the Al.U. declared, "We refuse to recognize the caliphate, seneschalship, suzerainty or dynastic rights of the A.F.L. to a single toiler in any part of America north, south, east or west. The socialist who resents the spread of the American labor union does so either from ignorance or from inborn craft jealousy, and not because he has at heart the industrial solidarity of the working class." 58. Decline of the ALU. To talk of the spread of the American labor union in February 1905 was to engage in fantasy. Celebrating Labor Day 1903, the Al.U. claimed a membership in good standing of 100,000 men and women, organized in 276 unions in 24 states, territories, and provinces, and reaching from the Dominion of Canada to Texas and North Carolina, and from Massachusetts to Arizona and California. One Al.U. organizer boasted in December 1903 that the membership affiliated with the American Labor Union numbers nearly 300,000 members, and the Al.U. controls union affairs west of the Missouri line. Yet, in its appeal to the defeated packing house strikers in October 1904, the Al.U. stated, it has already united more than 60,000 of the best fighters of the American labor movement. 59. The decline in membership from September 1903 was to be explained, according to the Al.U. Fernal, by the fact that the dues paid by the membership were too low. Locals had perished, and many more were on the point of perishing, through lack of funds. 60. Whether or not this was a valid explanation, it was certainly true that the union was in desperate financial straits. The fact that the Fernal was changed from a weekly to a monthly after the July 5, 1904, issue was concrete evidence of this. In July 1904, the Al.U. moved its headquarters from Butte to Chicago, explaining that this move was made necessary by the growth of the organization in the East. The A.F.L. immediately charged that the move was made necessary by the fact that the A.L.U. was in serious financial trouble, and that it had been forced to leave Butte because it had exhausted its credit in that city. The source of supply has been closed down, hence the change, Morrison reported to the A.F.L. Executive Council. 61. In the opening months of 1905, even the Al.U. U leadership conceded that the organization had outlived its usefulness, and that it was merely marking time until a more effective organization could carry through its principles. The February 1905 issue of the Voice of Labor, the new name of the US's official journal, announced that a conference had just taken place in Chicago to lay the foundation of just such an organization. By the time the last issue of the Voice of Labor was published in June 1905, marking the passing of the American Labor Union, this new organization was coming into being, the industrial workers of the world. Significance of the ALU. The ALU, at its high point, had no more than 100,000 members. But it was far more important than this figure would imply. For one thing, its activities, particularly in the West, were an influence that stimulated. AFL officials in the West attributed the decline in membership to the fact that a number of Federation affiliates that had joined the ALU in resentment against neglect by the top leadership and because of their hostility to the unionization of scabs, returned when these policies were changed. Max Morris, Secretary-Treasurer of the Retail Clerks Protective Association, wrote to Morrison from Denver that, since this organizer, Pierce, has left this city, we have at least partly succeeded in wiping out the prejudice and antagonism existing toward the American Federation of Labor in this city, and I am of the opinion that the action of these organizers so far prejudiced the mind of many that it extended to Montana and elsewhere, and assisted the ALU in embittering the minds of the trade unionists against the American Federation of Labor. January 27, 1904. APL Corps. Some progress within several AFL unions. On ALU initiative, in a number of unionized or unorganized fields, exemplary struggles were conducted, showing that the workers were willing to fight when given leadership. Moreover, the ALU popularized the whole idea of industrial unionism during a time when this principle of labor organization was being derided by the AFL leadership. It was for this reason that the ALU, like the Western Federation of Miners, was regarded as a menace by the open shop employers. The members of the AFL's Metal Polishers Union who advocated affiliation with the ALU were correct when they pointed out that its plan of organization will make the American labor movement as strong as Gibraltar. The ALU was too weak to carry this plan into effect, but as Clarence Smith predicted, the American labor union principles can only gather strength from the economic development of these times. The American Federation of Labor advocates the segregation of labor. The American Labor Union advocates the unification of labor. The AFL was mainly concerned with keeping the workers segregated into narrow craft organizations so that one will not interfere with the other, whereas the great problem to be solved by the labor unions of today is how to best combine in order to combat the aggressiveness of capital. If the American Federation of Labor adheres to its declared narrow-minded policy, its doom is sealed. On the other hand, the American Labor Union, with its broad and aggressive policy and its declared plan of action, will accomplish the emancipation of the workers of this country. 62. Smith's prediction aroused widespread laughter among the leaders of the AFL. But on January 28, 1905, Jerry L. Sullivan, Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL's Hotel and Restaurant Employees International Alliance, wrote to Morrison, "Anybody that imagines the ALU is a dead duck has another guess coming. They have the advantage over us, for the reason that most of their members are convinced that its ideas of industrial unionism and socialism will continue to make headway even if it is not the ALU itself that will carry them forward." 63. Labor history, in the long run, was to prove Sullivan to be correct. The Kansas City Times of October 1, 1903, carried the text of a speech delivered by J.C. Gray, Secretary of the Citizens Alliance of Denver, at a meeting of open shop spokesmen in Chicago. The American Labor Union and the Western Federation of Miners must go, Gray told the delegates. Both organizations have reached the point where they are dangerous to the community at large. Samuel Gompers, president of the American Federation of Labor, I regard as a comparatively conservative man, and the employers of the West would be glad to see him succeed in extending the control of the American Federation of Labor throughout the West. Reference notes.